See if this goes in now, right? I am Indigenous Monstrosity. Okay, here we go. Hello, everybody. I am Indigenous Monstrosity, and this is an Indigenous. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. Um, the stream starts kind of funny. Ah, there it goes. It did it again. God damn it. Not supposed to show that shit. Okay. I'm going to have to hold on here. Be right back. I got the wrong one. Let me see if I can fix it. Um, I'm going to have to stop the stream. Do I have to stop it? How do I stop the picture? Fuck it. I think you're not supposed to show that shit, but I got no choice but to. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I can't. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. Am I back? Yes, I am. Okay. This, I have to figure out which one is which now. Okay, now let's see if I can invite some people. If they're around, if not, I'll get right to it. And then, um, my peoples. Let me see if I can invite him and that. And see if I can invite him and that and that and see if I can invite him and that. I'm sorry, people. I'm really unorganized this week. I've been trying my best to get myself situated so that I can uh basically get future streams and future videos and all my artwork and everything. My mind has been a jumble. I've had a lot of rough and tumbles, and I know I need in order for this to work, I know I need more streaming time so that I'm not limited and I can do more things and talk about more things. So uh I think I've unlocked a little bit of that. So from here on in out, I hope that I can get great opportunities here going forward. I can relieve some of the pressure and get my art out there because I haven't been following up the way I have, the way I'm supposed to. So anyway, back to the message at hand. This is Indigenous Monstrosity, and I am Monstrositus X. Um, this is story time. This is week number 8, I believe. Week number 8 and uh episode 2 of Brand T Bounty Hunters. Bounty Hunters. Bound the Bound T. Uh Bound terrorists, hunters, or bound transform. I'm gonna get that out there and work on that. But let's see. I have let me see what I can share here. I want to share. I want to share. And applications. Share that. And let me pull up. Being there's nobody here right now, I'm going to do a little drawing while I talk about the bounty hunters. I recently, well, I have been thinking of some things and some concepts and things that can expand on this world. So that's what I'm going to put out there first. Then I'm going to do a little drawing. Hopefully, hopefully that goes smoothly. And uh, because I did get in there and try to do a little drawing, but it was crappy. But I should have showed it anyway because let me see. I think I hear somebody. I think that's a message that somebody is in the chat, in the room. Nope, it's not a message that somebody's in the room. But anyway, uh, we are going to trudge ahead anyway, and we're going to see until we can get some people to work on stories together. We're going to work on this one. I have a couple of story ideas that I'm willing to put out there, but this is a brand new story idea. I never considered it besides the bounty hunter part, but um, let me see. Out of government involvement, yeah, stuff that I was thinking about. I was watching. Here's somebody. Let me see. I was watching. Let me see what is being said here. Hoth, my man, Hoth. How come I'm not seeing it here? Okay. Hoth, Hoth, Hoth. Let me see what you're saying here, man. It's not in over here. Why isn't it over here? Why am I seeing it here? I can't see it there. Okay. Let me see if I can do something with this and expand it or something. I don't know how to use this thing yet. Hold on. I gotta solve. Oh, there you go. Here you go. It finally pops up. It's delayed response. I'm looking at one thing. Let's see what you say. Hail, 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 brother Hoth. Praise the goddom. Hail and praise. Hail CG and praise the goddom. All right. We'll be here waiting for you. All right. So we got some of the goddom coming in. I've been off my P's and Q's this week. So like I said, we're gonna have lots and lots coming up. And as the channel grows, please subscribe, by the way. Subscribe, like videos, tell your friends, join the goddom, become a demigod or become a monster. Demigods create monsters too. Gods create monsters because heroes need adversaries. So you can become a demigod, you can become a monster, you can become a demonic form, you could become a bestial form, you could become a monstrosity. So, or did I say that? Yeah, I said it right. Don't twist my words around. But yeah, you guys stick with me, and I'll take you on the ride, and we'll all become demigods together. Because, like I said, this is my first ride around the rodeo. So, uh, my first bull ride, my first Bronco. So if y'all can be patient with me, I'll show you what I've learned, and I'll be putting it into action. And as we grow, and you'll get to see how I tell my stories, so that when the Might of Thug City drops, you'll be like, all right, I think he's going to be doing a good job. I'll back that. I'll buy that for $1. I don't remember that from, but it's from one of those comedy acts from back in the day. Um. Anyway, let's see. Let me check the chat. Let me check the room. Make sure I have nobody. Okay. So I was thinking about. I get ready to talk to y'all about how I was watching a program called, hold on, I need some libation. My mouth is parched. And I'm starting to feel it. That tastes yummy. So, I like watching all types of espionage shows like 24 and Alias, and I know they're older, but the latest stuff like Blacklist, I'm into that too. Until they did the episode with the pregnant men, I was like, okay, these guys are jumping into the SJW pool both feet first. So I didn't fall off. I haven't watched it in a while because I haven't been able to catch up with it, but I've caught some of the episodes in demand. So I still like it. I think I have up to season 3, but and that's because I'm waiting for the prices. The prices have been getting crazy lately, and I can't afford to be spending $30, $40, $50 for a season when I used to get them for like 15. So anyway, the whole thing with creating characters and I hope another thing I would like to ask some of you guys is, y'all remember the idea that I put out there. I don't know if y'all saw the stream, because but I know I had let me see, let me get a new one, a new let's create a new, yeah, let's create a new, and this one has to do with the title idea that I put out there. No, don't ask me again. The hell. The hell that oops heaven eh eh okay, we're not gonna do that part, at least not there. Okay, we'll do it. All right, is that an A? I think that's an A. I do believe that's a A. The hell that heaven wrought, and the I usually do the smaller, which makes room like this. I usually do it like this. And then I'll do the heaven. That leaves me some space, extra space. Heaven that hell brought. I'm checking my spelling. That's why I'm stagnating there. These were just titles to make a person think. What can that story be about? Now remember, I didn't come up with any ideas. These are just titles in my Bible, in the book that I call my Bible, all the books. If you would, let me check, just to see. Hey, hail, brother Ha.
Hail, praise the goddom.
Praise the goddom. Welcome to Indigenous Monstrosity. And
It's good to be here.
And the goddom is ready to go. I was just talking about those title ideas and how it inspired so much thought. And I was supposed to make a video again. I was not on my P's and Q's, but I think I'm going to get a lot better at that in the future, because I think I unlocked a little bit of money so that I can get a full streaming, unlimited streaming. So I'll be able to do a lot more streaming and hopefully get my ideas and a lot more things out instead of being limited to once a week. So,
All right.
And I'll
That's
be
great.
able to jump on other people's streams and do all of that. So that's another thing that I've been looking forward to. And so anyway, I was telling people that ideas like that, I put things like this in the book just to inspire thought and gives me other story ideas to work with down the line, because I don't want to tap into those thoughts at the moment I put them in the book, because I have other ideas that I'm working on. So I usually just write this stuff down for future things. And this is a perfect title to inspire thought. So I was supposed to make a video saying, get ready for this week's story time. And if y'all could come up with ideas for these titles, that we will dive into that and maybe open up another story idea. It doesn't matter what it could be any genre. I don't care what it is. Whatever thoughts that come to mind, I want you to try to just inspire, use some kind of imagination, whatever inspires thought. Use these titles to think of what type of threat it could be, to whom. If you want to create characters, that's great. Every aspect of the story, where it could be, if it's in another or outer realm, or like a fantasy realm, or if it's future, present, past, anything your heart desires. This is what creating comics and stories are all about, being free. And this is why SJWs will fail, because art and creativity is the most freeing thing that anyone can experience. And SJWs want to lock it down and strap it up in a straight jacket, and that's not going to work. So anyway, if y'all want to use these to inspire you, use these titles. Next week we'll dive into it, and but throughout the stream I'll bring them up and we can talk a little bit about it. And but for now, how you been doing, Brother Hoth, and what you been up to?
Doing good so far, so good. Just staying healthy, staying inside, and
Yeah.
happy to see that everyone else is doing good. I was kind of worried about Gargoyle because I didn't see him around, so I had to go and subscribe to his channel, make sure he was still kicking.
Yeah, I thought I saw him streaming, but he was playing a video game. I think he was playing Resident Evil or something like that.
Oh,
And
nice.
I think that was the last time. I think that was last night or the night before. It was late.
Yeah.
So I wasn't about to jump on just to say hi. So I just gave him, I think I hit a thumbs up. I might not have, because he was just playing a video game. So but
that's cool.
I know I saw him. I know I saw
Yeah.
him. I know he was doing this thing. So yeah, I haven't been doing much of anything lately, but trying to get things situated so that I can get some pressure off of me so that I can feel more at ease.
Yeah, same here. I've just been kind of taking it easy, and I'd like to have done more art stuff, but I got to get self-discipline.
Yeah.
Myself to, but I've been thinking about some, the bounty hunters and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that I'd buy that for $1. That's from RoboCop.
Oh yeah. That's right. I'd buy that from $1. That's right. RoboCop 1. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see what influenced me, because back then that's when they had all those one-liners in movies. They took all of that out. They're trying to transition to a new look, so they got rid of all the one-liners.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that. I just Hasta La Vista Baby and all those one-liners. That's not really around anymore.
You don't remember the movies anymore because of that. You have to remember the movie for what it was, but you can just like that. I don't even remember which movie it came from, but I'm still quoting it. So, and then as soon as you say RoboCop, yeah, all of the memories come flooding back in, and then I remember watching it in the movie theaters and everything. So, yeah, that was a great movie. A lot of action, new idea. Not a lot of people back then, they didn't make movies like that. Matter of fact, they barely make them like that now. So movies was something else back then, because they tried everything. They gave everything a shot. They didn't limit it to one or two types of things that worked. They knew that worked. It's like these days, nobody can think outside of a remake or the same old Star Wars superheroes. Okay, what happened to all of the good cop movies, like The French Connection, 7 Ups? You could go on and on. There's been so many good cop movies over the years. Stallone with Cobra, I like that one. It was all right. It was a lot of action. So yeah, it was. I was watching an oldie with the old war movies you never really see anymore. They used to be a staple in movie making, cowboys and military movies. And Frank Sinatra in Von Ryan's Express. A good
Oh
one.
wow.
That was one of his best movies he ever made. He died at the end. Sorry, this video got this stream has rot in it. That means spoilers. We got rot because I spoiled the whole thing. He died at the end. But it's one of those good old military movies where soldiers, prisoners of war have to escape in order to disrupt the German occupation and all of that. So that's what this is like. It's a lot like The Great Escape with that whole cast of stars from Steve McQueen to Charlie Bronson to James Coburn. Everybody was in that. Rocker Files, what's his name? James Garner. You could go on and on. The dude from Donald Pleasance from Halloween. You could go on and on. Everybody was in that movie. Everybody. There's a lot of British dudes too that I don't remember the names of. So it was a lot of guys. And Von Ryan, that was one of the best movies that oh yeah, the British dude from, I think he played in Kit, Knight Rider. I think he was the head dude, the boss dude, kind of slim, pretty looking British dude, if I may. Kind of statuesque, I would say. He had good features, you know.
Yeah. Shakespearean.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's hard to, you know, to describe. But yeah, he one of those dudes that you don't really see in the movies. He kind of had a few movie spots, and then I think you've seen him on Knight Rider, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of those TV shows. He was like the commander, the captain, or whoever headed up the organization behind the secret activities. That's why I'm thinking it's I think it was a British dude behind Knight Rider with blonde hair. If it's the same dude, that's the guy. But I have to check it out. Knight Rider was something that I liked, but it wasn't so memorable to me that I loved it. I would go, wow, I have to see an episode of Knight Rider. I have some shows like that. Like I got I Dream of Jeannie and what else do I have? The Munsters. What's the other one with the cop show with the three? The three I have.
Charlie's Angels.
No, not the three girls. The two dudes and the guy. One was black. Lincoln Hayes, Peggy Lipton. It was Lincoln, Pete, Lincoln, and Julie. Pete, Lincoln, Julie. The Mod Squad.
Mod Squad.
Yeah, the Mod Squad. So I got that. I got Hawaii Five-0, the original stuff. All of that I got on the DVD. So I watch all of that stuff. It inspires new thoughts because they talked about different topics back then, and so it gives new ideas for if you could flip some of those things, you get new ideas and come up with new thoughts and processes that you can use. And so that's what I was thinking about this week. I was watching Homeland, and I was considering that it was being that's a show about terrorism and things like that. I was wondering if there was a scene in there where Carrie, I think it's like the third season. Carrie, she has like psychological issues. She's bipolar, and she's a spy, basically. They call them an analyst or something like that, intel analyst or something like that. But she's essentially a spy, but she kind of like coordinates from behind the scenes while other people are out there actually doing the killing and doing all of that other stuff. But anyway, I don't know if you know what the show is about, but it's supposed to be about a show about this Marine who was captured in Iraq or Iran or whatever that, and he was reprogrammed to come back and essentially become a sleeper agent for the terrorist organization. And for this one particular guy, that's like the kingpin that everybody in the CIA is hunting. And he essentially, him and this black dude was supposed to be working hand in hand to essentially get him strapped with a bomb. And the black dude was a professional sniper, and he was supposed to like kill a few people and chase everybody into this shelter, a bomb room, like a what do you call those rooms where you panic room? It's like a panic room for the politicians. And the vice president was supposed to be in there, and they blamed this vice president for the drone bombing of this terrorist leader's son got killed. And he had, in one of the ways that he conditioned Brody, the American Marine, was he had him teach the child English. And then so when the child died, he had been tortured for over years. And when he stopped torturing him, he let him raise the kid out, teach the kid English and all types of things about baseball and all of that. And then the kid died. And so he used the kid's death to sway him against America and to become this terrorist. And he was in there and was ready to blow them up. But his daughter called, because at the behest of Kerry, who was in a full-blown psychotic meltdown at the time, because she wound up getting involved with Brody and all of this, even though she knew this dude she was the only one who believed this dude was a terrorist, but she wound up sleeping with him and falling in love and all of this other craziness. But I guess that's just, part of the, because I tell you, when I first started writing, I was like, I would never make my character that stupid. Later for that, I would try to find a way to make my character smart. I would try to make it an intelligent story and all of this stuff like that. But you look at real life and people are just plain out stupid. There are just some people, there are no help for. They're just no help. So I would like to say that I'm sorry to say that there's going to be some stupid people in my story.
Art imitates life.
That's life. That's life. People do stupid things for what they believe to be legitimate reasons, but it's just stubbornness sometimes, selfishness, or just lack of knowledge or what have you. But people do dumb things, so you have to find the right characters to do dumb things or make the bad guys. Sometimes bad guys could just be those dudes that just repeatedly fuck up. You know what I mean? And won't make exceptions for them. They're regular people, but they don't try to try to justify their actions instead of saying, hey, maybe it's me, And so there's a lot of things that I'm going to be trying and hoping to pull off in my storytelling. And I'm going to hope that people come along for the ride. And by the time we get to, like I said, having my characters fully fleshed out as far as designs and all of that, y'all guys are going to be ready to see everything I got to show you, because I'm telling you, this story, I plan on packing it with all kinds of great ideas, great designs. I'm pulling out every trick I've ever learned. I want it to be exciting and thrilling. Have people wondering all the time what's coming next and what kind of, and I think I'm getting there. I'm thinking it's coming along really good. Last week I you was with me when we was watching the that video, right? With
Yes.
Dan Wells. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, so I'm hoping other people have seen that and willing to come along, because that, I'm telling you, that grid thing that he shows you at the end, that timeline is a beautiful thing, and I think that I've managed to use it quite efficiently. And I've been writing like stories down the line, and every time I, like I said before, every time I add a character, especially if they're a powerful character or even if they're not, it depends on how you use them in order to. It's like unlocking in video games. You get to a level and you got to fight this boss, and it unlocks this other level with more powerful bosses or more powerful adversaries until you get to the more powerful bosses. And so that's how I'm thinking. I'm thinking about hitting with this on all kinds of different levels, because it's gonna be something like a Superman, Batman, Justice League combination type story, where you're gonna have a bunch of singular heroes doing things, having their adversaries all wrapped up in one story. And it's gonna be based like on a police station type. If you see The Shield, you'll see how they show how the street cops are out doing their thing while the detectives are out doing their thing, and then the captain is doing their thing, and all the different levels. You're seeing how the whole machine works, and even how they bring in the cops that police the cops and all of that. All of this I want to have in there. You don't know who's bad, who's good, because everybody, it's going to be so much corruption, and how you maneuver the corruption when they see it, and when they see it might be too strong to get past, and how they maneuver. I want to have all these little things working and hitting and banging you in the head, man. I'm telling you. These are the types of things that I like to see in storytelling. These are the types of things that make my engines rev. And so when I see a story and it fits together so well, I hate to know that it's about to end, because it's like, dang, I'll have to watch it over again. And when I really just want to see it continue, I never want to see it stop. So
Yeah.
that's how I want my story to be. I want you to think, hey man, I don't want this to stop. I don't never ever want this to be over. So
That's tough.
yeah, I want it always to have a nice amount of action and a nice story with plots that intrigue you and always have you wondering and guessing, making you want to try to figure out things, and then being psyched when you don't figure it out or you get it wrong or whatever, or you might get it right. Maybe I'm not as good as I think I am. So all of these things, I want you to have fun with it, just like I'm having fun with it. I'm trying to put jokes in there. I'm trying to work in as many jokes as possible without making it too jokey. I want it to be a more serious, like a Batman sort of storytelling, something more serious. But I don't want it to be too staunch on seriousness. But I do want to break up some things. So there's going to be times when people get, crack jokes and get wise and do stuff like that. But yeah, it's going to be a hell of a ride, man. I'm telling you, once it starts, I don't want it to stop. I want everything you're going to witness, low-level criminals moving up to higher-level criminals, and higher-level criminals getting involved with global. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a ball, and it's gonna happen. You're gonna witness everything happen, because where I'm starting, it's gonna be right in the thick of things, and you'll see things expand slowly and reach out and just keep grabbing you as things happen. It's gonna keep grabbing you. things are gonna happen that's bad. You're gonna have to get used to it because, like I said, I got a lot of cannon fodder. I got a lot of characters that I can do whatever I want with. And the trick is that I gotta make you like them. If you don't like them, or I gotta make you like to hate them. So one or the other, it's gotta happen. And so when things go down, you feel it. That's how things work. It doesn't matter what kind of story it is. If you like the story and you like the characters, you got to feel it when things happen. That's what Angels with Dirty Faces taught me. An old gangster movie from the 1930s. And it taught me a thug gangster dude could make me want to be balling at the end of it because of who he was and the relationship that he had in that movie. That's all it was about. And you can't say that it was something that it's something that I've been watching ever since I was a little kid. It's not something I grew up and then I seen it and became some softy for it. No, it's something that I grew up with all my life. I've been watching that movie, and it's just one of the best gangster movies that I've ever seen. I liked it. It's not one of the best. I can't say that it's the best, but I remember it fondly because of the relationships between him and Pat O'Brien and those kids, and then what happens at the end. And I'll never forget that. And it's the same thing in both of them. Even White Heat, the same thing. His psychosis that he basically gives himself because of how his mother treated him. And when she finally passed on, he couldn't take it, and he was a psychotic type of murderous, rampaging criminal in a way. He was like a controlled typhoon. And when things didn't go his way, it's top of the world, ma.
Oh yeah,
that's a famous line. Way back in the 30s, top of the world, ma. And when he shoots the gun down into the tank and it blows up. That was it for him. It was like this is classic James Cagney, man. Classic stuff.
That stuff can't be. That stuff. You have like a niche, for YouTube, if you do more videos on these older movies, I think
that's what I'm doing. It's just that I wanna expand it. If you've seen the anime one that I did, I want to do all of them like that, where I do clips and speak on it, because as long as you do little clips and you talk on it, it's like instructional, and it's like you're actually responding to the video, so that's legal. So as long as you're not showing everything and you're not like basically watching the whole movie, because I was watching The Quartering, getting to this Susie Liu girl who was showing Naruto's in there in the entirety. All she did was opacity. She dimmed the opacity, spun it around so that the computer can't recognize the pictures. And she was showing it and then putting them behind paywalls so that people would pay for other people's stuff. So she's talking about copyright infringement. she was stealing their shit out and out. So from what I understand, they going after her. She started deleting a lot of her stuff.
Whoops.
Yep. So people started diming her out. They started telling on her, calling the companies that put out the videos and saying, this person is putting your stuff out. You need to take a look. And they've been looking. So, yeah. Terms of service. Because she's been people been complaining. So she complained that they're violating harassment. That their videos are harassing her, so she would get other people in trouble for pointing out that the illegal stuff that she's doing. And so it finally caught up to her. So that's what I'm saying. I think that's why that they claimed that video, because there was a part in there that I kind of let go extended where I showed a lot of action where the dude in the car, they start fighting, he takes that dude out, and he's being chased. The hero from oh man, what's the name of the Shippuden. No, it's not Shippuden. That's Naruto. Spriggan. That's it. Spriggan is the movie. So there's a 17-minute part or 12-minute part that they claimed. Everything else they didn't mind, but this little 17-minute or 12-minute part, they claimed it, and they said visual claim. And I was like, what is it in there? I watched it over and over, and I couldn't tell, but I probably let it go too long, because they chased them in the car, and then they chased them through this like a marketplace in it was in Afghanistan. So it was like an Arab marketplace with all types of people buying and selling stuff, and they're chasing them and shooting and all of this stuff. And I let it go all the way through and just let it play. And I didn't clip it or stop it or stutter it, and didn't interrupt in any way, because I kind of got into it and I wanted everybody to see the action. So I think that's why they claim me. They first blocked the video altogether, but then they let it go, and they just claimed it. I basically said I refuted it. I argued my point, and they let it go. But they claimed that video. They said it can't be monetized, or if it is, the company gets the money. So I guess if I clip it and break it down, it won't get claimed anymore. So for now, I don't care. None of my stuff is getting monetized for now. But maybe later I'll try to break it up and see what I could do. But I want to do that with all of them. I want to do Nevada Smith, Where Eagles Dare, all of these old Army movies, Kelly's Heroes. I got all of that stuff. So I want to do little clips and talk through the movie, and talk it through. And like I was talking last week about what's the movie? The Boys from Brazil. Man, beautiful movie, beautiful storytelling, great stuff, man. So I'm going to be doing all of that. That's why I'm going to getting up. I keep saying I'm going to do this and do that, and I haven't been following through, but that's because I'm trying to keep freeing up space for me to do work, and I'm trying to do a whole lot of things, and my mind is like in 10 different places. I'm trying to write 3 different stories. I'm trying to write the God tomb. I'm trying to write the story here, the bounty hunters, and I'm trying to write other stuff for this, and I'm trying to write a song now for I was watching EVS the other night when Donnie Cates called, and I was glued to it. I just so happened to catch it, because the time before, I was waiting for EVS to come on, and it was like 1:00 in the morning, and I couldn't see anything. I went to his channel, I went through the videos, I went all over the place, and I didn't see anything. So I watched TV, and then I came back and I looked for it, and then I watched TV and I came back, and I knew it was like 3, 4 in the morning, and then finally it popped up, and it was halfway gone already. And I could tell by how many views that he has, because usually when I catch it early, he only got like 800 views and people watching. And when he's been on for a while, he usually get like 13, 16, 1800 views, people watching. So I know how long he's been on. He's been on at least an hour or two. So I was like, daggone, what happened? I was checking in the whole time. He had to have been on. And it turned out he had been on for like 3 hours or something like that. And I was like, dang, I was mad. So I had caught this one, and I saw it practically from the beginning. So when Donnie Cates called in and he said, oh, it's Donnie Cates, I made a mistake and called him and all of this. I was like, daggone. So now I had to do it. I pulled out my old skills from way back in the days and started writing some lyrics to a rap song. And I got some down. I gotta turn it into I have to put the part in where Zach and everybody is put in there, because I don't know if you know about Coogee Rap from back in the days. He did this song called he did this rap song called
Ill Street Blues.
Ill Street Blues. You lose, cause I got the Ill Street Blues, and it was just perfect for me for this whole Comicsgate thing. So I was sitting in there talking. I was it starts off, I was gonna be like I'm up in my house and I'm feeling kind of bad because my art is looking sad, and I'm wishing that I had a little more instruction on how to ink and color. I jump on the internet to see if I'll discover, and I go from there on how I come across Zach and all of the guys doing comic reviews and how they fucked up the Jedi, and watching videos from Just Some Guy and all of these things. So it goes on from there. I got a whole bunch of lyrics, but I got to organize it now, and I got to get the part in with Malin and all of that stuff. But I got a part where it goes, Marvel got in bed with it, and Disney's at the head of it. They treated us like shit in a way that we forgetting it. So now Corona hit, and you are all now fit to trip. You lose, cause I got the Comicsgate blues. You lose. So it's gonna go. I'm telling you, once I get it all organized, I'm telling you, it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be long because I want to get all of the parts. It's gonna be like in a chronological order. First, I find out about Comicsgate, and it's Zach and them that's losing because they called Nazis and all of that, and then how the Comicsgate thing starts turning around, and then Marvel starts falling off with all the whack comic book characters, and now Corona hits, and then all of them start falling off, and then Donny Cates calls. I got that in here. He says here, Donny Cates says he'd like to. Donny Cates said he'd like to. Hold on. I got to get the rhythm down. Donny Cates says he'd like to talk, and that's no joke. So EVS said. So EVS gives Thornton's. Hold on. This is a good part. Donny Cates says he'd like to. He says that he'd like to talk. Okay. Donny Cates says Donny Cates says that he'd like to talk. So that, and that's no joke, Donny Cates says that he'd like to talk, and that's no joke, So EVS gives Thornton exclaims, well, okie dokie. So once I get it memorized in order and get all of the hooks and everything in place, it's gonna be banging. I'm gonna just blaze the whole thing out, throw it up on internet and on because I know if it's a joke, I already got the musical version of the song, so I think as long as I'm doing what do they call it when you doing a spoof on something?
Parody.
When you parodying something, it's okay. So as long as I'm not trying to make no money off of it, so I'm not trying to make it, I'm just putting this out. So, and I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah, and you can add in the clips, like maybe you can add in some
sound bites
from the.
Well, I'm gonna just let the song play. I'm gonna have I'm gonna have parts from the stream, pictures from the stream on there. I'm gonna show all of their faces. I'm gonna have their faces flashing through as I name the different players. I'm gonna have Gail Simone and all of the Infamous, Donny Cates. I even got that dude Dugan in here. So Donnie's claiming Daddy's sick. Dugan's saying eat a dick. Social justice hypocrite. They're showing that they're full of shit. So, I said, I just gotta get my beats down and get it all lined up and get it all, in the step with the music, and I'll be good.
Yeah, you gotta add in Kibble Smith.
Yeah, all of them is gonna be in there. All of them is gonna be in there. Kibble Smith, I'm gonna have to. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be pretty long, because with this stuff in here, I got at least 2 verses, and that's not even including the end. And I'm not talking about that because that's gonna wrap the whole thing up, and that's got to do with Donnie Smith, Donnie Cates, and all of that's in here. Jumping on Twitter faster than speed of light. They're blasting them when we reply. They go and cry and say we harassing them. Hold it, I gotta get the rhythm down again. Let me see. They jumping on Twitter faster than the speed of light. They're blasting them when we reply. They go cry and say that we harassing them. Okay, I got to get that down right. They jumping on Twitter. They jumping on Twitter faster than the speed of light. They're blasting faster than the speed of light. They're blasting them, and when we reply, they go cry and say we're harassing them. I got to get the beat down. I got to get that matched up with the rhythm. So. Get my cadence down. That's what I need to do. So once I get that one down right, that's gonna fit right in there. Because when I was doing it the other day, it was smooth. I was like, that's gonna be nice. Throwing that little rhyme in the middle before I hit them again with the harassing part. They cry. When we reply, they go and cry. That part in the middle, that's a nice little rhyme before you come back with the harassing from the blasting them.
No, that is good. That's good structure. I listen to rap. I've heard the Ill Street Blues in a while, but yeah. I remember that line where he's like something. He like throws somebody off of a balcony and shoots them on the way down.
Yeah. That's the part that I'm saving for the end. That's the part that I didn't want to talk about.
Oh, sorry.
No, but I got that part in there. It goes up. I'm Commerce Gate and we don't play clown. Buck. Take that with you on the way down. You coming around looking for a truth, but no, because you lose, because you got the Comics Gate Blues. You lose because he got the comic. That's the end of the song right there. That was supposed to come after the Donnie Cates part, because that's what he was doing on that. He was looking for a truth. When he called him, he was looking for a truth. So that's what that's all about. I just got to finish it and get it all twisted up and lined up right, because how you write rap is like you get the nice parts where you get all of your explosive lines in, and then you kind of line them up and match them up, and then you see how it all fits. And then when you get your 16 bars, that's how you line everything up, and then you put your hooks and all of that in. So. Mm-hmm. I haven't done that in years, man. I remember back in the days when I was a little kid and my friend had his first turntables in the basement and everybody was down there trying to learn how to cut and scratch. Yeah. So everybody was trying to be a DJ or a rap artist. Well, we called it was rap back then. Hip hop came along later, the whole culture. So, but I was there going to parks and having rap battles. We was there many nights. We went different neighborhoods, rap battles, people getting into fights because they lost, all kinds of stuff, all types of things breaking out. Yeah, man, it was great. So that stuff was really great. So yeah, that was the birth of a culture, man, back then. We didn't know that. But hey, today so many people know about it. When it was just people, basically kids that used to have nothing else to do, and we just created something that we had fun doing. We used to stand around in the park, singing or rap battling back and forth at each other. Somebody would get on the beatbox and start doing all of that, and then we go back and forth. just hitting people with stuff. That's how you go back and forth, go around, and before you know it, you get better and better. Everybody's trying to outdo the last guy, and that's what Comicsgate should be like. It's a Comicsgate is a group of guys who should be outdoing. I've heard John Malin, man, me, EVS, and Zach are gonna be doing a book together. Man, I gotta bring my stuff up. I'm gonna be following I'm gonna be in the book with EVS. I gotta bring my artwork up. That's how everybody gets better. And guess who benefits from that? The customer.
Fans? Yeah,
that's right. The fans and the customer, because everybody's trying to improve their art so that they can compete with the other artists. Shoot, everybody's going to benefit from that. Everybody. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring up, because I'm a nobody. So I'm trying to bring up my stuff, my skills. I haven't drawn in a while, so I got to get in here every day and start putting in that work, putting in the work and bringing out my talents, man, and showing them. And I'm telling y'all guys are going to be impressed, because I'm going to give y'all the best stuff that I can think to do. And it's coming soon. It's coming this month. This month is going to be a regular thing, because like I said, I think I've eased up a little bit of things, and I think it's going to be better times. So
it's good to hear.
Yeah, man, I'm hoping so. The better times means I can get my stuff out there, and that's all I want, to get people to see it and want to come along for the ride. So yeah,
and now's the perfect time to, the Comicsgate. When I was younger, I used to think about all kinds of video game character crossover, all kinds of daydream stuff, but I never really considered that I'd actually be creating, like with Comicsgate, I could actually create a character and put it out there.
Yeah,
it's like so accessible now than it was 10 years ago.
Man, imagine me coming up back in the 80s and 90s and looking at all these books, and then seeing what the DC did over there with Milestone. Man, I was inspired. Because I felt basically everything that they did in Milestone was ripoffs, mostly. Hardware was basically Iron Man. Icon was basically Superman. They just, snatched little ideas here and there. And by this time, I had already created characters like the big red dude that I show off, and let me see if I have them in here, so I'm just not talking about them. But there's characters that I had and ideas that I've been working or thinking about as far as characters and different ideas that I want to explore. So when this whole Comicsgate thing dropped back in my lap, because back in the days, you got to remember, I consider myself to be a pretty strong individual, both mentally and physically. Okay, maybe I'm not what I used to be, but I still consider myself to be quite a strong individual, right? Especially mentally. That's most important. Mm-hmm. Mental strength is way more important than physical strength, even though it's a strength. It helps. It's definitely beneficial. So when coming up in certain I'm trying to be delicate, because I don't want to make it seem like, oh, a black man had it harder and all. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about, in some cultures, you are exposed to things in ways to where this is good for you to enjoy, but it might not be for you as far as getting involved. And that's how I felt when it came to comics books. I never saw anybody that I knew that was, and I'm not saying that there weren't any, I'm just saying I wasn't exposed to any. And so I've only seen people like John Burns, Bashima, and the Todd McFarlanes, and all of these. I've never seen until Milestone came up, and so that was inspiring. But my brother's girlfriend worked in the city, and she was able to get a phone number for Marvel. I know it was pretty, uh, Marvel, me and Marvel. I know I had to travel to get there, but I wouldn't have minded. And then I heard stories about how friends of mine had taken their art to Marvel, and how a lot of things that I'm hearing today, that the same exact practices, how people took their work there and they showed them their work, and later on they seen their characters slightly altered, maybe with a different name, and but everything else was their characters out there. They just took it and ran with it. And so right there, I was like, "Dad, going, I don't want to." But now it's like, I don't have to. I don't care about Marvel and DC. I was always a type of person who liked creating my own characters and video games and stuff. I haven't drawn other people's characters since I drawn the Incredible Hulk back when Bill Bixby played him on TV. So I never cared about drawing Spider-Man. I've done it, but it's not something, man, if I could only work for Marvel and draw the X-Men. Oh, if I only worked for Marvel and drew. No, I would have wanted to work for Marvel so that I can introduce my stuff so that I can get my work out there. But to look back and see EVS saying that he drew and created a lot of these characters for DC, and he's only getting such and such, which is a lot better than what Marvel evidently has been paying out for a lot of their creative work, their creatives. And this is the thing that gets me, is that a lot of these people up there, these editors, are not the creative part. The people buy comic books for the creativity. And so the people should be getting, the artists should be getting reaping most of the benefits. And there's a lot of people in the art world, even in fine arts, that experience the same things. They can't get really paid until they're dead, or they watch their paintings leave their hands. They get $1 million or $100,000, and then as soon as it leaves their hands, all of these rich people buy their work, and the price starts going through the roof. It starts selling it for millions and millions of dollars, and the artist is sitting there with $100,000 in his hand, or 20 G's or 50 G's in his hand, when they're selling his work for $5 million, $50 million, $10 million. This is ridiculous to me. I think it's disproportionate to where people who don't know a first thing, well, they might know something about art, but they're not producing any, and they're reaping all of the benefits, from the curators to the people who set up the shows and put them into these galleries and all of this stuff like that. Everybody's making more money than the artist, and then the artist, his work makes more money after he's dead. Well, yeah. Comic books is the only place where you can make a good amount of money before you die. And now I'm seeing that Comicsgate has found the prime way for somebody like me to put out my work. I don't care about other people's work. And Evia says it. I never want to work back in the mainstream, and I could give two doo-doos about Green Lantern and all of that stuff. I got Cyberfrog, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I can't say that I'm as good as Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and none of those guys, but I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna give it my best shot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it my best shot.
Go for it.
Yeah, man. So I found out from a guy. I went out yesterday and I found out from a guy that he has family that draws. So I might be able to get an artist to do one of these books, and that's all we've been looking for, man. I've been putting the probes out there, so that's what I'm saying. I'm getting some good news coming my way, and if we can get a artist that's gonna be, he did say that the kid kind of flaky, but I'm gonna put him through the paces. He's gonna have to draw. He's gonna have to draw his ass off before he gets the job, because I can't have him messing up. He's gonna have to do like 3 to 5 pages of action and story based drawing, so that, and it has to look like the story can be told in the art, not in the lettering, because he has to leave room for the bubbles, the letter bubbles, and he has to be able to depict the things that's necessary to show the action and all of these things. And I'm gonna put him through the paces. If he can handle it, then we'll get him on there. Get him started on a couple of these stories that I got. I could let him do the God Tomb, or let him start on the Bounty Hunters, and because I'm thinking of I already got the opening for it. It's sending them. You can have it open on a conference, or what do they call it when the military is setting up a mission. And they got to get the details of the mission and sit down there. But you could open on that, or they could already be on location, getting ready to jump out of a plane, or getting ready to do an incursion, or whatever it is. But I'm going to figure out the best way to start that off. Have them infiltrating a terrorist base, probably have them on the outskirts, doing all of the technical stuff, and doing head counts, and examining terrain, and mapping out insertion points, and all of that stuff that I see in stuff like with Metal Gear Solid and all of that stuff like that, because I don't have any other place to learn this stuff. I'm not about to be calling the military to how do you do all your tactical insertions, and what kind of technical terminology do you use, and all that. So I write down everything I learned from video games and tactical TV shows like SWATs and all of those types of shows, and 24. They use a lot of terminology in 24 and Alias and all of that. So those are my main. That's why you hear me talking about them a lot, because my tactical terminology, I get a lot of that stuff from those 3 shows, Alias, 24, and La Femme Nikita. That's an old show from back in the 80s, 90s, late 80s, early 90s. I think it's 90s, but from USA. Very good show. I got it on DVD, so I watch it all the time, anytime I feel like it. Excuse me. But yeah. So those are my I use anything possible in order to gain tactical knowledge for my and I started doing that years ago for my Twin Assassin stories, because they had a lot of terminology that is tactical. So I would use terminology that I heard and kind of flip it just a little bit, because it's supposed to be future, in the future, the Twin Assassin stories. So you could think of that as soldier with Harrison Ford. What's the name of the movie? I don't know why I'm blanking. I guess I should never smoke before you come on live stream. Short-term memory. Okay. Blade Runner.
Oh yeah.
So Blade Runner, you think of Blade Runner, that type of future, dark future with because that's how Earth is going to be back in the future. It's going to be kind of dark. You got to think of it that Earth had this. It's going to be a whole history behind the story. Earth had this technological explosion, which allowed America had this technological explosion, which allowed them to basically take over the world, but financially, with their technology, it basically put OPEC out of business, and they wanted to start trouble, but it also allowed mankind to populate a few of the other planets. And so in order to keep our enemies happy, like China and Korea and some of the OPEC companies and countries and all of that, we let them have some of the moons around Saturn. But the atmospheric conditioners, they could only do some of they allowed them to make certain parts and things that was basically non essential. And so the atmospheric conditioners was basically what transformed a lot of the planet's surfaces so it could be more inhabitable towards humans. They basically use planets or the moons around Saturn and Jupiter, and used Mars, Venus, and Earth. And Venus became one of the best places for drugs growing and fruits and vegetables because the acidic nature of Venus. This is where my whole outer space fascination comes from. I have like at least 4 or 5 seasons of Universe, and I love watching that type stuff. And so I know that there's a whole lot of dense clouds around Venus and a lot of high acidic concentrations. So after years of clearing out the atmosphere, the soil still has all this high acidity. So with the right types of farming and techniques, they produce the most rich, powerful drugs and the best fruit, large fruit, and most delicious tasting fruits and all of this. So I could go on and on about this story because I'm telling you, I have so much lore and so much story and so much action and so much different things going on in this story, and it's I can't wait to get it out there. I'm telling you, this is one of those stories I started writing years and years and years ago. Like I said, back in the days of the Blade Runner and Soldier and stuff. This was back in the 90s. I was writing this, so I've got so much.
It's going to pay off to have all these your Stone God, God Tomb. You have all these stories, and because I was when you release a book, and maybe like the audience likes you, but they don't like that. They don't like sword and sorcery.
Yeah.
So when you release your next book, it's going to be about futuristic stuff, and that might be what that
people are looking for.
Yeah.
So it's like Polito. Polito, he did Lady Death, and then he came out with something else, but it didn't do too good. And then I think Luchador or the what is the one with the facial mask with the muerto, the death mask thing? It's a Spanish thing, I know, or a Mexican thing, where they had it's a time of the year where they celebrate. And they put the skulls on their faces and paint it on and all of that. And Day to Dead. I think it was one of those books like that. Yeah, but he did, and that one didn't really sell. I'm not sure. I might be having my titles off, but I know they went over it. Zach went over it in one of his videos like a year ago. He went over how Polito's campaigns was going and how he stuck with it. When he first came out with, when he first was coming out with Jawbreakers, and then planning on coming out with the Iron Sights, he was showing Polito and how he mixed it up, and that's what he was trying to tell EVS, and then EVS came out with this and with Wreck Planet, and Zach said, "Let me shut up because everything I said is wrong." Because he was telling them, no, he should switch it up. Don't come out with Cyber Frog now. Switch it up. Do Rainbow Brute. And everybody said, no, we wanted Cyber Frog. Do Cyber Frog. So that's what he did. And look at it. Look at the campaign. So that's what I want to do. I want to mainstream this Thug City story. And that one's going to just pour out every other story. Because even this Bounty Hunters thing, it can exist in my Might's world. This could be an event that takes place somewhere in the universe that I'm creating here. And so this could even be an extension somewhere around down the line, like just like Guardians of the Galaxy, an extension of the Marvel Universe, and they've managed to bring them all together. This story can be that too, because it's not too far out of the way. I have stories. I was going to introduce that one too, the story that I was telling y'all about, where my nephew and I was working on the stories together, but he never gave me his characters, so I took his characters out and put mine in, and I continued from there. But I didn't really continue that much. I just put it to the side. So I figured maybe for exclusive members, if I ever get to that point, for members and people who like donate to Patreon at a good tier, we can work together on that story, bringing in characters that people want to create for themselves, and we can have them do in there. I'll help them develop stories and character lines and villains and all of that stuff, and bring it out in that story. And that story, I don't think that story can work in this universe or this realm with Might, because the things that go on in that story is so different. I don't see any way. It would be or have to be in an alternate dimension in some kind of way. And I just don't see how it can exist in this universe. So that would be a totally different timeline, or a totally different universe, totally different world, or another Earth, some other Earth. So that's why I say I have a few stories like that where I don't think that they can exist on the same plane as the Might of Thug City. And so, like I said, I know I have plenty of characters that I can put in there, and plenty other characters that I can put in the other books. That's the great thing about what I did when I considered, and it wasn't supposed to be that way. I was only supposed to create a couple of hundred characters. It was only supposed to be one book, and it was only supposed to be the back half. So it wasn't even supposed to be an entire book. The first half was going to be all of the origins of the most prominent characters that I created. The front was going to be little sketches, and then origins and all of that stuff. I'm separating it into like 3 or 4 pages for each character, and I was going to do a little breakdown on their stories, draw up a little design, and have my most prominent characters in the front, and then in the back would just be the names, about 200-300. I figured that's all I needed to create a universe. How many bad guys and how many good guys do you need? If you have some reoccurring bad guys, you can make that work for a good long time. Look at all of Batman's villains. They keep coming back and run his whole thing. Ra's al Ghul and Joker and the Croc and all of these different and the Court of Owls. You bring in some specialty groups from time to time, and man, and I got all of that. I've got that. I wish I could just flip through my book and show y'all how I just collected all of these crazy. Oh, somebody else is in the chat, is in the lobby, I hope. And yeah, so Gargoyle, my man Gargoyle is here.
Hail, hail. Sorry I'm late.
Goddamn. Hail Commons.
Yo, Gargoyle.
He's a goddamn.
Hail, brother. Hail the goddamn. Sorry,
Yeah.
forgot about the goddamn. The goddamn.
The condom.
I said goddamn. Goddamn, not condom. Condoms are good too.
You gotta get you having pornographic materials. La Muerta. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was
Yeah,
about
David-
to buy that set, but then I saw Lady Death and I'm like, damn, I love Lady Death. That has a bunch of childhood memories. Remember the anime they made? The movie anime for Lady Death?
Yeah. I that's one I don't have. I don't-
You weren't missing out on much. That was when anime was getting bad.
Yeah, because I got the HBO Spawn series. I have that.
I have mixed feelings about that now since I'm older.
Man, I gotta watch that. I haven't watched it in a while. Matter of fact, I think I bought the updated version last year or the year before, and I haven't watched it yet.
It's best to watch that at night. I tried watching it recently because it's just so dark. It's frustrating to watch.
I love that show. I love the show. I didn't appreciate them changing. Was that the one they changed the guy to a white guy? Yeah. No, I think that the animation.
No, that was the movie. They changed Terry into a white guy.
Changed him to a white guy. It wasn't that bad, but I didn't see why they had to do that. If
it was kind of dumb.
Like that, yeah, they should have left it like that. But it wasn't that bad, but they shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I agree. They shouldn't have done it. It was stupid.
Yeah.
It was weird because it was like I knew ever since I was a kid, Terry was always black.
Yeah.
So why would you make Terry white?
It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was kind of goofy.
So
I'm not sure there's ever been a time where they've done a race swap and I've really enjoyed it. Maybe when they had Michael Clark Duncan as the Kingpin, just because I like that actor, but
he fit the role so much better than any other established actor at the time.
Yeah.
So,
I mean
that's
there
why
was.
I didn't mind it, but I didn't really like it either because I grew up with the white Kingpin, and so I really but I couldn't see anybody with that size that put out there.
They could have been fucking and got Butterbean. He was first jackass.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Some of those wrestlers, I don't know why they don't use more of the wrestlers because the wrestlers they act all the time and they're big. A lot of those guys are huge, so why not use them? One of the best times that they succeeded with making a horror movie in the later times is when they made that movie with Kane, See No Evil. That was that was one of the last good horror movies that I've seen.
Really? I didn't even see that.
It wasn't that great, but it was good for considering it was a WWE movie and it was a horror because there's not too many horror movies these days that I appreciate.
It's funny that guy's now fucking a mayor of a city in Tennessee now.
Who's that?
Glenn Jacobs, motherfucking Kane.
Oh, word?
Yeah. When he was campaigning, he was driving around in a fucking smart car. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, Glenn Jacobs. Look him up.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm definitely gonna have to do that.
Yeah, he's a mayor right now.
Hold on, we could do that right here.
Yeah. It's funny when you listen to his tapes and him when he was campaigning. It's like, damn, I would vote for this guy.
Glenn Jacobs. You know if he was truly the Undertaker's brother?
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I thought so.
Never was. That's the first thing I looked up to when I found out he was running for mayor. I was like, I wonder if the Undertaker was really his brother, because that would be interesting.
Oh, he looks so dopey with that suit on. Hold on. We're gonna have to share this. Oh snap! We're gonna have to get pictures of this.
But he's still a fucking giant in that fucking suit.
Yeah, but with that hair, he looks. He
Yeah.
kept his head shaved.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on,
think
we're gonna have to share.
he didn't want to shave his head because he would look like the character from See No Evil.
But still, everybody knows him as that, and I understand that this is his natural look. But he looks so dopey.
But you know, I learned in real life because I had a done story. I had an anti-terrorist unit come to my house and run an investigation on me, and all the detectives, most of them, they look like fucking chubby idiots. And I think it's a good reason. It's to subvert who you think is going to, you know, if you're trying to fuck somebody up or trying to do some damage, you know, the cold motherfuckers are the ones you're looking out for if you're trying to attack somebody because you're thinking those are the ones who are going to attack you first, not
You
the
can't tell
stupid idiots.
This doesn't look dopey.
Yeah, yeah.
With
I
that
mean, it's
silly
hilarious.
hairdo, it just makes him look dopey. He's looking.
But it's political reason.
I understand that. I understand it's political reasons, but they also vote. If anybody's going to vote for him, it's because he's Kane. It's because he's Kane.
Yeah, but that's also the
Anybody
reason people wouldn't vote for him.
No matter what his political views is, it's because they know him as Kane. That's Kane. So why come out looking dopey? I don't understand. Why do you have to look dopey in order to be political?
Because he's trying to appease to the older people, the teachers and stuff like that. He can't come out with his long hair and mask.
People like me who's gonna appreciate him because I've known him since he first came on when he was. Who was he when he first? He wasn't Kane when he first came on. He was somebody else.
I don't know. I don't know that far.
Yeah, he's been Kane so long, but when he first came out, he had a mask, but it changed.
Mm-hmm.
I forget. I have to research. Well, matter of fact, it's probably right here.
Okay. Here's a question: how many people you think are out there that are like you who would appreciate Kane for Kane?
But why not? He is Kane.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking. I'm just asking realistically. How many people do you think?
They've known him all these years as Kane. Why? Because you let your hair grow out like this and have that dopey smile. Why does that more? Why can't he have his head bald just like in this picture and just wear a suit?
Well,
I don't see the difference.
Well, he already won mayor, so he can do whatever he wants with his hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He don't have those white eye prosthetics in his eyes, the lenses. So I don't get it. It's not like he's going out his way to look like Kane, but he really looks kind of dopey and simple with this smile on his face. Look at him.
You know what he should do? You know what he should do for his next campaign? Scroll down to get all the women. No, there you go. The image on the left. Go back up. The side by side of him in his suit and him without the shirt. Just post that everywhere to all the fucking old women and single women.
Oh,
then it'll get votes everywhere. Yeah.
I don't. He should not avoid being Kane. That's why everybody likes him.
He doesn't avoid being Kane.
I understand that. I'm just saying. His hair is clearly receding. He's working to keep that little patches looking good. I'm telling you. There's no need for his hair to look like that. Just keep it clean. Everybody already knows him like that.
Unfortunately, white people with shaved head never really.
I forgot about that. See, now that's your best argument right there. You should have led with that. That's your best argument because you shut me right up.
Well, I don't want to put that there because that's stupid. I shave my head all the time.
It's the truth. People associate white men with bald heads with Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that.
And he's
I'm
also
not-
in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You see?
Oh,
So
he ain't
yeah.
white. I
Yeah.
didn't know that. He's Spanish. 52
Yeah.
years old. Damn.
He's Spanish.
Does he cut promos or I remember he was like mute, wasn't he, in the wrestling?
There was some segments, because I looked it up, that he actually talked to The Rock.
Yeah, he did talk. There was time he talked.
And then eventually, I didn't know this, eventually he's
Hey, we lost him.
Uh-oh. Come in, Gargoyle.
Mike, we lost your mic, Gargoyle.
oh, sorry. I was on Wikipedia off my phone like a moron.
Wow.
Yeah, but there you go. We got Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of Knoxville County, Tennessee.
Well, hey, I wish him all the best. I
Me
wish
too.
him all the best.
Maybe eventually he'll be president of the United States. That would be cool.
Hey.
Yeah.
He's 52. Trump was what, 70 when he became president?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Glenn Jacobs got like 20
I don't
more
know.
years.
These days it looks like they're trying to get rid of people.
Yeah.
Like they don't want anybody over a certain age doing anything. Hey, who was that popped in? Somebody popped in and popped out. What's the matter? Was
Time
that
gets
Chris?
weird.
It had to be Chris. That's the only other person that I sent the link to.
You know, Jesse Ventura, he had I don't know what his politics really were, but he had a really good
Libertarian.
Libertarian. Okay. He had really good presence, what's the word? What's the word? Stage presence? Charisma, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was good at getting his unlike me, getting his points out. He was really good.
Yeah,
So
you and me both.
so did
today.
so did Arnold Schwarzenegger at the time, but then he had those goofy law regulations that people couldn't stand, like when it came to the video game stuff. And of course, he was king of the most violent movies out there. So people were like, okay, why are you banning these certain content in video games, but yet you have movies that are rated PG-13 with content like this?
Yeah.
And then their excuses, well, one's simulated while the other is art. Well, isn't art simulation either way?
Yeah. Art is one thing you can always say that the artist stole. The artists steal from everything because that's the nature. There's very few artists that have with the abstract stuff, but most other artists, they steal everything that they create.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. It comes from something that they've seen someplace, sometime, that they've manipulated in some way to make it their own, but it's all stolen visuals from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, my story is basically the Punisher mixed with Wild West elements and noir elements.
Yep. Everything I've got, it came from somewhere. I like dragons. I like this. I like that. So I've seen some movie somewhere that gave me the inspiration to bring my world together. But it all comes from somewhere. Oh, the look, the character design, all comes from somewhere that some artist seen something. And he decided to put it in there, plug it in there, and mold it, shape it, twist it, smack it up, flip it, rub it down, and put it on paper or canvas or whatever, carve it out of stone, clay, and show it to the world. That's what it is.
I think what art really should be about, it's not about it's about being able to open a window and being able to get people to to look in or look back at your influences. Like, for instance, you know, we talked about your Frank Frazetta influences and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, even coming to you and looking at your art and people being inspired by you and going, where'd you get that? And you're like, oh, I was such a huge fan of Frank Frazetta, and they go back and look at Frank Frazetta. Same thing with stories. You know,
Yeah.
I like making stories where you're able to be like, okay, this was based on this and this event, where people can, you know, basically research and be like, oh shit, so that really happened, and look at it at their own and
Yeah.
try to
That's what
figure
I
out
hope.
what
That's
happened.
why I introduce people to those stories. Hoth Rebel was saying that I got to keep up with those old classic stories that I keep talking about, because I kind of got a niche where YouTube doesn't really have a lot of these old movies. And I say, yeah, I want to keep doing it. It's just keeping in the. It takes a while to make those videos, and you spend 3-4 hours doing it, and there's times you want to do some other stuff. And so keeping that discipline, I know it's beneficial. I know I need it. I know those where I get my best results. I think my best video is Angels with Dirty Faces. It got like 80 something views, and all of the rest of my videos got 20, 10, something like that. So I know that's my best niche. I know it, but I just have to, like I said, I'm trying to dedicate myself. I'm gonna put aside each day. Monday, I'm gonna do this. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm gonna draw. Friday, I'm gonna do my clay. Saturday, and do my story times. I gotta regiment myself and make sure that I stick to it. That's all it's gotta be.
Yeah, I feel you. The most views I get on my live streams is video game streams.
Yeah,
But
I was even gonna do that because I know video streams get large viewership. Because I was playing when last time I was playing the Modern Warfare, I was trying to get this connect to YouTube so that I could stream, but it kind of the screen froze and all kinds of stuff, so I didn't know what was going on.
yeah,
It was
it's a
my
pain
first
in the
time
ass.
trying to stream, so I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing, so I just canceled all of it and kept playing.
Hey, let me know when you need help setting that up. I'll help
Oh,
you.
yeah.
That shit is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, cool. I'm definitely gonna have to, because I need everything right now to try and get my viewership up, get my subs up, because I really want to start getting some kind of income coming in from this, because if I can get even just a small amount for some bills here and there from some ads, it would be good to offset some of the money going out. You know, that's what I'm trying to do, get to that 1,000. But I know that I'm not being busy enough to keep the algorithm wanting to do what it's supposed to do and share my videos enough.
Mm-hmm.
I get people saying comments, yo, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, but I'm not keeping it up. So it's just got to be discipline. Discipline. Get in here, discipline.
It takes time too. I mean, really, it took me over a year to even, you know, get acknowledged by people we consider, you know, higher ups of Comicsgate.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, but I'm not. I know that I have to grow my channel, even with Ethan and all of them. I still need to have my own thing going. I want
Right.
to like
Raging Golden Eagle.
I want to be like him. He's got a large following, and he sold his book practically without Ethan's help.
Yeah,
They
but
basically
he had a manga side, kind of like that Umbrella guy covered the Vic Mignogna side.
Well, I like animes. I got all of these animated movies that I want to put out. I want to review. Like I said, I got all kinds of CG animated stuff. Like I got the 3 Resident Evil movies. I've got 40K Warhammer CG movie. That's computer graphics. I got all kinds, Appleseed, all kinds of movies. All of the Akira.
Right on.
A lot of people don't know about, or if they do, they don't really talk about it too much on YouTube. So I want to be the one to bring it out there, and I'm just being stupid, stubborn, lazy.
Speaking of which, play the shit out of that Resident Evil 3.
Yeah, I gotta get that. Yeah.
You want to hear my best review about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're gonna get it now, you're better off getting the Raccoon City edition, where you get the multiplayer, you get the Resident Evil 3.
Remake, right? Those are remakes of the original.
Yeah, and the Resident Evil 2.
Over the originals. I know that they updated all of the graphics and all of that, but I got the originals though.
Okay. Otherwise, at this point, Resident Evil 3 is not worth it.
Yeah. All right.
Basically, Resident Evil 3 itself is pretty much should have been a DLC. It's just stupid. There's buttons they put into it that are completely pointless. Like there's literally an A button that you hit, but you don't escape. You still get bitten. So what's the point in having the button mashing?
Yeah.
And then there's two boss battles that they're the same, that you could literally beat the boss the same way in the same boss battles, which it runs around in a huge ass circle and all you do is shoot mines.
Yeah.
It's dumb, and it's not worth $59. The multiplayer is kind of interesting, but it's a base, and besides that should have been something that's free, but they're trying to sell it as a $60 package.
Welcome, Chris.
Hello.
Hey, welcome, Chris.
Thanks for telling me. Thanks for having me on the show, Indominus Monstrosity.
No problem, man. You know you're part of the Goddamn, and we always welcome Goddamn members.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I thought I saw you pop in before, so I was like, "Yo, he popped in." I
had to go do something real quick.
I thought that was you. So I said, "Let me check and let's see what you." When I saw you pop in this time, I said, "Let me pop you in there before I go back to the other screen." So
yeah, and I can only stay a little bit. I have other stuff planned today. I'm only maybe an hour or so, or less. Thanks, but it's But has Health Rebel told you about my live stream yesterday? I had Mike Barron on, a classic who's doing his own thing on Indiegogo. Sadly, it didn't really get funded, but it's a really good comic book. Apparently, Mike Barron is really big in comic books. He used to work at various big comic book companies.
What's the name of the book?
Yeah.
Off-Worlders.
It's basically.
I heard about that. Yeah. Matter of fact, I think EVS did something on him the other day.
Yeah.
Did a promotion for him.
I know. It's pretty good. It's basically barbarians versus aliens, which is pretty cool in my opinion.
Yeah.
Basically, a bunch of aliens invade 5th century Europe and basically attack a bunch of Celts and barbarians and stuff.
Matter of fact, I remember seeing him on there when EVS passed the 500,000. He came on.
I know. I had him on my show yesterday. Apparently, I'm really good. I got to talk to the guy about his project and stuff. He said he could be on my show today as well. I would have liked to see if I could get him on here.
Trying to reach out to some of these guys and see if I can get some of them on my
I know.
But now that I'm going to be opening up with some of my unlimited streaming, I'm gonna. Well, it should be this month.
I could see if I could do him now, and maybe he would jump on real quick.
Oh, that would be great if he popped in here.
There we go. Off-Worlder. I see it right here. It's got 5 days left.
Can I share my screen with you? He gave me a bunch of pictures of his new comic book he wants to bring out as well. It's not just Off-Worlder; it's this other one.
Well, we could talk about that. That's what I'm saying. He could talk. We could talk about stories. We could talk about anything you want to talk about. You know me. I'm a story machine.
Oh shit! This shit looks fucking bad as fuck.
Let me see. Let me share this.
Scroll down. There's this this guy called Rathgar. Fucking bad. Reminds me of Death Dealer.
Yeah, Death Dealer. Let me share with the audio. And get this offer. Share.
Damn, dude.
Yes. He doesn't have. Okay. He doesn't. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Let's see some of these pictures. He doesn't have the. Let me see if he has. Oh, there it is. Video. Let's see what he got to say in the video.
Throughout history, there have always been times of great calamity. And in those times of strife and conflict, a hero arises.
A hero arises.
Offworlder, a new sci-fi epic.
Offworlder.
Princess Sarah, fleeing the
Princess
beautiful
Sarah.
city of knowledge, Alexandria.
Sorry about
The
that.
Caliphate and her brother, Princess Sarah, fleeing the beautiful city of knowledge, Alexandria. The Caliphate and her brother both want her dead.
Guys, could you take up a moment here?
She
Could
set
you
sail
stop
on a
that? I got Mike Barron here.
Oh,
He says
Oh,
he'd like to come
cool.
on. He only has 20 minutes.
Come on, Baron.
Yeah, you have a where can I see you have DMs and
DMs.
and
Let's see. Wait, let me
on Twitter?
start
I can send you the link.
on Twitter. Yeah. You already sent me a link here.
Oh,
is there any way I
send
can?
them can you send you got connections with them, send them the link.
All right. I guess retweet it, right?
Yep. Or just
let's see,
forward the message.
Forward the message, yeah.
Copy message. It says copy to clipboard. Let's go over here and paste there. If I can get there.
Yeah. I got
There.
a question about this woman who does not look like a Viking. Is this in the United States? And he
That'd be seasons.
raped and forced married this woman? That's
It
quite.
could be the Vikings did come to America, so it could
Yeah.
be.
Yes, they did. And he took this woman, and he's like, "You're my wife. You're sexy." That's what I would do
Come
if
here,
I were
baby.
if I were a ginger. I'd be like, "I like your dark skin in here. You're gonna be my bride. I'm gonna bust all kinds of nut all over that face." And then he's got another wife. She's got some nice titties, but she's all mad. She's like, "No, you're gonna fuck a dark skinned woman." Like, yeah, I like her. But I was the only one that liked your ginger ass with your ginger pubes. Like, I don't care. I'm a king.
Yeah, man. Things went on. Things went down.
Hell yeah.
This works. I gave him the link to your thing when you sent me one.
Yeah.
I put it in the message thing. That should work, right?
In which
I
message?
guess.
In the you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I put it in the message thing. Mike
And
Barron and
Twitter?
I were using. So I put the link to your chat in here.
I think he DM'd him.
Yeah, I think that's. Now we have to wait. He says link. I got 20 minutes. It was 2:58. We have a few minutes to wait for this.
Cool.
Him to respond and stuff. I was wondering, did you get something yet?
No,
It
no,
should
no,
be,
I have nothing yet. So
We have to wait a bit.
and yeah, we can wait and let's watch the video together.
We should be able to see him on the backstage.
Yeah, he's not there yet. He's not there yet. Let's restart the video.
I guess he'll send a message if it doesn't work, right?
I hope so. It should work. He should be able to use it too, right? Because it's plastered in my message thing here. I mean, I just hit the message myself, and it brought up another StreamYard thing.
You put it in the DMs of your. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, I saw. How you doing there, Mike?
Hail,
I seen
Mr.
you on
Barron.
EVS. I seen you on EVS stream before. I've seen you on a few people's streams. I'm glad to see you got your book out.
yeah. We don't hear it. We can't.
We
start-
can't hear you, Baron.
This works. This guy is a comic book writer. He used to work at a bunch
Give
of.
him a minute. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
Yeah.
man.
Yes.
All right.
It's great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, how's everything going? We see that you got your book out here. You got a $20,000 fixed goal.
Yeah, we ain't going to make it, guys. We're going to reboot and retool and come back with a leaner book.
Okay. So, you did the art on this book?
Oh, hell no. I wrote it. That's Jordi Armengol did the art.
All right. Jordi Armengol. Let's see some of this work here. Yeah, I like this. This is definitely nice work here, but it looked like, like you said, I see the resemblance there with the death dealer. He just doesn't have the axe.
We got axes, though. There's an axe on the cover.
All right. Yeah, I see. All right. So I hear that you've been in the business a long time.
Yeah.
How many years?
40.
Wow. What kind of properties you've worked on? Let's hear a little resume. Let my audiences hear what kind of experience you're working with here.
Well, I broke into comics in 1981 with Nexus, with my partner Steve Rude. And Nexus is still being published today. Dark Horse is going to bring out a new edition later this year. And I created Badger a year after that. And because of that, I went to work for the majors. I wrote Punisher for 5 years.
All right.
I wrote The Flash, Dead Man, Star Wars.
Oh, so I probably definitely have some of your works.
Probably.
No
Couple
shit.
Batman. A lot of Valiant stuff. Turok.
Oh, I definitely have Turok. I got the #1 Turok. I
Yeah,
think I got the foil cover and all that.
Yeah, I didn't do that one, but I worked with Rags Morales, and we did a bunch of Turoks. I'm very proud of them.
Right.
I did some Shadow Man and Archer and Armstrong.
Holy shit. Damn.
Wow. You definitely have a resume on you.
This is going to sound corny, but you've been there my whole entire childhood, dude.
I hope you came out okay.
Well,
Kind of
not in the
okay.
business yet, but I've been drawing and I'm trying to get it in there. So keep an eye out for me. I'll be trying my best to get up in there sometime either late this year or early next year. But
well, hey, listen, send me a link on Twitter. I'm at Bloody Red Baron on Twitter, you guys. So I know who I'm talking to. Just send me a message. Tell me, identify yourselves.
definitely.
Yes, sir.
Will do.
Do it right now. At Bloody Red Baron. Yeah, that's right. I think that was the handle. Because I watch a lot of Ethan stuff and I've been catching up on where Ethan goes. I try to subscribe and follow his streams and people he goes. And I know I've seen you on a few different streams.
Yeah, I was on Billy Tucci last night.
Yeah, I know I saw you.
Hey guys, I kind of want to show the artwork that Mike Barron gave me yesterday in my DM message thing. It's about his new project he has out. He's going to be working on. It's called Cue Ball. You'll love it. I love the artwork he has on it and the story he has for it. Can I use my share screen on it to show you guys it? All right, let's see this. Get this. All right, right there, right here. Here's Cue Ball, if you can see it.
Hold on, let me get there, sure.
You guys see it yet?
Nah.
Hold on. I gotta catch up. I'm stuck on stupid a little bit here. Okay.
No, I don't see it either.
Is this here right here?
Oh, but you know, in next month
I don't see it.
we're gonna start a crowdfunder for Florida Man.
All right.
There it is.
You see it?
Yeah.
Sir.
I know. Look at that artwork. That's Cue Ball, the guy on the pool
On
cue.
the pool cue.
Yeah, I decided to use that shot first off. He's a great character. Let's see. I'll go up here and show you some of the artwork. There's this early art. Here's some of the ones for the cover.
That's the cover for #2 there.
All right.
Looks awesome. And not to mention, it's just good to have a comic book that looks like this again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That looks
well,
great.
Barry McLean Barry McLean is my artist. Barry lives in Denver. Barry's a genius. Every time he sits down to draw, it's better than the last time. I mean, he did this work 2 or 3 years ago. You should see what he's doing now. He's finishing up cue ball number 3 right now.
What's Cue Ball about? Can you talk any?
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about it?
It's an espionage martial arts thriller.
Okay.
Oh,
Now, hang
cool.
on, I'll give you the blurb. I got blurbs for everything. It's very important to have a blurb, boys. Very important to have a blurb.
Yeah,
All right, I gotta find this. Let me.
I like
just-
that's right. That's a cover right there too, right? That little dark one. Yeah, right there.
There we go. All right. Detroit homeboy Curtis Ball joined the Merchant Marine and ended up managing a warehouse in Manila. Curtis wanted only 2 things out of life: to see the world and study Kali Eskrima. But when a pack of tuxedoed sharks muscle their way into his warehouse, Curtis learns the hard way that it's not always smart to mind your own business. The spooks are looking for Donna Wing, a beautiful Chinese blogger forced to flee due to her exposés of child organ trafficking. Now Curtis and Donna are on the run from the Chinese government, the Tongs, and a group of international cutthroats who will stop at nothing to stop them from reaching the United States and spilling their guts. Sometimes you have to spill some guts to spill your guts.
That sounds great. That sounds great.
Compelling.
I can see the evisceration.
Yeah, and one thing that we pride ourselves in this comics is we show the martial arts accurately in
Yeah.
an exciting and dynamic manner. They're all real techniques.
Okay,
That's
this is the
cool.
back.
Okay.
And who's the big guy over there he's facing?
Oh, that's just a generic bad guy, but
Okay.
I think that he appears in the second issue. You
All
know,
right.
it's been a while since I wrote it, and I've written so much stuff since then. I remember what happens, but I forget all the names I gave him. So I'd have to go look.
How many series is the Cue Ball?
There's going to be 5 issues.
5 issues, okay. And you said you written them a long time ago, so
Only 2 years. 2 years.
okay. The books have already been out, or this is the first time?
One book is out. We crowdfunded the first book, and I have
Okay.
copies of the first book.
Okay, all right.
I have a couple hundred left, and I know Barry's got a bunch.
Okay.
So if you're interested, contact
Yeah,
me.
definitely. I'm definitely gonna have to get in on some of these crowdfunding. I'm trying to free up my money so that I can get in on some of these books, man, because I'm missing out and I don't like it. I like getting in on the good stuff, and this stuff looks good.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, who is this? Is this Gargoyle?
I'm a Monstrositus
Ah,
X,
okay.
and this is
Nah.
Monstrosity. The channel.
Oh, I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
You say he practices a martial art called Screama?
Well, Cue Ball does. Kali Eskrima. That's
Where's that?
it's from the Philippines, and a lot of it has to do with sticks. And it's also
fighting,
called
yeah.
arnis. You know, there's a lot of stick fighting. That's why he carries that pool cue with him everywhere.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, I think I've seen that some movie. I'm not sure if it was that one with the guy who was doing all of that kicking and jumping and flipping and bouncing off the walls thing. I forget the name of it, but it was a movie that came out like around 2010, 2013. And this guy I think he made 2 or 3 movies, and he was doing a lot of that jumping around. And
Well, if you go way back to the early Steven Seagal movies, he does
Yeah.
a lot of stick fighting.
yeah,
And that's the most basic Kali Eskrima pattern there is when you see him and Danny Inosanto going at it.
yeah. I remember him from Game of Death.
Ong
Yeah.
I
Bak.
remember Steven Seagal.
Yeah,
Steven Seagal finding it at the pool house in Out for Justice. That was a great scene.
yeah. Out for Justice was good. Yeah, so yeah, you say that you have a Indiegogo or going on now with this?
Well, you know, it's funny, guys, because later on in a little while, I have a meeting with my Kickstarter runners and the artist.
Okay.
That's for Florida Man. That's
Yeah.
another book. Never mind. No, Cue Ball. I have a publisher that's very interested. A publisher with money and reach. It's a new publisher.
Okay.
I don't want to go into any details because they haven't announced yet, but it looks good.
Okay, that's good, man. So you're going to be getting them at the stores.
I don't know. Distribution is a mystery to me too, along with so many other things. But one thing's for sure, and that's nothing's ever going to be the same after this crisis. Diamond is shut down. The only part of the comics industry is thriving are these crowdfunded comics, because the people that put on the crowdfunders, they fulfill their obligations themselves wherever they are. They just mail those comics out, no matter what state they're in.
Well, I was listening to EVS talk about the new get going back to the old days and putting the books into grocery stores and different places like that. And I was thinking that maybe that because paying these guys are going to be about the same thing, where how much they're going to want per book. And in our scheme, or in the Comicscape way of doing things, I don't think that we need to give some of these places as much money as some of these the old comic book stores used to get, because we could sell a product online and basically treat any place that we use for distributing the stores as a drop off or pickup, like UPS does. They have these pickup stores or pickup locations, and you could sell the book online and just basically have certain locations like grocery stores or whatever who are pickup locations, and you basically already paid for the book online, and they'll agree to hold the book in a certain location for the people in that area could come and pick up their books, and they'll get like 50 cents per the book instead of like $1 or $2 per book.
With any luck, there are going to be new comic kiosks appearing in Walmart next month, thanks to Mitch Breitweiser, who's pioneering a new distribution scheme. I just posted the cover of the Cue Ball that's actually been published on my Twitter feed.
Okay. We're going to take a look at all of that.
Yeah, you got to click it on. It just shows you a little bit.
Looking at me or this? I have it right here. Is it down here?
I don't think it's on anything I sent you, Chris, the original cover.
All right.
But, I'll be happy to send it to you now if you like.
Yeah, because you guys are looking at my stuff, so I was worried that I wasn't giving it. So you guys saw the update, the cover right here. I brought it up so you look at it better. It's a really great artwork here.
Okay, this is the cover I'm talking about.
All right,
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys brought it up already, or
No, I was going with yours.
That's it.
Got it.
That's it.
All right. Oh, that's nice.
Damn.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, let me show you the Florida Man cover.
And you say, what's the artist's name? Let me get
The
that.
hardest thing.
The artist's
Oh.
name.
Barry McLean Jr. Barry McLean Jr.
Yeah, I like this guy's work.
Now, how do you pick your artists? Like, how do you?
Barry and I just kept running into each other. Hang on a second, boys. Hey, Vale. Good. Let me call you back in 10, okay? Right. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I like the action. I like the setup. I like the how you mapped that out. How you mapped out the action scene here.
Yeah, Barry did all that. By the way, that was Vale Myerick on the phone. I don't know if any of you guys know who he is, but he's the co-creator of Howard the Duck and just a great artist.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah, go on. I'm getting the works this week.
This is your biggest show ever, X.
Heck yeah, this is the biggest show ever. I've never had any real people established
Celebs.
on my show before, so this is great for story time over here. We do this every Saturday, and this is the first time that I've had an established artist with his book on my show. So I thank you for coming over here and showing your work over here.
The
Hey,
Mike
I'm thrilled
Barron.
at the opportunity.
Yeah, we all comic skate, and I say that comic skate helps comic skate, and I'm glad to be getting the help. The assist is beautiful.
How was
Yeah.
it?
Monster, I'm following you now.
Oh, great.
Monster.
Great.
I'm following you.
I'm following you, and
Yeah.
you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me, and you can come through anytime, and any advice that can be given, I would be glad to accept.
That's one thing I got plenty of.
Well, I'm willing to pick your brains. That's for sure.
What was it? Oh, when I was a kid, my comic instructor, we had this comic summer class, and my instructor was Ryan Douglas Ahern. He used to do the calendars for Wizard magazine, and a lot of the pages, like the best pages he would show us, say these are the pages you should follow, were always Nexus comics.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very happy with Nexus, and we got a bunch of new stuff coming out.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think I have some Nexus comics. I'm not sure, but I know I have some of the stuff that you mentioned.
Yeah, Nexus was cool.
We're not done.
Well, that's good.
Hail.
I wish I could tell you what was happening behind the scenes, but
I understand. Trust me, I'm walking that tightrope myself, trying to tell about my story and not to give too much out, because I don't have the protections that a lot of you guys have. I don't have my company name yet or anything. So
have you published anything?
no, I'm in my 50s. And I've been drawing just to please myself. I used to put on advertisements on the sides of the buses and stuff like that. And the signs from the inside of the buses, I used to fold them in half and draw on the back of them, coming back and forth to work. And I've had dreams of drawing comics, but just too leery to go out. And then till the point to where I basically gave up. But I kept creating, kept adding things to the stories and the characters that I've had. And so now, since I've seen what Comic Skate is doing, it's like opened up a whole new avenue to me. And now, instead of worrying about some big major company giving me an opportunity, the opportunity is 100% in my hands. So I feel a revived rejuvenation in a lot of ways, to where I feel young and inspired and want to get everything out there. So this is what I'm trying to set up, and I want to do exactly what you all been doing.
Great.
These things are things that I want to absorb. Yeah, this is great. I'm definitely gonna check out your cue ball and your off-worlder. So what's going on with Off-World? How you said you're gonna restart that?
Yeah. Where the 20,000 was unrealistic. Well, we look at these books blowing past six figures all the time, and the thing about Off-Worlder is no one will be disappointed. In fact, it's going to exceed everybody's expectations when it comes out.
Yeah,
because you've seen a little bit of Jordy's art. I mean, it's just mind blowing the whole way through.
Did you give any kind of thought to what might have caused it to? Do you think that is the amount that you was looking for with the fixed goal, or
that's part of it, and also lack of exposure? We don't know how to use the internet.
Okay.
You guys having me on your show, that's a huge leap forward for me, and I thank you for it.
No problem. Having you here is a huge leap forward for me. I'm hoping that people will see that you've been here, and that we have artists on here that have books that's out there on my show. And this is the first time I think that we've had somebody who's on here who's got a book out there and who's trying to do what I'm trying to do, and so that's all good exposure for the both of us. And I can't wait to see what some of this inside stuff look like and what the story's all about.
Hey, if you guys are on Facebook, send me your Facebook links too.
Oh, mine's Facebook is the same on everything. Indigenous Monstrosity with Monstrositus X. I got to get a Instagram next, but I have a Patreon. I have here, and Facebook and Twitter.
Indigenous Monstrosity. I'm not finding it, dude. Just send me a message.
Okay, all right, no problem. But
is Ben Henderson going to be working with you on these some
No.
of these projects coming up?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
okay.
Nope. Ben has given us the project with his blessings. Ben's not doing anything in comics these days.
Okay, because I did remember when he launched the Offworlder a while back, and I'm happy to see that it's coming back and it's in it's gonna actually
Yeah. We're gonna
be
keep
released.
coming. We're gonna keep coming and coming until we get the damn book out.
that's good.
Excellent.
That's good because I like the way I like the artwork, and that's what drives me. That's what drove me when I started collecting comics again. It was mostly the art, because I never had any professional or training. I learned everything on my own. I picked up muscle magazines and comic books, and that was my school.
Okay, guys, I gotta go now.
Okay,
I got some other shit to do, but thank you for having me on.
glad that
Thank you for showing up, man.
all the best of luck, and I hope to see you come through
Me
again.
too. Me
Mike,
too.
Can I ask
Yeah.
something first? Are you going to be on my show later on at 6:00 maybe, or are you too busy?
I'll see. This is Chris, right?
Yep.
Let me see. I hope to, Chris. I hope I can drop in.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you, guys.
Hail,
All
hail,
right, now.
Mike Barron. Hail.
Hail. Praise
Hail.
Dude,
God.
that guy's a living legend.
Praise
Yep.
God.
Hail Mike Barron.
Yeah.
That was great.
Thanks.
If you ever
You're welcome.
If you ever read any of the Nexus comics and saw Steven Rude's art, his art is amazing.
Yeah, man, I gotta start. This is the reason why I'd have to get this unlimited streaming so that I can come in here and get on people's streams and get more exposure and get some of myself out there more. So
Yeah.
Hey guys, I think I have to go now too.
no problem. No problem.
Hey.
See y'all later. And I'll
Coming
Thank
through,
you
taking the
so
time.
much.
Thanks. See you.
All right.
Man,
Thank you,
that
Chris.
was very beneficial.
That was cool.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Damn, dude, you had a legend on your show. A living
man.
legend.
The first time.
Nexus is so legendary too.
Wow.
Like Steve Rude, if Steve Rude's art alone, you talk about art selling at a comic. Oh my God. Steve Rude, one of the biggest questions I have is how does that guy get Steve Rude under control?
Yeah, man. I tell you, man. Oh man, this is crazy, man. It's like surreal.
You had Mike Barron on your show.
and I've seen him on other people's shows, and I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, yo, okay. I'm listening to guys like Mr. Tucci and EVS talking to this guy and questioning him, and now I'm questioning him, and I have to find the right questions to ask. This is like you get a once in a lifetime opportunity, and you try not to fumble and trip over your own feet.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to kiss his ass a lot.
Yeah, so that was great. I'll tell you. So
Yeah,
let's get back to it, man. Let's
Hail, monstrosity.
Big smile on my face, man. This is great. All right, definitely gonna keep it up. Get this stuff off the ground, man. We're gonna fly, man. The Goddom is gonna fly.
Next time, you motherfuckers, back off-worlder, legendary Mike Barron.
Back off worlder, and when Q Ball comes out, jump all over that because that work looks good. I'm telling
And he
you.
already said it himself. There is going to be a future for Nexus.
That's right. That's right. That's what I want to do for the Goddom. I want to have several properties out for the Goddom too, not just me. For the Goddom, for all of you guys that's helping to put together these stories. All of y'all I want to be able to create a universe within the Goddom itself.
Speaking of which, let's talk about a new campaign that didn't came out since we didn't realize Mike Barron. You heard about the campaign with Kevin Eastman and Simon Bisley, right?
Nope.
No.
Totally Twisted Tales is on Indiegogo right now.
Okay, let's
they have a interesting enough, they have a package for $500 where you get I think it's 4 or 5 different skateboard decks with pins. I kind of have to agree with Rotten a little bit. He's saying that this crowdfunding and this experience is pretty basic and kind of store. It's not really, you know, crowdfunded. Crowdfunding.
The name of it was?
Totally Twisted Tales.
Totally.
Yeah, the Turtles were like probably my very first comic book property that I actually got into ever.
There you
like,
go.
Before X-Men and.
Yeah, I think I've seen. Oh, Beasley. He used to do something back in the days that I used to collect.
He did a lot of Lobo. I got a.
Was
I got
it
a set of
Lobo?
his Lobo. Yeah, he got a lot
I
of that.
remember his name from
But he.
Heavy Metal or Epic Magazine.
Yes, he did a lot of heavy metal.
Yeah, I know. I remember them from somewhere.
A lot of Franzetta influence. A lot of airbrushing style.
Okay.
But-
Frazetta's oil painting, if I remember.
Yeah, a lot of inspired to his, but more cartoony.
Yeah. Okay.
More
Yeah.
like if Franzetta and Sam Keith had a kid.
Uh-huh. Yeah. They got to start blowing up these pictures, man. They need to blow up these pictures and make them bigger so that you can see what they're showing you.
And see, look at the.
Make
You
them
go
full.
all the way down, you get a comic with a skateboard, and then all the way down for $500, you can get all the skateboards with all the pins. With
with
the
artwork on it too.
Yep.
You're gonna have to get your own what do they call the trucks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they call the skateboard, the wheels for the skateboard. I haven't rode a skateboard since I was a kid.
Yeah, me either. See, $125. Oh, it's $125
Yeah, that's hot.
for the set. What? I'm confused.
Wait a second.
See, look it says $125 there. See where you're scrolling at? And then
Yeah.
you go down, it's $500.
Oh, that's for everything. I want it all. But over here, right next to it, it says skateboard deck and amount. But he shouldn't have. I guess this is the choice between all of these. One book signed, choice of one. Yeah, one skateboard.
Well, don't
And
make
then
it
the 500,
confusing.
you get everything.
Yeah.
They give it all to you. Well, that's something different, right? Not too many people is giving away skateboards, selling skateboards with artwork.
Yeah.
How much protection is on this? Is it ingrained into the board? So when after you are riding it for a while, are you gonna wear off the art?
Well, I think the intention is for those decks is just to hang them off the wall.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that
I
makes
don't.
sense. That
I don't
makes-
think. I don't think the intention is to actually be used
Yeah,
because they're selling because decks by themselves go for over $150.
damn, he's
So-
already up to 528. Jesus Christ!
Well,
The man's
his
won't stop.
yeah, but you know that's with no advertising, no promotion. That's just you scrolling down or going word of mouth. Like you didn't know
I'm
about
talking
it.
about Cyberfrog.
Oh,
I'm
Cyberpunk.
looking here. He's already at the 500. I thought it was yesterday morning. He just hit 500.
Well,
Oh,
here
wow.
you go. Here you go too.
Wow.
There you go. Moving on to your point, our point right there. You got Ethan Van Sciver with Cyberfrog. He's making over nearly $1 million off
With
Wreck
3
Planet.
days left. He's gonna hit 600,000 probably.
And then you got this campaign with Eastman and Bisley. I can't say his name right. Sorry.
Beasley.
Beasley.
Yeah,
It's Beasley?
I think so.
Oh, well, fuck me. Anyways, and they can't even, they just yesterday they couldn't even break 500.
Oh, Beasley. Could be Bisley.
Yeah, who knows? All
Yeah.
last names are pronounced different by different people.
Bisley.
Yeah, and look they just broke 1,000.
Wow.
So,
It's just it's just like Mr. Barron said, you gotta get your name out there. You have to get people interested before you and promote your stuff before you put it out. Otherwise, you're gonna have low fundings.
yeah,
You have to start over. I've seen it a few times with Dan Fan with the Orgasm Girl. She almost made it, but she put it a little too high. She would have did it at $1,000 flexible goal. She would have got way more than funded. Just like a lot of them. Just like he put $20,000 on his, he should have did only $1,000. He would have been funded.
yep.
That's why I'm learning all of that. I'm not gonna go for no big numbers. I'm gonna put like 1,000, 500,000, like that, something like that, for my goal. And then if I make it, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be what a happy dude. This is all new for me, man. So I'm gonna be one thrilled cat, man.
Yeah.
All a new experience. Every bit of it is all new. So
It's all about going on the block and strutting.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying.
Sounds skanky, but that's what you gotta do.
And I'm a private person, man. I never tried to be, like I said, I never think to be famous or get my face out there. Never considered being an actor. I wanted to do voiceovers, but I never wanted to be out there showing my face and all that. But all of that might have to be necessary at some point, So,
Well, look at Skits and Come Get Some. Both of them are always in character when they're on camera.
yeah.
Even Cecil's always in character when the camera's on.
I know. I'm making a mask too, but it's going to be way different than his. It's going to be a monster face.
Maybe even Narwhal's a character, but I don't even know half the time.
Yeah. He's got a wild personality. He's kind of got a flat personality, but you can tell there's a lot of thought behind it. He's not that he's a thinker. In other words, he has a good mind.
It works for him. His awkwardness works with his humor.
You can hear in how he talks that he has interesting thought processes.
Oh, he's a natural hustler.
Yeah.
He's a natural hustler behind all that goofiness.
Yeah, man, that's why I gotta take my hustling days and throw it into my comics. That's what it's all about, man. Getting back into that hustling state of mind where it doesn't matter if it's work, you got to put that work in.
Mm-hmm. Even Ink Spots, he's pretty much in character all the time. If you ever listen to his shit, fucking bouncing off the walls everywhere.
Ink Spot. I don't know if I've ever seen any videos or anything.
He does shit talk on Mondays. He's the colorist for Cash Grab.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I heard of him. I think I heard.
Him and Rotten Glory are both working on a project together.
Yeah. See, I got to get into pick some of these guys' brains on different things, techniques, and just grab as much information as possible, bro. This is what I'm looking to do. I'm gonna do what I can. I know, like I said, I know what I have to do, and I know that it's gonna get done. But
It
now,
takes time, but you had Mike Barron on your show.
oh man, thanks to my man Chris. See, I owe you guys, man. You don't know how grateful I am, and y'all. If I can, whatever I can do, y'all will always be part of the garden. Y'all guys are the best. You know,
That was
Praise
all
God.
your boy Chris right there.
Gushy a little. But yeah, man, I can't wait for this to grow. I want this to be something big for all of us. Just
And
like
if-
how EVS got they was talking about it just the other day, how Cecil he was saying Mike, he has his campaign failed. And how long have you been in the industry, Cecil? He says about 2 days. Like that. You have me cracking up. Like, Dad, going, that's what I want. I know I haven't been in the industry, but I know that I could put out that work. I know that somebody's going to be interested in these books because I have really good story ideas, and I know I can tell a good story. I know I can. And the only thing else is to draw it. So
Yeah. But once again, we don't know completely all of Cecil's stories. Cecil could just be bullshitting everybody and could have been an established comic book writer for years.
Cecil got everything he needs, man. He got he's got the hookup. That's what you call the hookup. He's sitting in a prime spot. He can get any artist that he needs, the best of the best artists to do what he needs done. There's no way he's gonna blow that. Especially he comes from that. He said he was rich at one point and he blew it, and now he's coming back from that. Why would you blow it again?
Yeah, you want to ridicule Cecil, want to ridicule other artists, and then for the way somebody draws panties on a butt, and yet have a publication deal, and then come out with a copy of a Brat style that you had on the shelves for many years. You know, Cecil wouldn't do that.
I'm telling you, man. I love the chemistry. I love the way they poke fun at each other. I like the way that it's like a skit. Everything they do is like a skit. They know each other's timing, and they just work off of each other. If somebody says something, they know that they're supposed to respond in a certain way so that the other guy can get his joke off, you know?
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
even for us, we shouldn't. I have a bad habit to do this. I shouldn't be talking over you. I should have a cue where I should say something.
We all do that, especially me. I got to learn to let people get their points in and shut up for a minute.
It's just that natural cue that we don't have right yet. It sucks.
And I also know that you're not supposed to have dead air. You're supposed to be putting on a show. You're not supposed to be having dead air.
Right.
We lost somebody.
We lost. He'll be back. Hoth probably got disconnected.
Yeah. So, So not having that dead air. So you're trying to follow up on top of what the last person said without leaving it too much dead air in there, and that usually leads to somebody not finishing and talking over each other. So it's all about timing and getting to know each other and how each other responds, and setting up each other for certain things. So we'll learn it.
Right.
It takes time. We'll get it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we'll keep on working on getting these books out, getting these stories out for story time. Because I want to streamline it so that we focus on telling the stories and getting the characters built up and the storylines built up, so that, like I say, if we do get another, we get an artist that can handle some of the work, we'll be able to put out our book. Because I don't know if you was here and if you heard, but I was speaking to someone yesterday. I went out to handle some business, and I spoke to one of my friends who's a barber, and he had a friend of his who puts out who's an artist, but he said that the guy is kind of a little flaky. So I'm gonna have to try and put him through the paces and find out if I can what I can do to basically find out what his skill levels are. Get him to do like 4 to 5 pages of panel work and see what he can do.
Your boy Chris just gave us a private chat. I'm gonna try to put a face to this name, but he just said Larry Hama just declared himself Comicsgate.
Yeah, get out of here! After talking that mess just the other day, now he's Comicsgate. Well, I guess what EVS was saying to him has struck home, and he wants some of that money, man. He's seeing what Todd McFarlane done, and he wants to get in with Comicsgate so that he can get in on the ground floor.
Yeah, people want pieces of our pie. They want our brisket.
Wouldn't you? You see what's happening over there at Marvel and DC, wouldn't you? And you know that you're gonna get more of the pie.
Well, if I was a stupid bitch and put myself in that place, yeah, probably would. But you know, me as a person, personally, I would have been smart enough and jumped ship and went with the Comicsgate side in the first place.
But you gotta remember, these guys are scared. You have families. They was making a certain amount of money. They don't know, but now they're seeing that Marvel and DC are falling apart, and they're not paying. And on the way back, everything is going to be a lot less. Everything's going to be cut back. So why share their money with Marvel and DC when they can come out here, put out their own IP, and make more money?
Right. Exactly.
Like EVS says, he's made more money on Cyberfrog than he's made the whole time he's done Green Lantern.
Well, look at Todd McFarlane right now. Even though that's some bullshit, he made $1 million over his redesign of an action figure, even though his company is a $300 million company.
Well,
yeah, Hoth Rebel said he's having technical difficulties. That's why we lost him.
No problem. We always welcome here. Always welcome here, man. Yeah, Hama, wow.
Well,
I'm telling you, this is astounding because you're seeing him break. He was one of those guys who says, I'd never support Comicsgate. Now he's one of us. Because EVS said there's only a few guys we will welcome in here, and Hama, you're one of them. We respect you. He said, we respect you. You're the reason why Zach went to war, because of your G.I. Joe comic books. And now he's over here because he's going to see that we're not haters. We don't hate. We love. We just hate what Marvel and DC has done to our comics.
Not even hate. It's just we don't even want to buy it. Why bother? It's not even on our. It's not even on our radar anymore. For the most part.
Garbage.
Yeah, I mean nobody's going to buy the Avengers video game.
It's ridiculous.
Nobody's going to buy the Avengers video game if you're going to wind up playing Ms. Marvel the whole time. Nobody wants to be Ms. Marvel.
Oh man, character that nobody's wanted to anything to do with for years. They have to keep rebooting and rebooting and rebooting.
Mm-hmm. And then who was it who said that? You know, they're slowly killing off the X-Men. Which,
Yeah.
remember when the X-Men first came out in the movie franchise, you had X-Men this, X-Men that, X-Men this,
It has
it-
been a hot property for years.
yeah, Iron Man wasn't a hot property. Hulk wasn't a hot property for the time. All those Avengers characters, none of them were really big characters until they introduced the Skrull series, which was just a mediocre series.
I don't get any of this stuff with all of the different characters that Marvel has and all of the different characters and properties that DC have, that they have to settle on just a few characters and then destroy them is ridiculous. I'll never understand it.
Well, not even just destroy them. It's just they're fucking castrating them. They're fucking making nothing that matters, and they're just dead ending themselves no matter what.
The object is to destroy all male iconography. They want to wipe men, especially white men, off the face of anything of power. They want to display. The thing is that bothers me the most is that they're attacking the children. They can't attack us, so they're using these comic book heroes and characters or whatever, and trying to make them into a bunch of moist ass individuals to show your children that they should be soft and moist and have no courage and don't know how to deal with normal life situations, just like them.
And they're making stuff more retarded than some of it was before.
Yeah,
I guess it's just pure silliness with some of the stuff. The Wolverine gay stuff. Why?
all of it is ridiculous, absolute ridiculousness, and they know that it's failing, and they still keep putting it out there. No multi-billion-dollar company allows that to happen without a reason. Some money coming back to them on the other end, some way. So,
yeah, the only reason, even Image Comics, that's a bunch of bullshit. They're just literally giving anybody comics. Like that last comic by Tina Horn, I thought was ridiculous. It's called SFSX, Safe Sex.
yeah.
Here's what it's about. Repressed lesbians over this new culture that are going into an underground dungeon to have freaky sex.
Well, I don't mind that. I really don't.
But
I don't. And that's not for the reasons that you think.
Tell me in a world, even in the real world, where fucking lesbians are oppressed from diking out in front of fucking horny men in a bar. Show me a world where people are like, get the fuck out of here, you filthy lesbians.
You know why I don't mind that? Because they're not just trying to destroy the comics that came before them. They're putting out their own thing. They want to put it out. I say, if you're going to put out something that's your own and you want to put out your own ideas, cool. If it fails, that's you and yours that's falling on your face. But they're taking proven properties and twisting them up just for the sake of destroying the icons that they represent, the iconography that they represent, the strong male.
Yeah.
That's all it's about, destroying the strong male so that they can pull a Jedi mind trick and say, yo, all men are supposed to be weak and y'all are supposed to abdicate your power to us women because we are right and you're stupid.
Yep.
They do with
Because
Luke
that's all
Skywalker.
they say. They don't have no other arguments besides we're women, we're right, and you're stupid. That's it. A whole argument for diversity. We're right, you're stupid. You're misogynist idiots. We're right, you're stupid.
Which they try to do that with that Surgeon General. You see that video with the Surgeon General? That shit was ridiculous.
Man.
Anyways, this fat black woman, the Surgeon General, is this he's a black guy with a lispy ass voice. So this black woman's like, I found it offensive you using Big Mama, Papa, and all this slang word when you're talking about the minorities should watch their health. And the guy's response is like, I grew up using this slang word. These are slang words. These are just words I use in my house. You're offended over that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
don't
don't.
know
Yeah,
what to say. Some of this stuff, I don't know what to say.
I
Some
don't
of the
know
stuff
either.
is just so crazy, and it's ridiculous. You know what? I try to keep in mind those things for storytelling, because if you focus too long on ridiculous stuff, you find that you start delving into the ridiculousness. And I don't like I stopped watching news years ago because I found that it didn't really benefit me. It didn't change nothing for me. It didn't help me. I watched it for things like weather. But other than that, I didn't have any use for it. So if I use any stories and things or any types of storylines, news, events, it has to do with something I need for a storyline. Some kind of way I could work it into a story or put it into, just like the whole thing that I brought up last week about the Yellowstone and the caldera and everything. It becomes a great story thing, that something that I could have, something else that you can use for like motivations, things that your bad guys could use to create a devastating event. Like in G.I. Joe, there was always some big major devastating event that the bad guys, Cobra, was always plotting and using some mechanism, some fancy mechanism to create in order to disrupt the weather or disrupt this. There's always something. So I try to use these things, though, no matter how wild they might be, real or not. I try to keep in mind that as one person, I'm not a activist. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. That's not who I am. But I do have opinions, and my best way of using my opinions and these ideas I have is to put them into stories. Let it be just ideals of some bad guy, or the ideals of a hero trying to change the world or whatever. That's how I try to use it. And I find that better for me because I don't focus on the mundane stuff of the reality.
I try not to, but unfortunately I get put into positions all the time where people are like this, that. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Like, God, I hate to. Nah, I'm not gonna bring that stuff up because it's just such a headache. It's just such a headache. It's just simply like there would be subjects like, I'm not as free as I think I am. Oh, really? Why don't you get a loan to start your own business for yourself? Why don't you go buy a gun? If you're so not free, why don't you do the stuff that you think you cannot do for yourself? And then tell me that you're oppressed again.
Yeah, well.
Or, people are making more money than me or driving around a Mercedes.
You can be surprised how oppressed a person could be and not even realize it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've been in this situation where I've thought my whole life was in a cage, that I was being restrained from everything.
And?
Turns out the only person who was restraining me and holding me down was me.
Okay.
And you could put that, you could put that life lesson into story, but it might not be exactly like exactly the same as you lived it, but
Oh no,
adapted for your character.
no. Well, I guess my point was, am I going to make myself miserable with those ideas, or will I find a way to use it to a benefit than as a crippling event? Because you can get hung up in ideals and arguments and discussions and ideologies and be stuck there arguing forever.
Oh, yeah. Well, growing up as a child left behind in the community that I was in the school system, you're growing up from first grade to by the time you graduate, being told what a piece of shit you are.
Uh-huh.
So, didn't really help.
No.
So when you have that mindset and then you go into the work world and everybody else is telling you what a piece of shit you are, ever since day one in history, it's like, oh yeah, I am a piece of shit. What can I do for you?
See, I don't want to get into it because I'm going to say, if I get into it, I'm going to ask questions and that's going to make you open, I'm going to get in depth to it and then it's going to open up a can of worms and I don't know if you want to go there. And
who cares? It's simple. It's basically like what they're doing with the transsexual cross-dressing story time. You know, they bring these cross-dressers in. This is my sexual lifestyle, and you're ignorant not thinking about that. You and your parents are ignorant not allowing me to twerk around your kids. You guys got to accept my sexual lifestyle. No, I don't. No woman has ever accepted that I like big titty women, except other big titty women. So if I don't like a fucking man fucking wearing booty shorts and twerking in front of my kids, you get the fuck away from us.
Okay. I think we're delving too deep into this whole thing. This is not what story time is about.
But it kind of goes good with story time.
And we don't want to start alienating anybody who might be listening to story time. So
okay. Let me do damage control. Let me do damage control.
Type of political aspects. I know I started it.
Let me do damage control. I am pro. It's not my fucking business. Whatever you do in your bedroom, and as long as you don't hurt anybody and hurting children, that's fine. But until you start going to schools and acting creepy and getting inappropriate with children, you gone too motherfucking far. There's boundaries. We all respect boundaries. Everybody.
Yeah. And some of this like SJW stuff, whatever you would call it, is sort of backfires on the people that they're trying to advocate for.
Yeah.
I feel like the trans people aren't all like twerking and acting wild in front of kids. There are some, quite a few trans people who do normal life stuff and
like Blair White.
They just want to live their life how they want to live it.
Yeah,
Blair White's a great example. Against that, so
like I said, I'm pro. As long as you don't hurt anybody, I'm pro. Not my business.
Yeah.
And that New Warriors. I was thinking about the New Warriors, and they have those non-binary characters.
Incest twins.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was thinking, if I knew a young non-binary teenager who was having a hard time, I don't think I would give them a copy of that comic. I think that might offend them.
Yeah, it does. It does come off as offensive.
Yeah.
To just assume that this is what these people
want
to represent themselves as.
if I see a 15-year-old boy or girl questioning their sexuality and gender, I just think they're just lonely and confused and looking for some kind of uniqueness, and they need some kind of fulfillment that they're not getting in their home. Either it's a boy who's being raised by their mother and their mother's trying to make a girl, or make a boy into a woman.
Well, unless you've gone through it, I don't think we can really attest to something like that.
I
Can't really
personally
speak
went
on
through it.
something.
I personally went through it with my mother, being raised by her. Basically, she was trying to make me overly emotional, make me cry, and make me sympathize with and see other people, which wound up when I was young and getting into the work world, I got torn apart alive.
Oh,
Mhm.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. But
It's not your fault.
yeah.
But I'm just saying there's other boys like that. Like I was watching that Tiger King documentary, and you know, I've followed up on that John Langley guy. You know, difference is when he left that Joe Exotic guy, he wound up getting a set of teeth. So
Oh yeah.
you know, what made me think is, okay, this guy was with this guy who posed as he's rich. Why do he continue not to buy him a set of teeth? You
Mhm.
know, and the only answer is he was purposely trying to make him look ugly, because before he had this relationship and he was 18 years old, he was working as a welder. So what made
Can
him
I
get
ask you a question?
manipulated?
I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to ask you a question. You think it obviously still affects you, all of that, because you bring it up, and I can't say that I've heard this story more than once. Not this exact story, but I've heard about. Oh, what the hell! I've heard about the thing where you're not the mistreatment. I guess the mention of the mistreatment, and what I'm asked, I want to ask if hold on 1 second. Hello.
Mhm.
You have the wrong
Census?
number. No problem. I knew that was a wrong number. This is basically a new phone number that I got last year, I think. And so I still get a whole lot of people asking for people but me. So anyway, the thing I wanted to ask is, do you know who you are now?
Yeah.
Do you have confidence in yourself and who you are now?
For the most part, yeah.
Why do you think you focus on it so much?
Focus
I know there's
on,
pain still there. I know
focus on what?
On the events that that brought you the pain that because regardless, and no matter the chances I've tried to given my mother to forgive her, she repeats to fuck up, she repeats to lie, and she repeats to still try to attempt to gaslight me and try to put different stories in my head for different scenarios. And what I've learned from learning about God and understanding God and my father, kind of putting those kind of ideas in perspective, I learned that when she was brainwashing me about my father never being there for me, my dad was always there for me. It's just she always fucking kept him away. Well, I don't want to stay on this too long because I'm nobody's therapist and I have no
No, this is a story time. This is character.
I know. Well, okay. I'm not trying to brush off anything. It's just that I know that I'm nobody's therapist or anything like that. It's just I was just wondering if you know who you are now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're strong and confident in who you are now, and you see what was, you understand what was done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any kind of understanding of why? And it's not necessary for me to know, but do you have any type of understanding of why it might have been done? Or
Look, all I know simply is this is realizing who my mother was. She was a party girl. She always had a drinking problem, pill problem.
okay, like I said, I'm not trying to get your business out there. I'm just saying, if you understand these things and you're confident in who you are now, right? If you like yourself as a person, can't you accept her? Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to get over anything. I'm just saying accept the flaws that she made and kind of like resolve yourself to understand that you're not that person that she said you were, and get past, kind of let that stay in the lay where it is. And
Yeah, I'm saying it wasn't just her, it was the schools. It was
this is why I'm saying I'm going to share a little bit of my own experiences to try and explain myself a little bit better. My pops was a short man, about 5 foot tall, a bit of a Napoleon complex, no education, and a bad attitude. But ruined a couple of Christmases, pulled guns on us, all kinds of stuff. He pulled a gun on me personally and threatened to use it just because I laughed. I walked in the house. I was a grown man. Well, now I was like 18, 17, 18. I had my own job. So in his eyes, I was showing out. I thought I was something special. And I laughed. I came in the house. He said, oh, he was ranting and raving. I walked out. I didn't say a word. I went to my room to change my clothes, and I was going to go right back out. And I just snickered. I laughed. And he came in my room with his rifle and was threatening to take me out. I jumped over the bed, jumped in his face, and I dared him to raise that gun so that I could kill him. But after saying all of that, and I didn't even call the cops. My family members called the cops on him, and I was kicked out after that, like it was my fault. And from that time, I basically was on my own. But in that time, I learned about manhood, and watching nature shows. I've came to understand that no matter what disagreement I had with my father, that it was probably time for me to be out on my own, and that he had his own issues that he had to deal with, and that I was happy with who I was. And no matter how many times he said I wasn't going to be shit and I wasn't going to do shit and this and that about me, I still love him because he taught me so many different things.
Oh,
and
no.
how strength about being a man. I'm not saying like everybody has to find their own acceptances. I'm not trying to equate your experience to mine. I'm just trying to say that I found a way around all of the bad stuff. It's like I'm not saying, like, again, I'm not a therapist. I'm not anybody trying to say you should live like me, because I'm not a perfect person in any way, shape, or form. But I found a way to release a lot of those things that people tend to carry around. I watched my dogs get shot by police. My neighbors poisoned another dog. Fires, shootings, all types of people dying that I've witnessed, were friends with, all types of things that I've was able to, like, that stuff doesn't weigh on me, because I don't know why, but it seems, in my opinion, I have an acceptance. Like when an animal in the wild is walking in the forest or out in the plains, and a cat jumps out and grabs his child by the throat, and while the others rip its guts open right in front of its mother, and the mother's there yelling in horror and trying to not really trying to sacrifice itself, but trying to use itself as a decoy in order to try and get these animals off of their child. There's one thing that you rarely see, is that the mother sacrificed herself for her child. That's something that you rarely see in the wild.
You ever see that
there's a
Instagram page,
reason.
Nature's Gnarly?
Because there's an order for me. I no matter how bad things are, your goal is supposed to be to live. And if you accept everything, to me, life is supposed to be bad shit. Life doesn't promise you happy times. Life is supposed to be living and death.
Yeah, you're supposed to go through suffering.
That's right. So no matter how much bad it is, your goal is to strive to live. And I'm not saying, like I said, this is just my personal philosophies on how I live and how my life is. Those things don't weigh me down. Those things were just events in my life. I've had dudes put shotguns in my face at 16, going right back to work when they robbing the store. And the next day, it's like those things break people.
Exactly.
Those types
I was
of
a
events
David
break
Hogg
people.
survivor of a mass shooting, and the next day I was expected to go to work.
Yeah.
Same thing. I was at the MGM when that mass shooting happened.
Yeah.
And
the thing is that I'm just trying to get across is that sometimes it's your state of mind and how you choose to look at things that makes things sometimes that much worse or that much better. And so
I'm just giving my personal experience.
I understand. I understand, but the reason why I said this is because it's not the first time I've heard this story. And,
I'm not.
Well, not particularly
I'm not
this
special.
story. Is that
I don't think I'm unique to it. I'm just saying. There's cases like this. There's other people. I'm not the only one. You know, there was 3,000 people in my school.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's an education system that's exactly like that from first grade to 12th that is telling you just because who you are and your history that you're a piece of shit.
Well,
and it's like, okay, I get it already.
This is what I'm trying to say. People have to find a way to cope with shit, because there's no way you're going to be able to get around these certain things. There's certain things in life that you can't get around.
Exactly.
And you can't be a victim. Well, I don't want to say
the victim.
No, this is not what this is not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to maneuver something without trying to say the wrong things. I'm not trying to put anything out there as if, oh, I'm better, or I'm doing something right, or I'm anything, because I'm not. I'm feeling my way through life just like everybody else. I'm just saying, if you focus on things in certain ways, you can sometimes make that same thing feel a lot worse than it actually is. And I'm not saying that it wasn't bad for you, or that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to say that even though these things happen, that if you don't hold on to them so tight, they won't affect you now as much as they might have in the past or whatever, because the reality of it is life promises you hardship. You was
That's why I
never
keep my ear
promised.
to the ground
Yeah,
half the time.
yeah.
Because if you have hardship, there's times you can be smart enough to avoid it.
And
If-
there's times when you can't. And
Yep.
that's the parts that you got to be prepared for. The times when you can't avoid it, and it's gonna be happen, and you just take the lumps and brush yourself off, get up, and keep on moving. And that's sometimes the best. Sometimes you can't. I'm not saying that everybody's, everybody's not the same. Everybody handles things different. There's two things that I know for sure is that people do not respond to the same things in the same way. And you can't control how people treat you. You can't.
Just don't be a millennial, whatever they're fucking called. You ever heard of the millennial dialogue?
No.
It's a 5-minute historical piece where basically, the giant war, I forgot who it was between the Spartans or something, and there was this island between the Minions, right? And the Spartans were actually having a conversation. They were like, look, you can surrender or we're just going to tear through you guys. And the Minions were just like, no, we want peace. We're not even going to fight. We just want out. And the Spartans were like, you don't understand. It doesn't matter if you want out. We're telling you to surrender. We're going to fuck your asses up. And then they're like, we're cool. We just want to keep our culture. We're fine. We want out. We're good.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, we gave you fair warning. Of course, millennials kept their peace. They all got fucked up, regardless who they were.
Yeah.
Spartans took over, but you can look that up and see the whole dialogue. But that's basically where I'm at. I just don't want to be a millennial.
Sitting,
Take a stand.
you don't want to be sitting back and while somebody tells you you're gonna have to take it one way or the other.
Well, I just don't want to die, period, at this point. I could have something or I could have nothing at this point. I've already been there where I've had nothing. It sucks. I'm still on the scraps that I have of the nothing. So
yeah, well, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, bro, but hopefully that with the help of Comicsgate, that won't be forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, so let's see what we can do with this story, man. Unless y'all came up with something else that we could talk about.
I just want to add one thing about the. I appreciate what you guys were just talking about, and it even though like my life isn't anything like your guys's, it really helps me with like put perspective on some things that in my life that I can take your guys's stories, your life stories, and get the wisdom out of what you've gone through, both of you guys have gone through, and apply it to my life and think about, backstabbing friends or whatever, or squabbles I have with whoever, and I can glean some wisdom from, even though you guys' stories are different, I can glean a lot of wisdom from it.
Yeah.
And also it also applies. I was thinking about Bruce Wayne. It applies to how Bruce Wayne was a rich kid and his parents got killed, and then he had to persevere over.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. All of these things are beneficial storylines. All of these things can be used to. That's why I'm saying people might experience bad things, and you might even experience them from people that you don't think that you should experience them from. But in that, there's one thing to be said. The majority of the pain that you're going to experience in your life is going to come from people you already know, not from strangers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you can't find it, I'm not saying to forgive people all the time, but sometimes if you can see things from somebody else's perspective, it can help you to understand and gain some type of common ground to where you're not living in perpetual hate or fear or whatever it is that keeps people stuck in places. You know,
Mhm.
that's all I'm trying to say. Because, like I said, I'm nobody's professional. I have no right to tell anybody anything about their lives. All I can know is about mine. I can tell you everything about mine because I know what I've been through. I know what I can stand. I know what I can't stand. I don't like pain. I don't like self-inflicted pain. I can take almost any pain from outside, but
Mhm.
if I had to give myself a needle, I don't think I could do it. Unless it was a life or death situation, but I don't think I could do it because I don't like self-inflicting pain. But if somebody was doing something to me and I know I need it done, go ahead. But that's just certain things people get used to, and it's certain things. It's mostly a mindset.
Yeah.
You can get past things if you can tell yourself, or you can understand certain things, or you can comprehend. If you can get your brain to think in a way that sustains you in ways, then you can get past almost anything. It does. Like I said, I've had a lot of situations with family and friends and all of that, and a lot of times comes out bad, but I stand up and I don't stress on it. I have these events that happen in my life, but I don't. Oh man, yeah. It's just something that happened, and I look back on it favorably in many
Sorry, mumbling to
ways.
myself.
Oh,
Myself.
I look back on it in favorable ways, even some of the most horrible situations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the cops shooting my dog and all of that stuff. I can look back on it, and though it was a horrible situation, there's things that I've learned from those situations, no matter what. And those life lessons help make me the person who I am. So if I start looking back and saying I don't like these situations and that situations and I hate this, when part of those situations is what made me who I am, then the introspective part of that is that I hate part of myself.
Hey.
And I don't like doing that, so I embrace everything.
Mm-hmm. I hear you saying.
No matter how bad it is, I embrace it because it's me. It's who I am. And that's all that's all I can go. And then I can use it. When I accept it, I could use it freely to put it in my stories or to help grow. Like, I've never been depressed as far as I know. I don't understand that mentality. I'm not saying that I haven't been depressed. It's just that if I was, I didn't recognize it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how to experience that emotion. So if I'm not doing what I need to do, it's because I'm not doing something I'm supposed to be doing. It's not because I have some medically diagnosed situation that somebody says that I'm probably experiencing. I know who I feel. I know who I am as a person because I've been through all of these things. I haven't broken under these things, so I'm not going to let any thing like something called depression break me if that's what I'm experiencing, because I don't know. All I know is that I'm not getting up and doing this, that, and the other. I'm being lazy. I'm not. And the first thing to do is make improvements on myself. So I start working out. So those little improvements help me to, like, I know I worked out today, so now I know I've improved myself. So now I have a better mindset, and that'll help lead me further forward into doing something more achievable and more beneficial to me. And that's how I try to think with everything. I try to, no matter how bad it was, it doesn't matter. I can find a way, because what I have to do as a human being is live, period.
Yeah, that's my point. You gotta do for yourself. It's not any quote unquote system. It's not any quote unquote wizards that are holding any of us down or chaining us to a rock. We're accountable for ourselves and our choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a choice. Yeah. And
It's
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's just what you do. If you think you need to go into the military at 18 years old, go. I would support. I'm not going to turn down. If you think you can be a lawyer, if you're smart enough and have the patience to be a lawyer, go to law school. Good for you. But all I can say in life is just don't squander it. You got a lot of time. A lot of people are going to say you're young, you got all this time. That's not true. You either got to dedicate the time into something and build something of yourself. No matter what it is, all I suggest is at least give yourself 3 skills.
Yeah.
Don't dedicate yourself to one.
Well, you have to find something in life, I guess. So there's, no matter what it is, you have to find something to drive yourself. It has to be something. Now, I don't know whether it's skills or what, but you definitely need to find something that makes you, that makes you feel good about you.
Electricians, even the crane operators.
Yeah,
that's $45
I have odd philosophies, man. I have very odd philosophies. So this is why I try to keep it on the story stuff, because if I start talking about my odd philosophies, I don't believe that professions and stuff like that it doesn't diminish anybody as a person.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Whether you have a profession or if you don't have a profession. I understand that's what you need to exist in this world. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an idiot. But my point is, everybody talks about elitism and people being different, but as soon as you start thinking that you're better than somebody or different than somebody, you become an elite. So,
no, this is not better or elite something or anything like this. This is just getting a job, being able to take care of yourself.
I understand that. I understand that. But again, is the idea that there was a point in time when all we needed was to know how to hunt and provide a shelter for ourselves. But now the world has changed to where we have to get educations that cost us money, and the freedom is still there, but the opportunity isn't. Unless you're willing to become like a Grizzly Adams or something like that, and living in the wild off the fat of the land. And even then, you're going to find some kind of problems, because if you're hunting out of season, or if you're hunting on some kind of reserve or something like that, you can get yourself into trouble. When before, you could just go hunting. Back in the 1600s, you step out your back door, bust something in the head. Now it's dinner time. So, but now you got all kinds of regulations and rules against that because of people growing and the population growing out of hand. So there's all types of things that people put limitations and regulate, and then we say, yeah, this is freedom. But the freedom that we've given up already. So when I see things like I understand the whole thing about making money and all of that, but that doesn't define anyone. Money is fake. Money is not real. It's a made up thing that people use to qualify things that they can sell in order to
Okay,
make
but
people.
once your baby's on life support and you can't afford that, and you're getting a Kickstarter to pay for your baby's funeral, once you see that, that's a different tune.
I'm not talking about that. You see, my thought process is going a lot deeper than that. I'm talking about no money at all.
Well, I mean that's great, but I mean,
I'm talking about no money at all in the world, in the planet.
I'm being reality. Once you're responsible for other people's lives and they're depending on you, especially a 1-year-old who's sitting in there on life support because it got the flu, and you can't afford to keep her alive. You're singing a different tune, and then you're sitting there begging for cash because you can't pay for her funeral.
Do you think that's fair?
Do I think that's fair that you can't pay for it in the capitalist world?
Yeah.
I mean, do I think it's fair for me myself to pay for somebody else's kid who wasn't able?
Oh, you
to
didn't
do
even
it?
answer my question.
Well, I'm asking the same question. Who should pay for somebody else's kid? I'm just saying money. Yeah, a little more money and having a little more funds and being able to afford it to pay for a situation like that and get your kid out of a situation like that would be absolutely beneficial. But at the same time, you know, me, Hoth over there should not be responsible for other people's children they created. And that's freedom right there. I should not be forced to be accountable for other people's responsibility. But at the same time, I should be able to provide for me and my own. And if I'm responsible for a family and I put an oath in a marriage and I'm an individual, nobody else should be accountable for my responsibilities. You shouldn't be accountable for my responsibilities.
I understand you. I hear you got your little thing that you're working on here, but that's not what I was asking. I was.
It's a real situation. This is not a hypothetical.
I know that's what you said. I understand that's what you said, but you mentioned that people don't have money to pay for their child to get well and all of that. And I asked you, is that fair? Meaning, do you think that is fair for people to need money in order to?
Yes, I think it's fair in a society like this.
You think that it's fair that
in a capitalist
need
society
money in order to help their child?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think other people should be concerned how you educate your child, or should that be your responsibility?
Of course,
like my kids, are you responsible for my kids, or am I?
Of course, it's your responsibility.
Okay. So is that fair?
I don't understand your point. See, you're going in a route that I'm not going in, and you're arguing a point that I'm not arguing. So
well, you mentioned how what was it? Money is not fair, and it makes an elitist, corrupted society. But I'm saying money's the only thing that gives us all balance.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Oh, okay.
I said when you start saying that you're thinking that you're different or better than somebody else, everyone becomes an elitist at that point.
Okay.
And that can be anyone. It don't matter how much money you have. So I'm said that you brought up about the sick children thing in the hospital. I was talking about money, not having money. My point was that money is not real. Money literally is a made up commodity. It's not listen, let me speak. Like you said, you cut people off. Let me finish speaking.
No, go ahead.
Let me finish speaking, or I'm gonna have to mute you because you're not being quiet.
Here. I'm sorry, dickhead. Oh, motherfucker, I muted myself. I muted myself.
That's what you get.
And you try to mute me.
Pal.
I try to fucking mute myself, and you try to mute me.
You see? Like
My mute canceled you out.
I made you mute yourself.
And it canceled out your fucking
You
mute.
see? You see? See? What my point was,
Oh shit.
if you can live life without money and life and everybody would be truly equal, because without money people would have to be equal, right?
Nope.
There wouldn't be nothing to differentiate you besides
Nope.
what?
What if I have a log cabin? What if I have more rocks than you? What if
That's-
I have a shelter?
This is stuff that's really
What if I got 10
okay,
bitches?
what if you had the same home that everybody else had?
Okay, what if I had 2 wives?
That's your privilege. Because
Well,
you're
what
talking
if-
about choice.
what if,
You're talking about
what if-
choice.
what if
you're
my
talking
neighbor-
about choice.
hang on,
You're talking
hang
about
on,
having
hang on.
2 women that
Hang on, hang
choose
on.
to be with you.
Hang on. But then
You're
my
not clubbing
neighbor.
them over the head.
Hang on. My neighbor across the street gets upset. Goes, that's not fair. I
Oh, but
demand you to
can't
share
talk
one of
about
your
that.
wives.
Yeah, I'm not. You see, you're bringing up things that I can't qualify. I can't talk about stuff about your neighbor. I'm talking about having no money. Everybody gets to have a home, right? If you're a single person and you living by yourself and you get to live in a suite, if you have a family, you get to live in a suite with several rooms so that each one of your family members can have a room, right?
But once again, no matter what, somebody's going to complain that something's
that's
not fair.
But this is fair though. If
But
everybody
something
has
is
a
not
home,
fair, even when everything's fair. Look at.
see, you're not letting me speak. You're not letting me speak. You're not letting me speak. You're so eager to get your point in. You're not letting me finish my thought.
But your point is, everybody's got the same home.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're jumping to conclusions, baby. You're
I
jumping
got the
to
same home as
conclusions.
everybody else. The
You're
conclusion
jumping to
is.
conclusions.
The conclusion
You're
is
banging your
one
head up
thing could
against
be
the wall,
different.
man.
One
You're
thing could be
banging your head
different
up
at the
against the
house,
wall.
and then somebody's going to
And
be
you're
upset.
getting me wrong. You're getting me wrong. And you're trying to make me to argue a point that I'm not making.
Okay, let's go with the same houses. Okay.
Okay, no, I'm not saying the same. Okay, let me put this out there for you. So, because you're not willing to be open-minded, you're trying to twist what I'm saying. So let me put it out there so that there can't be any.
No, you don't realize I used
let
to
me
be
speak.
the devil's
Let me
advocate. I was on your
To
side.
be the devil's advocate, I don't care to be that, but I'm trying to put it out there so that you can't advocate for the devil.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Try to.
Okay, there's no money in the world, right?
Okay.
We've automated almost everything that we need to automate. We bring back all of our car making, clothes making to the United States, right? We're not sending all of this stuff out, but we need certain people to handle the oversight and the repairs for the machinery and everything. But for the most part, people don't really have to do much besides infrastructure and basically food and supplying each other, right? But everything else is free, right? If you don't work to help out with the infrastructure, you can't get none of that good free shit, but you can eat and you can live in your home because
You're already confusing me.
Where's the confusion part?
Okay, so who's going to be working these infrastructures? Who's working? Are
We
these
all
chosen
will.
people?
We all will.
Okay, what if people choose
Everyone
not
works.
to?
Then they don't get TVs. They can eat. They can have a home, but they can't.
What if they just take
they
it
don't
anyways?
They don't get the. Then how are they just going to take it? They will still
Because
have the same
people
thing.
always just take things. They'll
You
rob
make-
it from other
Okay,
people.
There's no explaining to you because you won't let me explain it. You're always gonna have the negative side to it because no
it's
matter what I said,
unrealistic. It's
not realistic.
unrealistic.
It's realistic now that we are It's realistic now that we are working. Remember in the Matrix when they said this is the opportunity when you can take the red pill and go deeper down the hole, or take the blue pill and remain ignorant to your world around you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, taking the red pill and going down into this further depths is what I'm talking about. And we are living in this matrix
There
right
are
now.
jets flying over my house right now.
We are living in this matrix reality right now. We've been living in it for thousands of years, where people have been made, just like in the Matrix, people have been made into money-making machines for the rich or the people in power. And we've fallen for this when we could be living the same lives we are living now without money. All you have to do is get rid of it. You don't use money to dig oil out of the ground. You use people. You don't use money to make machinery. You use people. You don't use money to make clothing. You use people. So we don't need people to make products, to build homes, to do anything. Money is a tool to make people into slaves. No, nothing. Nothing. I'm not hearing that devil's advocate.
I already gave you my arguments. You went back to the same. You got the same. Oh, we're slaves because we choose our jobs. So once again,
I didn't
once
say
again,
that.
you're
I didn't say
you
that.
did. You went through this
Did I
whole
say
story.
that, Club? Did
Once
I say
again,
that we're
once
slaves
again,
because we choose our jobs?
Who's doing the general laboring? Who's doing
We
this work?
all
Well,
are.
once again, what if a group of people go, fuck it, we don't have to. Why do we have to?
So then they just don't get the benefits.
Then they'll just take it. They'll just take the benefits. They'll steal it. They'll take it.
Well, then they'll steal it and they'll take it. But eventually we
Okay.
can banish them or put them to do whatever. See, there's also comes rules with that situation.
Once again, even with a society with nothing, people will want what the other person wants. You can have nothing. Look at homeless people.
Why would you
Look at
want what
homeless
somebody
people.
else wants?
Because they don't care.
Why
Look at
would
the
you want
prison
what somebody
system.
else wants
Look at
when
the
you're
prison
already
system.
getting everything?
Because they want to feel superior no matter what. They want to feel like they have more because they feel better.
I think this is a moot point. I really see that this is an argument that can't be argued. This is not a rational discussion. It's not. It's not.
Because you're not talking about money. You're talking about envy.
It's not a rational discussion. I'm just trying to put something out there, and you're not even trying to touch on the points. You just
because I used to believe and have a fantasy about a society exactly like that, but in reality, it will never work.
What happened? Because it sounds like you're hurt.
It will never work. It will never work. Even in the prison system, in the homeless system, even if you have more cans, the other bum is going to take your extra bag of cans because he believes you have more.
More of what? If
more bags of cans.
There's no money. What's to have more of?
More cans. One more tent.
So don't you think that's an extremely petty situation right there?
Well, explain to me it bumps. Prison systems like that. Even in current.
I realize that you made my point.
What are you talking about?
Because you're saying that people are going to get upset and be over you having more rocks than me.
But even in a society of nothing, there's going to be something to complain about.
Can I finish my point? If there's going to be people who's going to get angry over you having more rocks than them, isn't that stupid? Just as stupid as us arguing and fighting and killing each other over pieces of paper?
Then those people should just kill themselves, shouldn't they?
See,
then they shouldn't be living in a society. If they want a society of nothing,
you're not trying to answer my questions. You're just arguing. For
no, I gave you an answer. I said they should kill themselves.
No, that's not an answer. They should just kill themselves because they want to have more rocks than you.
Yep. If they can't live through envy, then they should die. If there's a society that they believe that is nothing, then they should be dead. Because that's a society of nothing.
Well, don't you think that sounds kind of angry?
No, that just sounds cold.
A little angry?
No, it's just cold. It's just a reality of cold. No, what's angry is being like, okay, people are envious, so I'm just gonna have nothing, and then that other person will just be okay. That's nothing. That's the way I live right now.
I understand what you're talking about because I understand that people and monkeys are a lot alike. You throw a bunch of bananas or a shiny rock in with a bunch of monkeys. One monkey's going to run around claiming the rock, and the others are going to have to kowtow, or they're going to fight over it. And that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We're fighting over shiny rocks. The rock doesn't mean shit. It's totally irrelevant. Gold, diamond, it's just rocks. It's just metal. It's just paper. And we're killing each other over it. We're killing ourselves over it. And we're making and you're making arguments over why people should keep killing each other over it.
Because people are still going to kill each other.
That's what I'm saying, man. We've been the same thing for thousands of years. We've been the same creatures for thousands of years.
So then why don't we just build castles and declare kings and declare land and have as many men to rape and pillage for us?
We've already done that. We've done it to the point that there's no more room.
So that doesn't work?
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Okay, so why don't we be like, what is it called? Cuba, where they give people allowances, or the Soviet Union. Did that work?
Talking about getting rid of allowances, and you're talking about giving away money. And
well, what do you think? What do you think a house and clothing and food is? Is that an allowance or is it not? What do you think TV is? That entertainment is that considered an allowance system?
Thinking about TVs, I'm talking about living in peace.
Well, you said this utopia where people are getting TVs and houses because they're doing appointed jobs.
I'm trying to show you.
You're talking about this whole socialist utopia that's not going to work.
I'm talking about a socialist utopia.
That's exactly a socialist utopia, friend.
Socialist utopia?
You're talking about money not existing, people appointed work, having provided houses and clothes.
But people are providing for each other?
Yes, that's a socialist utopia.
Okay, so what's wrong with it?
It's not going to work. Plain and simple. Just the ways I described.
And what we're doing now is working?
Yes. It works way better.
Okay. So look at it. Look at this aspect from one, and I think I said this on another stream. Look at this for 1 second. In a capitalist society, and trust me, I understand we have to work. This is why I said that everybody's got to work. But in a capitalist society, in order to get people to do the grunt work, don't they have to be a certain amount of grunts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, but that's a starting rate.
Okay, so that
people have to start and work.
Listen. So that mean that in this capitalist society that everybody it's impossible? It's an impossibility for everybody to become wealthy. Because
no, it's a choice. There's opportunities for everybody.
Okay, so you're telling me that everybody has the capability and the possibility of getting rich.
Yes, look at Ethan Van Sciver, made $500,000 over paper.
The only reason why they don't get rich is because they choose not to.
Exactly.
And you don't think there's no systems in place to keep people at a certain level so that they can do the grunt work?
No, there's no systems in place. You can, right now,
You
I
don't
guarantee you, you can try it for yourself.
don't
Go
believe
to a bank.
in
No,
grades.
no, no.
You
Do
don't
this for
believe
yourself.
schools and grades are designed to keep
Prove me
people
wrong.
at
Prove
certain
me wrong. All you got to do is go to a bank, get yourself a loan, start your LLC in
And
business,
guess what happens?
start your own
Guess what happens?
publication.
Guess what happens when you go into a loan, going to get a loan? They ask you for credit reports and all of that. So if you're not making a certain amount and you're not doing stuff, aren't they going to keep you from getting a loan?
So are you accountable for your are you accountable for your credit? You're the one who fucked it up. You start off with a good credit.
Okay, good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Do you know that the Equifax and all of those credit companies decided on their own to start collecting people's credit information and put it out there to make a business for themselves?
Yeah, that's how
You know
capitalism works. They start businesses with everything.
People gathered up all of your business, your personal information, put it out there so that other companies can judge your credit so that they can make money, and you're cool with this.
You realize at 21 years old, I started putting my fucking personal fucking information up there ever since there was MySpace,
Your
Facebook, and da da da.
Your
Once
choice.
again, it's all my choice. You know, I got a credit card over my choice.
Information.
Instead of going backwards and forth, why don't you start a business for yourself? You need to start a business.
Your information, gathered it, stockpiled it, and doing just like a lot of other companies out there doing today, gathering all your information and using it to make money for them and not giving two shits about what happens to you.
Once again, my personal information was already out there ever since day one. That was my own fault.
In other
That's
words,
not the company's fault.
you threw yours out there, so everybody else who didn't throw theirs out there and had these people just invade their shit and then put their shit on blast so that they can't get no credit ratings, all because they wanted to make $1. That's great. And I'm not saying that that capitalist model isn't a great thing, but don't you also realize that capitalist model is also working to keep people impoverished? Because
here's my suggestion to them. The first with the credit thing, and they're the people who did not consent with their personal information out there, since they are capable of doing this, since everybody does this. Sue the company. I guarantee they'll get a big grip of money that will pay back over all their quote unquote credit problems.
There's no winning, bro. I see that you love the companies and the corporations, even though you don't have one. You love the corporations.
Well, regardless, I'm going to be forced to have a company and corporation. Yeah, I don't know where you see this. If you're going to have this comic book and start your own company, you're going to have a company and corporation, regardless if you want to or not.
Have the power to manipulate the stocks, manipulate voting. Will I have a lobby? Will I have
doesn't matter. Hairdressers reluctantly have companies all the time in LLCs.
This matters. Of course, this matters because you telling me that they don't. Did you hear about how they poison your food with these? Let me bring this up. Let me bring this up. This is
homie. If you eat at McDonald's, you're eating poison food.
Okay, so you're fighting for them. You're saying corporations is the shit. They can do whatever the fuck.
No, I'm saying you're sitting here complaining about something and you're not even fighting them yourself.
I'm not complaining. I was trying to answer your questions. You started all of this stuff. I was talking about stories and storylines, and I was trying to get off of it several times. I said, no, let's get back to the story. I don't want to talk about this. And then you kept coming up with it. So I said, I don't want to get this because I'm going to start asking questions. And you said, go ahead. So I started asking questions. And so this is where it's going. So I'm going to... Yo.
We need Mike Barron to be on here too. Mike Barron and Kristen to come back.
Oh, this shit is funny.
Great. But I'm just trying. This is just A penny.
Yeah, Steve Rude's out there trying to still make $3,000 off his paintings.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not arguing against making money, but I'm saying you still do the same thing without money. You could do the same thing without money.
That's great. The electric company could keep my lights on for free if they wanted to too, but they don't.
Every same things that we do in the world today can be done without money. This is all I'm saying. And you're saying, what? Get the hell out of here. Why should we do anything without money? Because somebody's going to get mad and want what you want? So fucking what?
Okay.
You ain't
Okay.
talking, right? You ain't got to worry about where your next meal is going to come from, but you still could work, and you won't have to work but like 2-3 months.
Once again, you can have that meal, but somebody's going to take it.
Made it. Why? When it's free for everybody. Why?
Because people are greedy. It's called greed and envy.
You're just saying shit.
No, I'm not.
There's
No, I'm not.
There's no argument in your argument.
No, I'm not.
You're just saying shit.
It's simple fact. It's
Why
simple
would
fact
somebody
about
take
humanity.
something when they can go get the same thing that you're eating from, or you could just hand them your plate and go get another one. This is what I don't understand. Where's your argument coming from? There is no argument.
No, it's basic human logic. It's all been there.
It's not been there.
Yes, it has.
Then,
Ever since the cavemen. If you have 2 more sticks, other people will want your 1 more stick because
So
you have
no
2.
matter
It's
what
called
you-
envy.
So no matter what you're saying, people are gonna go to war no matter what, right?
Yes,
And
exactly.
I've been saying. That's what I said, right? I said that people have been the same thing since the beginning of time for over all these centuries.
So why take out a capitalist society that's been working pretty fairly from us?
That does not matter. Money. That's the only thing that I said is that we have enslaving ourselves and putting ourselves through a whole lot of shit.
I'm
Made
not.
up shit, and you
We're not enslaved.
into the made up shit. Then have freedom to do what you want. Just provide for everybody in the community so that you can have and everybody can have. What's wrong with that when everybody will be working?
You're not. Once again, you're more enslaved in that society than you are in this society.
Why? Because you could choose to do shit and sit around and starve?
You can choose what you want, and you don't have to go to jail.
You won't have to go to jail in that society either.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Once again, somebody can say, "I want your house," and once again, you're going to the same argument. You're going, "Why? My house is the same as yours." It's because just because I want a second house, I don't give a fuck if it's the same. I want a second house, so I have 2 more houses.
You wouldn't be able to get the second house. That would be the only difference.
Huh?
You wouldn't be able to get the second house. That would be the only difference.
Well, nobody else would care. That's the thing. That's the thing. In the society you're talking about, in a hypothetical, listen, it's a prison taking over territory. To be honest, most people who want to be dominant and act like that, they're going to take over the most. They're going to hold the most people down. They're going to be like, I want 5 houses now.
This is what you're insisting. This is what you're insisting.
No, this is what you've agreed that's been on the dawn of society. It doesn't matter.
How come they're not?
It doesn't matter if you have the same shirts, the same clothes.
How come they're not doing that now?
How come they're not doing what now?
As long as people just running around taking shit.
They do. It's in Venezuela. It's in Mexico.
It's not everywhere. You're talking about third world countries.
And if you go into like fucking ghettos like Chicago, I definitely guarantee people who have apartment complexes and hotels under control, because that's how they had in Detroit.
Say that again.
There's people who take over streets in Detroit and Chicago still, where they do those fucking drug dealer points and take over fucking streets.
What's that got to do with any fucking thing?
You just asked me, do people do that now? And I'm like, yeah, there are certain areas in the fucking United States where it's done.
Talking about minor stuff that would not happen.
It does happen. It has happened.
Listen,
In fact, I can go on the fucking news. You want me to go on Chicago?
I think this argument is over because you're not trying to hear nothing I say. What no matter
Because I've already argued these utopia ideas that you have. I've been there.
you've not been there. How the hell
Yes, I have.
have you lived in the free utopian society?
No. I've been to the idea where I thought this utopia free society will work. It doesn't work.
In your mind.
No, it doesn't.
In your mind.
It doesn't.
Your mind.
It doesn't.
No, you never
It
lived
doesn't.
it. You don't know. You're
Okay.
you're talking
Okay.
out your ass just as much as I am.
Okay. You're gonna draw for me for free? You want to come? Give me your check right now.
Why should I draw for you for free?
Because in your society, work doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter. It's slavery. So you might as well just work for me and give me your money since it doesn't matter.
I didn't say so.
Your logic.
You're making it up as you go along.
No, I'm not.
You saying what you want and putting it how you want to. No matter
No, I'm not.
no matter what I say, this is what you're doing.
No, that's the only argument I need. It's simple.
You said you thought about it and you put the idea in your head. So everything I said, you don't even give it any weight. You don't even
Because I don't give it weight because I've already been there.
And you're not even trying to hear what I'm saying.
Because I've already been there. I've known the answer.
You're not even trying to hear what I'm saying on the.
Yeah, I thought it would be cool that music concerts would be free, played every day, and everybody was giving out food, and everybody had houses on the beach, and everybody was able to surf.
That's your opinion.
And everybody had bonfires and was working for each other. Oh my God, it would be great.
Angry individual, Gargoyle. You're
How am I angry?
Because
How am I
you won't
angry?
let nobody speak. You won't hear nothing nobody has to say. You only judge.
I just described your society of the same
No, you
society
didn't.
I imagined.
How could you when you wouldn't even let me speak to get it out?
You spoke several times about the same thing over and over again.
Every 2 words that came out my mouth, you saying something, disputing it before I can even say anything. So how
Okay.
do what I'm
Okay, come out with the same repeated, come out with the same circle thing you're going to say again. And I'm going to say the same thing again.
Didn't I say I was going to break it down so that you couldn't say nothing? You never let me get the chance to break it down.
You did. And it was the same argument
No, you
again.
did. I did it.
It's redundant.
You started going on and on about, and this is how you ate it, this and this is going to be, people going to start killing you because they want the food that you got in your mouth.
Exactly.
That's what you said.
Exactly. It's a simple point.
Food in there.
It's reality.
No, it's not. This is
Yes,
petty
it is.
little people, man. This is petty
Yes.
little people. And like I said, man, the whole reason why
Okay, then you got to kill the petty people. In a society like you want, you got to kill them.
man, and you still do. You sound extremely angry.
No, that's not angry. That's logical.
What's
You don't like
logical
logic.
about it? How is it logical? How is it logical when you've never seen this society? No one has ever seen it. All I do is put something. I didn't try to create no. I'm not trying to create no utopian society. I just said, what if? Just take in for a second that the possibility that people can exist without money, and you never try.
And once again, people can't.
Get my thought out. I can't even get my thought out because you won't even allow me to express myself.
You had the same thought over again. What's changed?
I didn't get the thought out.
What's changed?
Nothing's changed. Let me get Let me get it out.
Okay, go again. Go again.
All I'm saying is that if you're, all I tried to say is taken for, if you sit back and you look at it and you cannot dispute that. And that's all I'm saying.
Yes, I can. Once again, petty people.
See, you won't even let me ask you the question to dispute it.
You said you can't.
What am I
You can't. That's the end.
About? What am
My society will work. You can't dispute it.
Tell me something. What am I talking about?
You're talking about a society where there's no money. Everybody's working for everything.
No.
You're telling me no, and then you fucking literally just describe everything I just said.
Time to listen. Let me get my thought out. Then you understand what I'm saying.
Well, It's going to be exactly what I said.
You're not letting me speak.
Okay, Blondie, go.
All right. I'm trying to say that if you can't dispute the fact that money is not a real substance, that gold is just a hunk of metal, and that diamonds is just a rock. You can't dispute that. There's no value on it besides what we placed on it. So if that is the facts, if there is no such thing as valuables besides the value that we placed on it, then that means that we're working for nothing anyway. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. We're still working for nothing. It's only a concept that we are talking about.
Then what's the point of writing comic books?
Escapism.
You see,
I'd say
he doesn't want to hear it. He don't want to hear what I'm saying.
Because you're contradicting yourself. If
I'm not
nothing matters, then why are you doing what you're doing?
contradicting anything. I haven't contradicted myself once.
can I say one
Okay.
thing?
Refuse to hear
Okay,
what I'm trying to say.
Hoth,
You put everything I say into one small lump instead of trying to see what
Hoth,
I'm trying to say.
Hoth.
Okay. Okay.
If
I was gonna say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
if I tell you you're working for nothing, you're doing nothing, nothing has value, and you have strive for nothing, what are you going to say for that? What are you going to tell me?
If that's a tough question.
Yeah. But you know why it's a tough question, Hoff? Because you understand where I'm coming from. I believe you understand exactly the point I'm trying to make.
I plead the fifth.
Thank you.
No, I was gonna
What
say.
are you talking about? He doesn't even agree with you.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. From
You
here,
said
Oh.
thank you, Hoff.
I do, and I thank him because I know that we here. I
For
know
what?
that
He
we're-
didn't do nothing.
Okay.
He's not even agreeing with me.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I was gonna say that.
Pleading
money-
the fifth was all he needed to say. See, I know how to read people. I know how to read personalities. I know how to read things.
What are you talking about? You don't even know.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Well, I suppose say one thing about money. Money is like a transferable IOU, and
It's not.
it's not.
It's air and a promise, baby. It's air and a promise. This is an agreement that we've agreed to make with each other. And I'm saying that how come we can't make the same agreement without the money? That's all I'm saying.
Because nobody will do the work.
Yes, they would.
No, they won't.
They do it now.
No, they won't.
Same promises for the same promises. It's just that the money is the representation of it.
No, they do the work before, they get the money, and then they pay for it.
Okay. There's no talking to you, Gargoyle. It's impossible because you can only see things from a certain perspective. You can't see it. You refuse to see it. This is why
Then if that's the point, then you might as well just give me your money. You might as well give me your computer.
Okay.
If nothing matters and you're working for nothing,
Okay. See, you're being literal. You're being literal.
at that point,
Being
I would need your
literal.
material things.
See, I choose to believe that you're not this person that you're showing yourself to be. I choose to believe that you're being, like you said, the devil's advocate. You like being in this angry spot. You like being the man out.
Angry spot. This is entertaining to me. This is kind of funny. I'm not even pissed at you. I actually
I'm
love
not
you,
pissed
X.
at you either. I'm not pissed.
Okay, let's
how
make that clear.
But this is how I debate.
I love you, X.
What?
I'm not gay for you, but I love you. Okay, in a manly way.
I hope not, because it's you that's going to be taking it. You know that, right?
Oh Lord, God, that would probably feel like a Greyhound parking up there.
Shoot. Oh, man. Oh,
This is
that's
all this stuff is a little bit over my head. That I don't really know. about
You just don't want to. I understand. I'm not trying to put you in the middle. That's why I never asked you anything. I didn't ask you to get in the whole time, but he asked you, so I said, okay. He goes off. So,
Well,
yeah, man.
Peter Schiff, was that Gargoyle was talking about Peter Schiff a while back?
Excuse me.
Was it?
I followed a lot of Peter Schiff way back, but not recently. But I did watch his video where he actually had a discussion with the 1%.
He's like an economy guy, right? He's like a.
Yeah, he's an economist. He called the housing market. He's definitely the big one investing into gold. But I haven't really followed him in over a year. But the biggest economist I really follow is Thomas Sowell.
So one question. I'm sorry. One question, and then we could get off of it. You could keep talking about the gold and stuff like that. So the part that I said about money and gold and diamonds being bullshit and all just concepts that we put in value on for ourselves, that has no weight with you. Okay, in other words, in your mind, money, gold, and diamonds all truly have value, right? As soon as you pull oil out of the ground, it's valuable. It's not just some slick piece of slick substance that's in the ground. It's money bearing, and it's always been that God made it that way. In other words, right?
Well, it's whatever value we put into it, which is a legal tender.
Okay. So in other
words,
but
I'm saying it's not God. It's from a society standpoint. What you're trying to say
don't mean shit, right?
But what you're trying to say in your society,
shit, right?
Hang on. In your society,
ask that question.
Hang on.
About my society.
I'm trying to understand the question you're coming from. I'm trying to understand the question you're coming from, so I can answer yours properly. Hang on. So in your society, you believe that there's a house over here that's growing blueberries, right?
I don't want to talk about all that. I'm talking about one thing. See, you're trying to obscure the.
But hang on. I'm trying to put your value into your society, into a capitalist society. I don't know where your value come from if nothing matters.
The question has
Okay.
nothing to do with that.
I can't answer your question right now because I don't know where you're coming from with this question.
Because you're not trying to hear the question.
You're asking what would if the value of gold or not would be, but it's a vague question. If I come from oil and then you come from God gave it value. Well, if God gives things value, then what is the value of an apple to you?
Does money feed you?
Money puts food in my mouth, puts gas in my car, keeps the lights on, and makes me able to sit here and have this lovely chat with you, buddy.
Because of what man has done, right?
Hang on. If we take out nothing, then we have to take out the houses, we have to take out the phone, we have to take out everything of value that you claim of value. If we're going realistic, that's why I'm trying to figure out what is of value to you. If you think nothing matters, then why does Cyberfrog Greg Planet worth over $500,000, and that's just ink and paper?
Avoid answering the question by obscuring it.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to understand the question.
All I asked you, well, let me say, does money, gold, and diamonds truly have any value? Period. That's it. That's all.
Once again, I'm trying to understand the question you're coming from because you're asking me a value of what in your society.
No, it has nothing to do with this.
Okay, if you're talking about in a capitalist society right now, yes, they have value.
Really?
Yes.
It has value besides what we've placed on it?
Yes, the gold that goes into your computers and phones and even the cabling. Yes, it has value. Even copper has value with your plumbing and electrical. Yes, it has value.
That's not value. That's purpose. That's not value.
Well, isn't purpose value?
No.
Is it? It's not.
No.
It's not. Value doesn't have a purpose, and purpose doesn't have a value.
Can you get water to your hut through a empty or a thing of bamboo, a hollow bamboo shoot?
Yeah, but once again,
No,
you got to take people to make it. Who's going to make it?
Doesn't that say that? What does it have to do with anything? You go out there.
It deals with everything. Who's going to chop down the tree and make it for you? Do you know how to make it?
The same way that anybody else made it. The same way that they made it back in the days. It was a point in time when nobody knew how to make shit. They learned and figured it out, right? And back then there was no gold and money, right?
Now, once again, most of those societies ate each other.
What does that got to do with it?
That deals with everything. You're trying to talk and tell me they're fucking substantial societies.
There's no talking when you keep.
I don't see an average day where we're fucking raping women and fucking eating people.
What does that have to do with the question? You're trying.
You're going to mud people who are still capable of making bamboo sticks.
Obscuring your purpose is your talent is obscuring any debate that you have.
You know, those people also made cages out of human skeletons too.
The way that to avoid getting locked into a position is by never having a position. And that's what you do. You never have a position because you always jumping from one argument that nobody ever brings up to another one.
You just started it. You talked about people making bamboo sticks, and I was talking about the same
people being eaten. When do I bring up people being eaten?
Because you're saying that you fucking try to make this point that this society has no money and they're making this society together. Yeah, they also rape and eat people.
Society has no money. I said that
you were just getting to that point. I decided to fucking put the brakes on that one.
No brakes to be pumped because you won't let no argument. I love to discuss.
Your argument went nowhere. It went nowhere.
It can't go nowhere because you won't listen. You won't listen.
Listen to what? You went nowhere with that.
To make a point, you changed the subject.
Yeah, because it went nowhere.
It's impossible. That's because that's how you play. In order for you to say that I didn't make a point, you change the point. You obscure and run away from the point so that there can't be a point to be made. So that there can never be.
Yeah, you were trying to go, oh, this society worked good. They have no money value. Yeah, they fucking rape and eat people. That's where you were going to. That's where you're going to. Now you're trying to manipulate. Where did I say it? Of course you didn't say it because I put the brakes on your bullshit on that one.
You put the brakes on it.
Yes, I did. I went, skirt. You fucking stopping on that, bitch.
You calling me a Nazi when I make a point.
I didn't call you a Nazi. Where did I call you a Nazi?
The same argument by obscuring it.
I didn't obscure it. I put the brakes and stopped that bitch from ever going to that stupid point because it was a stupid point. You were getting redundant again.
Clarify my.
You were like, "Ha! I win. This society works, and they can fucking get water. They got a water system out of bamboo sticks. See, they can get chop shit from trees."
You said that copper is useful, and I'm saying bamboo serves the same purpose as a copper pipe.
Yeah, it does. Great. By a society that doesn't value money and chops it from trees. Great.
Has no point at all. And that's
great.
This is bullshit arguing.
Oh, you know what else? They even in tribes they have superiority by people's skills of making hatchets and arrows and shit like that. They even have appointed hunters.
It does not mean that there's hierarchy according to that. It means that everybody worked together to provide for the tribe. Everybody had certain skills, and
guess what? The hunters get to eat their kill first. The hunters get the better hut. The hunters even get to pick out their own brides.
Risk. They're taking all of the risk.
Okay. So there is a hierarchy with the titles now. You said you didn't like that before. Now it's okay when there's no money to it.
Say that. Why do you keep lying?
You just said made my point. You just said made my point going, well, the hunters are taking the risk.
Words in my mouth continuously. Continuously.
Those came out of your mouth, motherfucker.
Now you calling me out my name.
Your name is motherfucker?
That's what I just said. You calling me out my name.
It's just humor. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's not humor because you saying I just said this, motherfucker. That's not respectful, and it's not. And I haven't.
Oh, come on.
I haven't done that with you. And
all right. You want to bitch slap me? You can bitch slap me. You got a bitch slap.
I'm not trying to bitch slap you. See, stop with this garbage, man.
Stop with this garbage. This is the funniest you've ever been.
Keep the words in my mouth. I'm trying to treat you like a man, and you coming at me left.
I'm not coming at you left.
You coming at me all cross-eyed, man.
I'm not coming at you all cross-eyed. You're the one going crazy. You're the one fucking going back and forth. You're the one who's fucking
anything disrespectful or called you out your name. When I've tried to keep it on a level, just trying to debate, trying to get my point out, and you keep taking it to this other thing and saying shit.
I'm not taking it on the other thing. You're trying to make this hierarchy and then going, oh.
As a
and joke. Then going back and forth.
I'm taking it as a joke now. I'm just telling you that you're going too far with the way that you handling it. You're not
okay. Sorry.
You're taking your arguments off to a side where there can't be no discussion. We're a couple of baboons on live stream talking like a bunch of fool. And I don't talking like a fool. That's all. And I'm just trying to make my point. I'm not trying to.
Oh, shit.
Now, you understand what I'm trying to say to you, and you purposely trying to obscure the facts and what I'm saying to make.
I'm not obscuring the fact. You already did when you're like when we went to the hunters, and you're like, well, the hunters get to do that choice. Well, then here you go. Then people who do their titles and do more risk should. Well, then that should work in a capitalist society. That should be acceptable in a capitalist society.
What are you talking about?
If it's acceptable in that society to you, then it should be acceptable to you in a capitalist society.
What? That the people who are actually doing the work and get a little bit extra? I didn't say any of that. I never brought any of that up. This is stuff that you're injecting into the.
You brought it up, starting to try to make the point with the damn bamboo sticks with the fucking stupid fucking village in the Amazon or fucking what other fucking villages there are.
I said something about people taking more. That's been your argument the whole time.
That's the only argument I need.
Taken from somebody just because.
That's the only argument I need.
That's angry, man. That's
the only argument I need. That's the only argument I need.
This is why you won't let me talk, because you're so angry and you're so hostile. That's why I keep trying to shut you down with that whole lesbian and transsexual stuff, because you're so angry, man.
Oh, you know, a lesbian family drove off all their kids off a cliff off of Cardiff by the Sea. Now that's angry.
Look at you. Who cares?
Look at me about what? Look at me about what? You're going left and right and try to go shit. Look at you. You don't know what you're talking about, fool.
Who cares? Somebody did with their kid, man.
Man.
Between them and their God, right?
Huh?
That's between them and their God, right?
Their society?
There's no talking to you, man. There's really no talking to you.
No, I missed the entire question.
That's because you won't shut up for a second.
I can't help it. Half the time I'm giggling over you.
I like the discussion. I'm one of the dudes that love to discuss, but I can't discuss with somebody who won't hear. And
I
let me.
did hear you.
Okay, all right, but you keep lying on me, man.
How am I lying?
By telling me I said things I didn't say.
You did.
Okay, all right. See, like I said, there's no more discussing it with you, man. There's none. I know what I say. I know what points I try to make.
Okay. When I talked about the hunters, you said they should. Right?
If you out in the wild hunting, you know how long it takes to hunt.
Hold up. The simple question. They should, with all their choices, real simply. So you're telling me,
You see how he's injecting little tidbits so that he can make a point that never was brought up? Or what tidbits? What do you?
Okay. Since you want to go in the long story, let's do it the long way. So hunters in a hang on.
This extravagant shit.
Hang on. Let's do it. Hang on. Let's go to the bamboo. Let's go to the bamboo plumbing.
Have it, bro.
Let's go to the bamboo plumbing again, since we want to talk about the bamboo plumbing.
Price of tea in China, man.
All right. Do you believe that the hunter should get their superiority in their village?
What superiority are you talking about?
About them getting to choose their wives, getting to get first eat of the kill.
Who the fuck?
Getting to choose where they get to stay in their huts. Get better huts.
Who said anything about choosing wives? What are you talking about?
We were talking about.
No,
oh my
you're
God.
talking about. We're not talking about that shit. You are talking about that. That's what I'm talking about.
No, you try to go to the point of the bamboo sticks. You try to go to the point of the stupid fucking bamboo sticks.
Because you invent shit.
No, I didn't. You did.
Okay, I brought up people choosing wives. When did I say anything about choosing wives?
I was getting to that point because you were going off the fucking the socialist society using bamboo sticks for damn plumbing.
What's that fucking got to do with choosing wives, man?
And once again, I put a stop to that, saying that these are the same people who fucking rape and murder.
You can't move me off my topic. I'm not lame-brained, man. You can't.
I didn't say you were.
Well, that's what you're trying to say. You saying that you're gonna move me off my topic. You can't.
I didn't move you off to your topic. I said I put brakes on that fucking point. I put a stop to that because that is some redundant, lame-ass fucking shit.
You can't put brakes on nothing I say. You know why?
I did put brakes on that bitch. I fucking went.
You don't have no points.
You don't have any points, motherfucker. You ain't going nowhere. Excuse me. Sorry about the motherfucker again.
You just went. I don't care about motherfucker, bro. You know why I don't give a fuck about motherfucker, bro? Because you're not saying shit.
If you ain't saying shit either.
You were saying, making a point, man, a legitimate point. Motherfucker would mean the world, but motherfucker don't mean shit if you ain't making no point, man. You about a bunch of nonsense.
Hey, dude. Just to break content, you really gotta record that and have that 3 times. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. That totally's got to be your introduction.
Which part?
That's what I
him going, motherfucker don't mean shit, man. Your point sucks, motherfucker don't mean shit. That shit is funny. Okay, sorry, go on. That shit was hilarious. You had me dying on that.
Yeah, you can't distract me from what I'm saying. You can't move off the point. You can't laugh it away. You can't do none of those little tricks, man. You can't do none of those tricks. You can't move me. You can't stop my point. You can't try to slide away from it. You can't play none of those little tricks, man. Those are kids' games. I'm serious, and I'm not trying to insult you, but those are kids' games.
Whatever, I ain't playing a game. I just thought you were funny at that point.
Right. I'm
just-
cool with that.
And I'm just trying to help you with some good audio tape because that shit was fucking awesome.
All right.
In spite of our argument aside, that shit, your fucking line
not
and
an
your
argument.
tangent
It really
going
isn't.
was
It's not an
fucking
argument.
sick.
You have to have 2 points. You have to have 2 points. And there was only 1 point being put out there. You was really bouncing around saying nothing, bro. You have to have points, man.
Whatever, I don't care. I'm over it. You had me at motherfucker don't have shit. That shit had me laughing. Like I said, get that shit recorded. Get some music with that.
I don't want it to, from now on, when this shit starts up, I'm going to shut it down because unless you're going to talk about something, unless you're going to have a true discussion about something, this is bullshit.
Hey,
I waited an hour.
don't worry.
I could have been doing story time shit, man. I wanted to keep this shit going, but if you want to debate, I would have the debate, but you got to make points, man.
I totally agree. We don't have to have this again, but please, out of the love of God, never have this again. But that audio clip, you got to fucking have. You got to splice.
Sweat it, bro. I'm not gonna sweat it. I don't think it's as funny as you think it is.
It is funny. It is funny. It is funny.
It might be. I might not.
It is funny.
I might not be seeing it. I don't see it, and it definitely wouldn't be in my intro. But
it's gotta be a clip somewhere. You gotta have it.
I'm not angry. This is supposed to be about storytelling, man. It's not.
I ain't angry either.
It's not supposed to be about arguing about some nonsense. When all I was trying to do was create an image and create somebody. Look at that. I can't even say what I'm saying. I can't even say my point.
I just kissed you. I just kissed you. I just kissed you.
Professional job,
brother.
I just moved on. You don't want to kiss and a hug?
Interrupt that. Well, I have not finished making my point, man.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, thank you, man. So I'm just saying, I was trying to stay on story time. I don't want to get on to all of that lesbian and tranny shit that you all into. I'm not into all of that fighting shit. So, but if you want to debate shit, I'm willing to debate. But you're gonna have to bring some correct arguments so that we can. If you're not gonna stick to a point and try to debate that point, then you're not arguing. All you're doing is yelling. That's all you're doing. And I'm not with the yelling. We can yell back and forth at each other, but it ain't helping nothing. There's no resolution there. So if we're gonna debate something, we can debate it all day long. But if you're not gonna hear me, you're not. And I heard every word you said. I tried to listen to everything you said, but you keep bouncing around so that I can't focus on something that I could lock it down. And that's how you make points and you lock it down. Not rambling and jumping around from one crazy idea to another that don't have nothing to do with the point that you're making. Nobody said anything about people choosing wives and all of this craziness. All I was trying to say is, money, people can get along without money. That's all I was trying to say. And I was trying to create an image in your minds and for the people who might watch this. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. And you're getting angry and talking about all of this other stuff. All I'm trying to say is that the reality is these things only have value. Einstein say things are relative. The theory of relativity is that things are only important as it relates to man. That's the same with time and a lot of things. If you look at it, time does not exist. It only exists on this planet in the way that we understand it.
You know, Einstein also married his 17-year-old cousin too.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? Professional. The professional. That's your name from now on. The professional.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're going to get the theory of relativity from a guy who fucked his own cousin, underage cousin, go ahead.
Anything. What does where he stuck his dick got to do with what he says? With the reality of what he said?
Well,
And this is
because it's still a theory.
equating two things that have nothing to do with each other, and you're trying to build a case on the bullshit part of your argument.
Hey, I'm just saying, do you ever take wisdom from a guy who fucks his cousin?
Wisdom can be gained from anything. Wisdom can be gained from a fucking rock.
I mean, and it's still relativity. It's not proven.
What?
Adolf Hitler was an animal rights activist and
Exactly.
Vegetarian,
vegetarian.
A lot of things.
artist.
He was 100% wrong because he was an asshole.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying he's right about anything. I'm just saying there's probably some things in his life he got right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got to the position that he was.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Nazis were a socialist movement too.
Again, I don't see your point. Why are you bringing it up? I don't understand. You're trying to say that my idea is socialist, and that's what I'm trying to advocate. Wrong. It has nothing to do with the other.
Okay, forget it.
I didn't bring up
Forget it.
socialism. I didn't mention socialism. I just was saying.
Hey, you brought up Hitler. Hitler's associated with Nazis. Nazis are associated with socialism. Sorry, it's a fucking chain. It all links together.
No, it links together to you because it helps you to dispute.
It doesn't help. Yeah, of course it helps me. If you're trying to be fucking CNN about it and Don Lemon, we'll just fucking move on. But for the love of God, stop bringing
you're
shit up
You're
and then
saying
linking it to everything and then proving my point again, fool.
You're purposely saying things to try and agitate me.
You're the one who started it. You're the one who brought up Hitler.
Don Lemon got to do with me.
Because you're fucking bringing up. You're the one who brought up this stuff.
I brought up CNN and Don Lemon.
You're the one who brought up Hitler. I'm nicknaming you Don Lemon because you're like, don't bring this stuff. This stuff is only linked up to you. It's your fault. It's your fault. No, it's not.
I
dude.
said it was your fault. Like I said, bro, you got a lot of hate, man.
Oh my God! Really? This is your tactic? No. At first I was gonna let this shit go, but oh my God, you're an agitator.
You once.
You're an agitator. What do you want me to do? Be a fucking cuckboy and sit there and let you fucking say what you want?
I expect you to be honorable.
What am I, a fucking monkey with fucking teeth grinning side to side with those fucking slapping them together? Is that what I am to you?
I expect you to be honorable.
Am I your wind-up? Am I your little wind-up toy?
I expected you to be honorable.
Do you want me to? Am I your little? No, that's not honorable. That's you being. That's me expecting you to be your. You're expecting me to be your gimp.
I have not expected you to lie on me.
Did you? Who brought up Adolf Hitler? Who started bringing off Adolf Hitler?
I have not.
Okay. Hoff brought up Adolf Hitler. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have not expected.
I'm sorry.
You to lie on me, because I have not lied on you. Period.
Where's Mike Barron? I don't know. Mike Barron.
I'm sorry. Who brought up? I'm sorry. I thought I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But this is good. A good talk for like world building.
Yeah,
I
think it's great. I think it's great. Like I said, everything can be used. You think
I got an idea
on the live stream with this? I'd have probably closed down the to take it out the public's eye. I'd have closed down StreamYard so that we could keep this private.
that brings up an idea. Let's do it. Let's do this. Why don't we write a story in each other's societies?
Write a story in each other's society.
For instance,
I get the one where I just basically write a story of today. I don't see, and you get to twist my idea into the bullshit that you imagine it to be instead of the vision that I have.
Nope.
What?
I do it exactly the way you want it. You want it done. I'm not going to do it the way I want.
Let you write no story that I'm trying to tell like that, bro. If I'm trying to tell a story like that and you've already fucked up my interpretation of what I'm trying to tell you, you won't even admit that money ain't worth shit.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm doing it for you to appreciation for you.
My point of view.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it out of your point of view. That's the point.
Making it out of my point of view. You're gonna twist it to fit your interpretation.
No, I'm not. How do you know?
Never let you do that, man.
How do you know?
I can't stop you. I can't stop you. You can do whatever.
How do you know? How do you know? You'll be full editor of it.
I wouldn't do it, man. I wouldn't do it. That's too much
Do
work.
it.
I already told you.
Okay. Look who's full of shit now. You're fucking shitting on me, telling me I'm gonna twist it when I'm the one fucking willing to fucking tell you a story out of your society.
Tell me what's the point in doing
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter. Tell me what the point is in carrying.
Well, since we're all slaves, nothing matters. I'm just doing it just to do it.
Well, then I'm not doing
In your logic.
to do it. Why would I do that? This
Because I'm supposedly a slave.
ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. To do something just to do it, just because what? There's no
That's
point.
the way you believe it.
No point.
If money has no point and nothing has no point,
no,
why I would just do something just to do it, right?
I just had a thought and I put out a thought, and I know that's not reality. I know, but I know for a fact that money, gold, and diamonds are fucking fabrications. They're just fucking rock. They're just
Once again, the big conniption of me telling a story about the society you believe that would work.
Again, you won't understand even on a
You're just judging me.
I ain't not judge you.
Yes, you are. You're sitting here just judging me, blatantly judging me of what I would probably do.
The whole time. All I've asked you to do is to hear my point of view, and you refuse.
I did.
You refuse.
I even muted myself for a full 5 minutes for you.
Refuse.
And you just wound up repeating yourself
Here.
and going redundant. And I let you insult me and sit there and insult me. And yet I still remained muted without going on. And even and here I'm trying to give you an opportunity to give a fully illustrated point of view of a society you imagine to make some kind of project for entertainment, for principles.
You don't think that I hear with things that you say. You're an angry individual, man.
How am I an angry individual when I'm sitting here offering you and willing to make a damn comic about a society you're proposing? How am I sitting here at the end?
I don't need you to make a comic book about something like that. I don't. I didn't.
Oh my God!
The only thing I asked you to do was listen.
Oh my God! I tried.
You couldn't get that far. Why would I expect you to handle something?
What the fuck are you talking about? I just fucking muted myself for a good 5 minutes so you could repeat yourself what the beginning.
What
that didn't go nowhere. And then I try to fucking give an opportunity where I could do something of your proposed society where I'm making something for you.
To hear a damn thing.
What? Are you fucking crazy? I told you I was gonna fucking make a fucking dumbass comic book for you for free about an idea you want to work to propose okay, if nothing matters and money doesn't matter, then here, I'll make this comic about a society of nothing mattering.
How dumb
so here you go. And here you go, just insulting.
I haven't insulted you once.
Yes, you have.
Coming up with dumbass this and motherfucker that and Don Lemons and all of this other shit. I haven't insulted you once. I've been trying to get you to talk on a reasonable level and just to hear my point of view. I have never said one thing to you that was out of line.
I was reasonable with you.
What one thing that I said that was out of line?
Okay, I literally muted myself, and for an entire 5 minutes, you're trying to sit here and said I had no points and I was invalid and I was bouncing around everywhere.
And that's
And then
what you're doing.
no.
I asked you
No,
a question.
I had every point, but you just don't want to listen. You just refuse because you believe in oh, nobody's a criminal. Everybody's just nobody's intentional. That's just stupid. Nobody just going to take my house because it's the same. Dude, face reality. There's crimes like that all the fucking time.
You can kill him or you let him free. That's the way it works, and you kill him or you let him free. It don't matter. It don't matter what he does. I don't care if he stole something or what. You have a dispute, you kill him or you let him free. There's no revenge in the wild. You see if an animal you don't see them getting a posse.
What the fuck are you talking about? When zebras enter a new pack, they kill the fucking babies and they breed with women. Same thing with the lions. The lions fucking, when they enter a new pride, they kill all the cubs.
To hunt down bears. You don't see them gathering posses to hunt down hyenas or any other predator.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Let them go. Right? Am I right or wrong? Either they wind up dead, even when a lion's kids come of age, they either got to get the fuck out or they get killed or maimed. And of course, you're gonna say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm associating people with animals and all of this stuff. Yeah, but I am doing that.
Let's face the reality. Fucking lions, when they enter a new pride, they don't play stepdad. They kill and eat the fucking cubs. Same thing with zebras. When they fucking enter a new pride, they kill the children.
I don't understand your point. I don't understand your point because right now you're saying exactly what I'm saying.
And there's going to be checks and balances, no matter what kind of society.
No, there doesn't.
Yeah, there is.
There really doesn't.
Yeah, there is.
There is, yes, but there doesn't have to be. We only do that things because we're afraid. And that's how we've been living ever since we started using fire.
Once again, if none of it matters, then why do anything?
That we was given. And so we've enslaved ourselves.
Once again, if none of it matters, why do anything?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that we shouldn't do anything. That's not what I said.
Well, I'm asking if none of it has value. Since you say nothing has value, why does it matter?
I didn't say nothing has value.
Yes, you did.
Okay, you see?
He said diamonds, gold, and what?
Thank
Diamonds, gold,
you.
and money.
Please. Thank you. You stop lying on me. Stop putting words in my mouth. Stop lying. I never said these things. And if you can get past that, we can have a discussion. Don't lie. Stop
okay,
lying.
I'm not lying. I'm misinterpreting what you mean by diamonds and gold.
Because you continue to do it over and
No,
over.
I don't. I misinterpret what you said. That's not a lie. That's misinterpret.
Purposefully.
I didn't purposely. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted exactly the words. Hang on. Just for confirmation, since we're being recorded, since we're doing this argument, I misinterpret diamonds, gold, silver. Okay. Diamonds, precious metals. Anything else you want me to cover?
However you want to put it. Whatever you use to buy.
No. What were the
shit with?
Okay, simple diamonds and precious metals. Is that fair?
And money.
Paper. Have paper.
Pulp. Wood pulp is nothing but wood pulp.
Okay, gold, wood pulp is nothing but wood pulp.
Is nothing but crystalline rock. Silicate.
I said that diamonds, precious metals, and paper don't have any value. I misinterpret those exact words to nothing matters. And what I was referring to nothing matters is if diamonds, precious metals, and papers doesn't matter or have any value, then labor or work does not have any value, period, because nothing matters.
Why? You still get work done. You still get
no. I'm just saying. I'm just confirming on tape that I misunderstood that, and that's what
Oh, you're
I
making-
interpreted it as, and I
Yeah.
apologize. So we
did
can
that.
move on forward there.
You did do that part, but then you just made a codicil. I don't know if you know what codicil means, but you added to your
Can you say what codicil means?
you added to your contract.
I added the part that I misinterpret. What?
No, that's not the part I'm talking about.
Okay.
I agree with that part that you said that you misinterpreted. but
Okay.
then
What's the part you disagree with?
that you added? There was a part that you added on, and the back and forth made me slip my mind. So I don't remember the exact.
What
and
I
I
was saying.
remember.
What I was saying is I misinterpret what you said exactly about the diamonds, precious metals, and papers being no value.
And therefore that work has no value. I never said that.
No.
The part I object.
What I said was I misinterpret what you said as nothing has any value.
Yeah.
Which I was referring to
Old
if
money.
the diamonds, precious metals, and papers don't have any value or don't matter, then why would any labor matter?
Because labor still accomplishes your goal, isn't it? If without paying somebody to carry a jug of water from here to there, it's still getting the job done if he's doing it for everything else he's getting in life, right? If he's getting food and clothing and he's still taking that work, doing that work, it's still getting done. It's still accomplishing things, right? But it's just not without the promise of something that's not real, some fake thing that we use to keep people at some levels so that they will work.
Yeah, but for what?
And do the
What are
labor.
you promised?
Huh?
Like, for instance,
Freedom.
you choose.
Freedom. Really true freedom.
Okay. Once again, somebody or a group of people go, I like that space.
So
I
what?
like that ranch. I can take it.
What? Then we fight
That's
them
more
off. We
people
take
with
them
better
out, kill
weapons
them,
and you
get
die.
rid of them, let them go, banish them, whatever you need to do. If somebody doesn't want to get down, they lay down. That's how we said it in the hood back in the day. You don't want to get down, you lay down. But that's the true freedom. There won't be no rich people telling you what to do. You don't have to work for no rich people. Nobody's going to have no bigger house than you. And what's wrong with that? That everybody has the same.
I can build a bigger house and man, somebody can come in and take it.
Why would they want to, man? Why?
Because that's a simple human knowledge.
That point. If that's what you choose to believe, cool, fine. Because that's not what I'm trying to talk about. That's not my point. I'm not trying to talk about somebody who wants to take something for you because you got the same shit they got. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyway,
that's the real world. It doesn't matter if it's the same shit. They just take it. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to you. It's just what people do. Like me. I can't imagine why somebody would rape a homeless woman taking cans. A young person would rape a 50-year-old homeless woman.
Nobody's talking about no raping and no old women.
Hang on. This is my point. This is my point. Hang on.
No.
Okay. I don't know.
We're not talking about no more lesbians. We're not talking about no trannies. And we're not.
Okay, then your argument goes nowhere since it's just a fucking house. If that doesn't make any sense to you, then fine. In a world that doesn't make any sense to you. In my world, in the real world, guess what? Old people get murdered for 8 cents. It doesn't make any sense, but guess what? It does. It's 8 fucking cents.
No 8 cents. Why would they get murdered? And if somebody's gonna rape an old woman, they're gonna do that in any society.
Exactly. So even if it's the same fucking house and somebody wants it and takes it, they just will. Even if it doesn't make any sense to you, they just will.
Who just has to spew anger. That's all.
No. You're sitting here. You're sitting here going, that make no sense to me. That make no sense to me.
That has to do
Dude,
with
it's simple human logic.
please explain to me, just like you explained to him, Hoff, about what I was saying about the gold and stuff. Please explain to me his point so that I can understand that you understand what he's talking about, and it's just me who's bugging the fuck out. Please explain to me, how does a raped old woman has to do with not having money in
Hey, Hoff.
with no
Hey,
society?
You,
With a
you
society
got a
with-
nice house.
Tell me, how does that have correlate, please?
Hey, Hoff, you got a nice house.
Okay.
I want your
And-
house.
And theft is risky. So if you tried to take my house, I would defend it.
Bingo.
And
But I want your house. I don't
Ass
care.
to get ass. You got
And
to
I'll-
bring ass to get ass.
I'd ask my neighbor to help
And on
Just
top
defend-
of that,
It's
Oh.
okay. I got 10 people behind me.
and
We
you're
all
gonna
got
have
guns.
a neighborhood. If you coming into his neighborhood to take his house, guess what? Your 10 people are gonna be outnumbered.
What if his neighbors don't give a shit?
What if my ass was an orange? Would you suck it? Come on with this what if bullshit. Nobody's talking.
No, it's simple logic. It's simple logic. I don't know my fucking neighbors. I lived in my fucking neighborhood for 10 years.
You.
I don't even know my neighbor's first fucking name.
you. It's simple logic to you. Nobody is even trying to. We're talking about a society where we realize that this
And guess what? Guess what? Most people in those societies would live out in the middle of nowhere in the country because they want to be out in the woods
Why
by
would-
themselves,
why
hunting.
would if the whole of the United States brought back all of their exporting crap that all of the jobs that they shipped overseas and they and brought them back here, we found a clean way to make automated factories, and all we had to do was, because after that, getting all of that stuff in there, mostly what you would have to do is infrastructure, making sure the bridges and the roads and all of the garbage is picked up. The hardest thing would be getting rid of the garbage, finding a clean way to get rid of the garbage. But with everybody getting free education, free hospitalization, and able to work, we can sell whatever products we make, whatever excess surplus stuff. Imagine we're not using any money, so we sell that to other countries who want to stay within the same systems, and then we get to live for free, because everything, the money, maybe for the country, the money could be beneficial. That way, if we want to travel to other countries, we could get discounts, and then with the trade, we can get 100% free travel for Americans, right? But as far as Americans working in the society, there wouldn't be no immigration. Well, if you did come in as an immigrant, you would never become an American, because maybe 3-4 generations before your people would be able to become an American, because this is for Americans. You know, if you've been an American and you contributed, you can get down on this, but no new people. You can come in, but you have to work under the old system, and there would be no money, and you only have to work about 3-4 months out of the year. Imagine having a doctor and a nurse. You won't need lawyers. You won't need no businesses. So a lot of buildings with no financial business, I should say. All of that shit would be out of the window. You might need a president to keep running the military, but otherwise everything would be handled with the public would vote on everything, and we would, no matter how they voted, it would all be for freedom. We won't be voting on people's rights. It would be freedom for everybody. Fuck everybody's individual rights. Fuck gay rights, fuck black rights, fuck all of that shit. That shit is keeps people fighting against each other. What you do is fight for freedom. That way everybody has a fucking stake in it. Everybody's got a dog in that fight. Everybody wants to be free. When soon as you start talking about rights, you admitting that you don't have any. That's all I'm saying, man. We need to start fighting from the same place instead of fighting each other, man. And money is what keeps us fighting each other. Money is the only thing That's the one thing that keeps us at each other's throat. The one fucking thing. And if we didn't have it, then the only people we would be against is the government who ain't gonna be looking out for us. If they choose not to, we get in that ass. And there wouldn't be no rich folks. So guess what? Rich folks would have to get down and dirty just like everybody else. And then everybody would be on the same plane. Everybody works. You bring farms closer to the cities so that we get the pesticides and all that. You ever heard about Forever Chemicals and how they have these chemicals that they put in cardboards, plastics, Teflon pans, all of this shit, and they've known this shit for years, and nobody's done shit, and everybody's got these cancer-causing agents in their bloodstream, and that they've known about this? These are things that I'm talking about. We would be able to get rid of all of these things because there would be no monetary value in it.
No, we wouldn't.
It would be, why wouldn't we? There would be
We
no
wouldn't.
value trying to put these things out. It wouldn't be, nobody would be getting rich off of it. So there wouldn't be no need to put these things out and to take shortcuts and to poison people to make a profit. Those things.
Once again, those are still things that have value to people. Even if they're the same, it doesn't matter.
Like I said, it does not matter about some factions or what people who choose to buck.
Then if you're playing the La La Land on people's well and good and happy and Care Bears, then fine, it will work.
It would be, I believe, a little bit better than the system that ensures that certain section. I'm not saying that you're stuck in that, but it ensures it. There are hurdles in place with schools, grading systems. This is automatically separates you and cut you out of getting better jobs as soon as you.
The school system's fucked on its own way. That's its own branch of fucked up.
The grading system. Do you think that a person learning by standing next to somebody, showing them everything to do, learns more than reading it in a book?
My opinion.
Apprenticeship.
You want my short opinion about the school system from the
I
ground
didn't
up?
ask about the school system. I asked. See, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't ask about the school system. The question I asked.
That's why I'm asking first before I get too far into it. I'm being fair.
I'll answer your question, but instead of you jumping straight to your question, can you answer my question first? That way,
I'm trying to give you the best answer I can.
We can have a basis to work from.
I'm trying to give you the best answer I can.
If I ask a question and then you ignore my question, why should I answer yours?
I'm not ignoring your question. I'm trying to ask your. Hey.
Answering a question.
X. Hold your horses. I'm trying to answer your question in a fair question I can. What kind of answer you want? You want a long answer or a short answer? If you don't want to touch on the school system subject, I need to fucking give you a fucking sentence, sir.
I'd like for you to answer the question that I asked before you go on to another topic.
Okay. You're asking about the school system, the education system. I think the education stuff.
Education system or the school.
Okay,
system.
then what are you asking?
I said, which would be better, an apprenticeship? Which would you think you would be able to learn easiest from? An apprenticeship, and I understand that every job cannot be done in that way, like a doctor or a lawyer. Well, lawyers wouldn't be needed as much, but doctors and certain things where you have to learn the terminologies in certain locations and different things. But there are plenty of jobs, a lot of jobs that don't need the educational requirements that they put out there that you can learn, like plumbers and maybe electrical engineering and stuff like that. You could probably learn a lot faster and quicker in an apprenticeship state. But the education, the schooling is designed to weed you out and create, because everybody can't fill those positions. So
you're referring to a trade skill apprenticeship.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter about trade skills. I'm talking about any job.
electrician, carpentry, all those
Any
jobs are all trade
jobs.
skills, friend.
I don't care even if it's construction or a lot of these
That's
things.
all trade
learn
skill.
A lot of it does not matter.
That's all trade skill.
Does not matter what it is.
Oh my god. It's all
Why does
trade skill. It's all under one umbrella.
Point. Why is this making a point that's not relevant? I'm trying
There's
to say
no point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to understand the oh my god. I'm not trying to make a point at this point. I'm trying to understand what you mean by apprentice. If you're talking about apprenticeship to trade skills, then yes. Okay? Yes. Are you happy? Yes, there's your fucking answer. Jesus fucking Christ. You fucking take 10 minutes to ask a fucking question that you could fucking ask.
To ask a question, you take 10 minutes to answer. By jumping
because you never liked the answer in the first place, and then you're like, you don't understand my question. That's not what I asked. And it's like, dude, that's exactly what you fucking asked in the first place. I don't want to touch this subject. Then how do you want me to fucking answer it? Huh? On Jeopardy? How do you want me to answer it?
Suck my dick, fucking Jeopardy. How about that?
Suck my dick, Trebek.
So the question was, is it easier to learn through a book or through an apprenticeship
somebody showing you step by step?
Once again, to go back to X's answer, an apprenticeship.
More than a book.
Thank you.
More than a book, more than a school system, because a lot of kids in this generation really have to learn young and learn quickly about a lot of basic skills that would definitely benefit them in the future.
I agree with that. I think some people are better at learning. Some people are better at learning through books. Not me. I learn better through visual learning.
Tell you the truth, I don't really think that people are better at learning in books. It's just that they more easily acclimate themselves to it. But I don't think than others might, than like you and me. But to say that they would learn easier in a book than being shown step by step, I don't think that that's true. Because you got to remember, you're actually seeing it happen in front of your eyes. It's like somebody showing you how to fix a car and somebody giving you a book and say fix a car. That's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely an apprenticeship would be better.
You don't learn those same things, but hands-on. Hands-on, you learn a world more because you actually learn it. Like my father and I once changed the brushes in the alternator, and he couldn't figure out how to get the alternator back together because the brushes had springs that press the brushes in, and the coil. If you ever opened up one of those little race cars, that if you like the Johnny Lightning tracks with the race cars that you had the little motors in them, and you opened it up, they wrap with copper wire, and as it goes around, they brush up against these small little brushes that make the contact and pump the juice. And so it's the same thing with the alternator in the car. It's the same exact method. It's a generator that's in there, and it goes around and it hits these brushes. And in order to get the thing back together, you have to keep these brushes pushed out to the side while the coil in the middle goes down the center. And he couldn't figure it out. And there's no way you would figure it out if a book told you that. I had to put like lollipop sticks in to hold it out, and then put the coil down in the center and then pull out the sticks. And that's how we got the shit back together. I'm not saying that you couldn't have done it, but when you start reading that stuff, it's just like trying to put together a crib with instructions. If somebody shows you how to do it, you know where tab A and tab B and tab C is, but figuring it out and the diagrams and what the fuck, you be twisting and turning and not always know which side is up. It's just not always that basic. But when somebody's pointing it out and showing it to you and showing you the process, showing the procedure, which goes here first and which goes there first, it sometimes, well, for the most part, in my opinion, should be a lot simpler than trying to read and understand the definition of words and the exact placements and points of interest and all of that stuff. It has to be explained in a different way when it's talking about writing.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's
They made
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say they made a true study that boys learn different than girls. The school systems were mainly designed for girls, not boys.
But I'm even inserting that even a girl would learn better with physical shit that happened in front of her than in a book. Because you got to remember, that's how everybody learned back in the days before the people were learning reading. You got to know that everybody wasn't learning in the 1700s and the 1600s. Everybody didn't get education. They was out there working, making farms and ranches and all that. They barely learned how to count and shit like that. You know, it's not until more recent eras when we decided everybody needed to learn their schooling because the world was changing.
Exactly. That's where the apprenticeship would be better. You were asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That there's certain circumstances, and there's a lot of things that we don't even really need. And this is if and I'm just trying to say that if people take the time to think about it, there's things that we just do for pleasure's sake. We don't get enough exercise. We're weaker than what we should be. We're fatter than what we should be. We used to be peoples that walked a lot, had to get around.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I'm saying. We've been becoming weaker and weaker with every action that we take. We used to have hair on our back. We didn't need clothes. We used to be able to eat raw food. We used to be able to drink plain water without boiling it. These are weaknesses now to us. We can't survive in the wild. And I'm just putting all of these things together with the same mentality, the same idea that what if we went back to more primitive type of thinking to where we wasn't dependent on shiny shit in order to get along. Because it's not like we didn't. It's just that, you know what? What's the difference? We're not being hunted. That was the difference back then. We banded together because numbers were better, and the predator animals wasn't coming to get us.
Mm-hmm.
Because in numbers, but when you get caught by yourself, you dinner. You get caught going to the outhouse after that big meal, and you on the dinner menu. And that's what I'm saying. There's things that we didn't need. There's things that we don't need. There's life things that we do now that's just for the sake of life, and we don't need them. We can do without, and people just don't want to. It's just like in the Matrix. That's what I'm saying. People are so caught up in the system that they can't detach. It's
you know what I want women to get used to? I'm getting used to the idea. Polygamy. Being fruitful and multiply, man. Fuck this marriage system shit. Can we have a society where I could just go to different states, bang a bitch, have a bunch of kids, and then bang another bitch, and it's just okay?
And you think, and that's cool, right? Now I'm going to be devil's advocate.
That's old primitive times. I mean, if I'm going to primitive knowledge, I'm going to my primitive instincts. I want to stick my dick into something.
Back into
time. Every time.
Travel back and getting rid of everything. I'm just saying, putting less importance on the things that are really unimportant. That's really.
I'm just finding something I like about your society. Okay.
There's no way to get around it. You got to do and think what you want, how you want. I understand that, and I can do that. I can do that. I just have to let you do your thing. That's all.
Hey, that benefits you too. That's your society too.
That's it. It's cool. I don't have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. But I have an understanding now. I understand that I can't debate with you. I can't talk to you on that level because you're not gonna hear me. You're not gonna do that. You know, there's something that you refuse to do. So I'm cool with it. It's cool. It's cool. So
I think it's a timely topic like right now, especially, and just like
exactly.
how the internet is, because you're talking about like back in the days when little kids had to work in coal mines and all that crazy stuff, and they made we made advancements since then, and we're making a new advancement in the last 10 years with the internet, and I think that all these kids at home learning school, what am I trying to say, learning homeschooling with internet today is like we're on the precipice of some sort of breakthrough, perhaps. And I also hear Gargoyles, not to put words in his mouth, but your point of view about we don't want it to become like total like a commie society.
Fair enough.
But hang on, I ran out of steam. I was trying to say I had a point. I lost it.
I think you were saying that you're not you understand his point, and that in a way it could possibly be viewed that what I'm saying is that total communistic, socialistic society, but in reality, I'm going way further back than that type of mentality. I'm talking more tribal, where everybody participated just for the benefit of each other's welfare because they had to. And we have to now. And we can see it with this whole ill thing going on. Nobody, how long? And they're talking about doing this for a year and a half. How long do you think people could not work?
Well, I got bigger sticks.
It's got to break, man. Something's going to break. And people are going to start doing crazy things if they don't ease up on this. People got to work and feed their families. And this thing is not going to work. And now I'm saying without that and people getting food, as long as we're able to go out and produce work, people will eat. People will have homes. There won't be no homeless because they won't, all of those big businesses that financial institutions, there won't be no need for them. So those big skyscrapers can become homes, housing. Mansions would be like breakfast. What do you call those? Bread and breakfast. And that's how we travel. We travel around. And if you want to move, somebody wants to move, you can swap homes with somebody else. Go in and live wherever you want. You can choose to work in any profession you want to. It might take you, you might be able to switch profession every other year. Be able to get education because you're free. You can go and get education, do whatever you want. You won't have
people already get free education.
I understand that, but I'm talking about all of it free. You won't have to pay no tuition because it's just there. And then imagine if you have a nurse living and a doctor living. You got 3, 4, 5 nurses and doctors living in your block.
We already have that, and no thanks.
Yeah. I understand because a lot of people, it would be hard to qualify some people because people like artists, it would be hard to determine how much money or how much that you can qualify because they're like a art form, movies, comics, they entertain multitudes. So to have somebody who just works on a regular day job or type paving the street, how do you equate that to somebody who creates something that pleases the multitudes? So that's the only part of the thought that I can't get around. But I thought of it. It
To
depends.
touch on your corrupted corporation, UFC in particular, that took
Well, there
away
won't be no
fighters.
corporations that we have to worry about in a situation
Well,
like that because
I'm,
everything would be ours.
I'm trying to carry on your point, man. Is these UFC fighters get fucked over left or right when it became Reebok only with the advertisements? They weren't able to get as much pay because, of course, their medical fees cost them, travel fees, and of course, depending on the state, they have to pay taxes because they're independent contractors and all that fucking shit.
Yeah. This is another good point, being that you brought up corporations and paying the taxes and all of that. You got, say for these, what we're doing, creating businesses and creating comics and IPs, intellectual properties. Why do we have to pay lawyers and the government for something that we create?
Yeah, and why do we have to start an LLC?
And we can document basically anything we want ourselves. Why can't they just document what we've documented? And why should I have to go and pay $10,000 for a patent lawyer and pay all of this money out for people that don't have a creative bone in their body? And I struggle, and then I have to pay licensing fees and all of that for something that I create.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
These are the types of points. This is the type of thing that goes through my mind when I think about. And I understand that people would rather get paid and stuff for things that they do and make. I want to. I would love to be rich. I love to live in a mansion and all of that good shit. So I understand what all of the things that I'm saying when I say things like that.
I'm just putting it this way. Okay, not my business, but what do you do for a living?
Me? I'm not gonna say on the screen.
Okay. Sorry, that's not my business. Let's just say you work a construction labor job. Doesn't matter what the construction labor is, but depending on who you're working for, like you could be non-union sometimes and make $20 an hour. Sometimes union people make up to $30 an hour. But that's hands and feet labor, general contracting. Doing machines, you're ranking up to $45 and $60 an hour. Now, when you take out the money out that, what do you think is a fair house for the general labor gentleman who is on his hands and feet? Could be carpenter, could be rigging, could be those people on the scaffolding, could be the painters, and the people who handled machines. Now, I'm only basing off the house, the quality of house.
And I'll say the same thing that I said before. If he's a single person, he can have a suite, like you get in the Waldorf, one of them places. You can have your home hooked up that way, whatever you want. It'll be a 1-bedroom, built for you. If you have a family, you can get a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. It'll be a suite though. It'll be large rooms, high ceilings, all of that good shit that you expect from a respectable hotel that has a nice place to stay. Just as good as
good luck convincing people of that.
I'm not why is that such an impossibility that everybody has a
I'll put it this way. From people
certain size for a certain amount of individuals.
I'll put it this way. Here's why. Somebody in the Midwest having that same job, operating machinery, can afford a 3-story house with a swimming pool, with a lovely yard, and be a single person.
Because there won't be no money.
But once again, if you're convincing people who live in this society to move into the society you're thinking of,
where you don't have to work but 3 months out of the year, 3 to 4 months out of a year. And
You ever been a roadie?
I don't understand what that has to do with what I'm saying. So,
Roadies work 3 to 4 months out of the year.
but
They
this
can.
is the same thing. You're trying to make equate apples to oranges, and I'm not talking about roadies. I'm talking about everybody working the same amount of time. Imagine if you could work as a doctor today, and next year you could work in construction, but it would probably start off more like
I can do that now.
it'll probably start off more like as the younger people would get the harder jobs, and as you grow older, you can move into the more prestigious jobs.
But you don't get that. I can do that now. I can be a successful doctor, start my own construction company, and work construction on the side, and then have another business where I have a whole bunch of other employees that I'm paying well and on staff.
Okay, so you're saying that money has nothing to do with any reason why you're not any of those things?
No, it's my choice. I
Your
can do
choice.
this all myself.
So you
If I
live in
really wanted to.
you're happy in your situation that you're in. 100%.
No, I accepted my situation I'm in because I am accountable for my own choices that got me here. If
Okay.
I went to school to be a medical doctor, or if I joined the military, I would probably have a better life.
You would still be accountable in the other society.
Not one.
Yes, sure you would. Why wouldn't you?
Accountable for what?
You'd be able to get a home. You wouldn't be homeless. You'd be able to eat. You wouldn't starve, but you wouldn't be able to get no new TVs. You wouldn't be able to get no new clothes.
But-
unless you was desperate, and you wouldn't.
But once again,
the amenities. all
Once
of the
again.
goodies, the video games. The
what
movies,
goodies?
all of that. All of the
What
things
video
that make
games?
life lamping life. All of that lamping life, the laying up with your feet up and chilling.
Once again, if you got companies that are not making money and making anything and making things just to things,
say that.
then
I say that. Didn't I? The first thing I said was that we bring back all of the companies and automate as much as we can.
why would they come back?
Because there's no money. There's nothing keeping. We don't need the money to keep it alive. The money is the reason why they're not here, right? The money is getting cheaper labor is the reason why they're not here. So if we don't have use for any money, they could bring all of that shit back, automate it. We can get rid of all of the fossil fuel shit that we use, and we can clean up the environment, because we won't have the desire for money. Everything is not a bottom line.
But once again, trying to convince
Together.
a guy who can in one area can get all this stuff, and you're saying, so you want me to throw all this stuff, give all this stuff away, and move into this smaller stuff because you think it would be better for the world? No.
I'm saying what I think would be better. I'm saying that if people was not arguing and fighting over money and how much somebody, just like you're saying, oh, well, because I work in this position, I have the right to earn this much more, and this is what the elitist, isn't that what the elitist mentality is? I have money, so I'm better than you, and I have the right to live here, and I have the right to have better things, and have the right. Well, this will get rid of.
Yeah. If you're making that much money and you worked your ass off, why wouldn't you?
You're just a person, just like everybody else.
So you think Ethan Van Sciver is an elitist?
Huh? No, I'm not. Let me see. If he thinks that he's better than somebody, which I don't think he believes that, but it's possible.
He doesn't think he's better than somebody, but he definitely thinks with all his creations and all the money that he makes, he deserves it.
An elitist, he's just a creator trying to make money for him and his family, because that's what society is for.
But do you think
to do too? This is
well,
what
you're twisting words around now.
How am I twisting words around?
Okay, you're thinking. Okay, so a single dude who's a crane operator who worked and earned everything that he did, he's somehow an elitist and not entitled to what he makes now.
I said if he thinks he deserves to
Of course he deserves, because if people work that hard, they deserve that. They deserve the money they get.
Tell me something. Please tell me how a man pushing a lever in a crane works harder than a man lifting bricks and throwing rocks and swinging sledgehammers and all of that.
First of all, have you ever seen somebody work on a fucking crane and operate it? They have to run an inspection at the beginning of the shift and at the end. And half the time, that's nearly 100 stories in the air, and they're climbing at the tip, looking at it and making sure everything's good and tight, so there's no fucking accidents.
So that makes his job more.
Are you gonna climb 100 stories in the air?
Yes. Why not?
Okay. Fucking apply to the job, and then come back in this chat and say you're not entitled to your fucking salary.
What are you talking about?
You just said you would work a crane system. Now I just want to see you get the job, come back here, and tell me you're not entitled to your fucking money and everything you fucking earn.
Whatever, man. Like I said, there's no talking to you. There's no
talking to you either. Look at you.
Want to hear, man?
Look at yourself in the mirror.
You
make no sense.
Whatever. I've explained myself pretty much. I think that all of the points that I've made was pretty legitimate as far as the point that I was trying to make. I haven't gone off on any tangents. I haven't tried to obscure any points that I was trying to make by bringing in all kinds of things that have nothing to do with what I was saying. I just was trying to get people to say, hey, I know it might be crazy. It's a crazy idea, because it is. Everybody, like I said, this is a system that everybody's used to. And just like in the Matrix, the reason why they couldn't disconnect people from the Matrix was because they were too attached to the lifestyle that they were living. And that's what you're saying, in my opinion. You're so attached to the system that you can't see anything else.
No, you're attached to a system.
What system am I attached to?
You're on this falsely sense of entitlement.
I had a thought, and I'm just putting out a thought. I didn't say that this was a better thing. I said that I believed it was a better thing. In my opinion, it was a better thing, because there wouldn't be anybody. There wouldn't be nobody that you had to answer to but you. If you don't want to work, then you ain't going to work. Nobody's going to kill you. You just ain't going to reap the benefits that everybody else is going to reap. Why would you not want to work if you're getting it easy?
Once again, I could just steal.
Well, if that's the way you choose, that's the mentality of yours.
And once again, other people will do it too.
There's plenty of people who would rather not, though. There would probably be plenty of people who would say, hey, what's wrong with working? What's wrong with what's wrong with being able to work as a engineer, pushing those levers and being a crane operator this year, and then going and making a movie next year because you went to school and had learned all of these things, and you can apply to change positions every year or every other year or however often you want to, because that's the way the society is.
I can do that now.
Okay, then why aren't you doing it?
I am. I have.
Then why are you complaining and arguing and
complaining about what? Arguing about what? I'm the one sitting here going complaining. Look, good luck trying to convince
people trying to live off of other people and all of this stuff, and nobody was talking about any of that.
Hoth.
Yeah.
If you lived on a 3-story house with a swimming pool, with a 40-acre yard, with all your money that you earned, and somebody came by and goes, "Oh, I want you to give up all your stuff and give up for this nice apartment for this new society that I think would work."
I did not say give up anything.
I'd ask why. I'd ask why they need it.
It's not that I need it. It's because other people, because since you don't have a family, we believe you are not entitled to this. A bigger family should be entitled to this because it is just not fair.
When did I say that?
That's your whole philosophy
about somebody. That's yours. I never said any of those things about somebody taking your home and giving it to a bigger family. None of those things came out of my mouth.
Well, then the people who people are going to be grandfathered into your society. People are going to be grandfathered into your society.
No.
Okay, then how's it going to work from the start? How are you going to convince people?
Inheriting. So once you die off, if you got a home like that, it's gonna go to, like I said, if you got a mansion now, you can keep your mansion, but when you die, your kids ain't gonna keep it.
But my kids should have it. They should be entitled to my estate, just like the Bryants. The Bryants are entitled to their father's estate, aren't they?
That's in this society.
Well, I'm making an example. Kobe and his daughter died in a plane accident. In your society, the Bryant family would not be entitled to an estate.
Family member that's got a son, right? Does he have two daughters or another son?
He's got all daughters.
Well, then there's another daughter and a wife, right? So why should they get kicked out in the street? I don't get what you're saying, man. You said
the kids don't get the estate. So
I said after. Oh man, there's no winning, man, with you. Because no matter what I say, you coming up with imaginary things instead of trying to focus on what I'm telling you.
You said that.
When did
you not?
Okay, I said everybody who can get a home will have a home. They will be nice, luxurious homes. If it's for one person, they will have a one-person home. If it's with more than one person, they will have more than one person home. Whatever suits them. And then when the people move out, and you don't have no more use for those rooms, you can get a smaller home.
Well, what if I just want 5 homes?
You won't be able to. If you already got it, when they institute it, you can have your kids move into the other homes. But when you die and they die, those become, you don't have to tear them down. Like I said, they can become bed and breakfasts. So that
then your society sucks.
People could travel around it, and then they will get a regular home like everybody else.
Well, then your society sucks.
Well, that's because you're greedy and you don't want to be equal. You like the society. You like the idea of being rich. You like that idea of having the possibility, even though you're not rich, and the possibility is likely that you will never be rich. And that's the likeliness for most people in the United States, that the likeliness is that they're not going to be rich, and that the situation that they live in is the situation that they're going to be living in. So you are still hung up in their reality, or the greedy perception that America is the home of the brave and the land of the free, which it is.
Then why the fuck are you in Comicsgate trying to find people to draw your universe for you?
Again, what's that got to do with anything?
Once again, people are here looking for work, looking for their dream job, and looking for things that would make them happy as well as financially stable.
And money's the only thing that can make them happy.
Well, money brings stability, and with making money from your drawings would be definitely great, especially with people with families, wives, and kids.
Money, then it would be just for the love of my art and putting it out there for the people to enjoy. That's what.
Then what if your town hates your art? See?
Then I wouldn't get as much exception, because there would have to be some kind of a grading system. If only a few people like your art, then you're not going to get the same type of credit for working. And
then how's that fair?
Because you have to, in art, when it comes to art, it's the eye of the beholder. It's not like building a laptop and you know that people are going to use it. No, it's all about pleasure and adventure and escapism. It's not something tangible. Art is just something that sits there. It doesn't serve a purpose besides for pleasure.
See, you're going in on unrealistic things. Then what if the town next door
doing
Life
really
is a fan of you and would offer you a turkey dinner, but you have no idea.
can't hold it into the same weight. But if people do like it, you have to take in consideration that this one Cyberfrog book is pleasing 1,000, 3,000 people. So how do you also reward this man for doing that? Maybe he doesn't have to work 3 months every year. Maybe if he accumulates 3, 4, 5 books, he never has to work again the rest of his life. But it's up to him.
I can already do that as a roadie.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You can work as a roadie and put out good work 2 or 3 times and never have to work the rest of your life.
Work 6 months out of the year, have a
And
3
never
months
work again
vacation,
for the rest of your
come
life.
come back 6 months.
For the rest of your life.
Yeah, there's a couple jobs that I can
And
do
never
that.
work again for the
Yep.
rest of your life.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Like I said, there's no winning. I don't even know what wrote if that's true. I don't.
You
know.
ever seen the success of drug dealing?
I doubt. Say that again.
You ever seen the success of drug dealing?
I've never heard of a rich drug dealer that retired. No,
There's a few.
I ain't saying they're not. I said I've never heard of it. And that's not the same thing as a roadie, is it?
Yeah, there's roadies that retire.
Roadies are not making no thousands of dollars and millions of dollars like that.
Yes, they are. They're overworked. They work high fees. Rigger can make an average of $40 an hour.
That's not rock and roll stuff where the guys that help pack the
Put the stage up,
right?
Yep. And then you got the truck drivers.
I'm thinking about rodeo stuff. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that stuff. I'm not into rock and all of that stuff.
Rodeos, the bull handlers, but the rodeo clowns don't make shit.
I got it confused. That's where I don't know how much roadies make, so I don't know. But again, that person probably wouldn't get that type of money in that society. They wouldn't get that type of favorability.
Then they want to move to your society.
Because even the rock and rollers wouldn't get that type of reason why they would is because they please so many people that they get credit. So if they choose to, they can keep performing as much as they want. But it's not required.
You definitely are going to get Cardi B in your society.
Again, I don't understand the point of
But she'll definitely move out because she tried the Nigerian thing and then she found out women don't have any rights there.
Okay. Again, I don't understand your point. You're rambling that. I don't
know
what you're trying to make. You're just trying to.
I just said you just brought up musicians aren't artists, and I'm making a joke that Cardi B would definitely love your society.
That even the artists won't get paid. They will. If you determine that a great large number of people love you and they want to hear you perform, why you're not then required to do your 3 months a year? If you please a million people, millions of people love your shit, then the value of your art is increased and you're not required to put in your 3 months a year after you do a certain amount. I'm not saying it has 2 years, 3, 4, 5 years. It could be any number, but it should be something that lets people know, well, this person, he did. And that could be put into an elitist type of thing. Might be treated differently, but in a way they're not, because you have to. It's just like people who make movies. They make a movie, and if it bombs, then you're not going to get the same type of recognition. And if you don't get the same type of recognition, why should you get the benefit from the same types of privileges? And I understand that there's going to be in a situation like that, but there's difficulties in this society as we have it right now, and there's a whole lot of people feeling like they're being unfairly treated, all for the same things that you're talking about. People who want to get away with this and people want to get away with that, but the only difference is you don't have to worry about starving.
You don't have to worry about not having, being homeless. Nobody's taking anything from you because what's yours is yours. And that you can't say that now. You can't. Because my mother passed away. She paid for her home. And now I have to pay the taxes. If I don't pay the taxes, they take the home from me. And you know she paid that for the house. So that just says that the government still owns the shit. Or either that, I own the house, the government owns the land. This isn't right. This isn't fair. This isn't somewhere along the line we got to get back some of that freedom we gave away.
Sorry, I muted myself because I was taking a piss. Pretty sure you didn't want to hear that.
I hear you. I do the same thing. Yeah, but that's all I was saying. All of these things is part of my story types of thing telling too, because like I said, a lot of the concepts and ideas I come up with, I plan to use it in some way down the line in my stories. It's not just for argument's sake that I say these things, but that doesn't mean that I don't have opinions.
Yeah, it don't matter. It's all entertainment anyways.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not upset about anything. I do get a little aggravated maybe because I'm trying to make a point and you're not hearing me, but that's all that's about. You have the right to make any point you want, and just like I do, and I appreciate that. I would never try to stop you from making your point, and I will never lie on you for making your point. And that's the only thing I just want to do is keep it honorable. I'm all about being a respectful individual as far as it's called for. Tell you the truth, in face to face, you call me out my name, and that's fighting words. That's just how I do. But again,
hey, I'll take a slap in the face. We cool with that.
On the internet, that's a waste of time. All of that stuff is a waste of time because, like I said,
oh, come on. It would be funny to have a slap in the face. That big black hand. Backhand, black hand.
I am a black man.
Oh shit, that shit was kind of funny.
Certain things in there because it's on the internet. Things people say anything they want. There's no chasing something that you can't do anything about, and I don't do that. I don't chase things that you can't do anything about. That's why I say I accept things a lot differently because I accept what's that saying? Old things, something about knowing when give me the strength to be able to change the things that I can and accept the things that I can't, and knowing the difference between the two.
Uh-huh.
I think the saying is something like that. Knowing, I think it says something like, please give me the strength. God, please give me the strength to be able to change the things that I'm able to, accept the things that I can't, and be able to know the difference between them. And I think that's the basics of the saying. I know I have it wrong because it doesn't feel like I got it right, but and I trust myself when I have those feelings. But and there's situations when you have to take the L in certain types of meetings. Like I said, I'm saying I take the L now because there's certain situations, like I said, in a face-to-face situation, I'd probably handle in a totally different way because that's just how I was raised. I came up knowing that's all I know. Well, it's not all I know. Otherwise, I could have handled it that way tonight. I could have gotten stupid and said silly things just for the sake of replying, and I'm not like that.
That's all right. I'll take a backhand when I meet you at the convention sometime.
I'm a tactical individual. Now there's backhands coming, man. Like I said, that's not how I get down. If you and me are boys, unless you really go out to do something to hurt me, and I recognize it as that, I would never retaliate in this. Oh man.
Yeah.
As soon as that line gets crossed, then it's all bets are off. I don't. So, yeah.
Well-
But anyway, I'm not. That wasn't meant for any type of threatening type of anything. Like I said, that's not what I'm about. I love to debate. I love to argue. Arguing with my pops about stuff is the reason why, one of the reasons why we didn't get along. So I love to prove my point. I like to make my point, so I'm always up for a good argument.
I think I gained the most out of this conversation.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
But I do think about all this stuff, automation, all that kind of stuff. I think about it a lot, and I've been working on a story, a top secret story I've been working on, has a lot of these themes in it. So I've been
Being that you on a story talk about automation and stuff like that, here's another thought that you can put in or think about. I'm not telling you to put it in your story. I'm just saying think about it.
okay.
AI. What
AI.
good is it truly? What use is it truly good for besides immortality? What person
Okay.
really, in reality, what intelligent person wants something that could think faster than them, process more information than them? The only reason for trying to make the perfect artificial intelligence would be the casing or the brain that can hold it, the technology that can hold the perfect artificial intelligence with no degradation to emotions, memory, and all of those cognizant functions that man uses, is immortality. To be able to download human thoughts perfectly so that humans can live forever. That's the only purpose for creating artificial intelligence. Otherwise, we're setting ourselves for Terminator.
Wasn't that a movie with Johnny Depp?
Excuse me?
Movie where he put his brain in some artificial intelligence and he went nuts.
He did do that.
Transcendence, right?
Transcendence, that's right. I was going to go back to Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves, but yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What's it called?
Transcendence.
Transcendence became
Okay.
part of some intelligent, some kind of intelligent being or intelligent computer software or something that he created.
Yeah, it was Wally Pfeiffer's directional debut. He was a DP of the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give that a thought, man. What good is AI? What truly good? I know they say that they can use it to make like cure diseases and all of that stuff, but I kind of against all of that because of our overpopulation of the earth. But I think we need to start decreasing our population, but the only way is how, without being,
Better than cutting your head off and putting it nice.
Say that again?
Better than cutting your head off and putting it nice like they do in Michigan.
That is kind of crazy to me. I would never think of doing anything like that. But the only purpose for having artificial intelligence would be for immortality. And once they get immortality, there won't be no more use for children. No more use for any of that shit, because now they can take it with them. Think about that, man. Think about that. You can see I touch on a lot of subjects when I do my story.
Damn, that would be crazy. What if there was accidentally we turned ourselves into the fucking Transformers?
That's what it was. That's what's coming. Look at what they're doing. They're creating sex toys with all of this realism. The next step is to create the perfect body and to create perfect brain. And then the perfect AI would be to test the perfect brain to make sure that you can download your consciousness. That's it. Then you got perfect immortality. Because as long as you have a perfect backup system for your memories, you'll never die.
Well, you ever heard of that guy, Professor Roland Milton? It's kind of interesting because he discovered a way of time travel with voice waves emitting a certain light through water.
Well, I don't believe that he found shit. I believe he's full of shit. There's no such. I just said earlier I don't believe in time. So even though I have time travel stories and extra dimensional shit, I don't believe in that shit. I believe 90% of what science or astrophysicists talk about is absolute bullshit, because there's nobody else to prove what they're saying is false besides other scientists. You and me can never see the things that they see to prove them wrong.
I was just thinking that could tie in with the artificial intelligence and immortality of individuals with individual memories to map out a whole time based on all the memories collected.
That's good, but wouldn't they have to have a central memory bank?
I mean, it's your idea.
Well, you adding shit to it. That's what I was asking you. Hold on, I gotta head to the bathroom, man. Y'all talk amongst yourself. I'll be right.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's kind of a cool concept. You could actually put the time travel there with all these memories accumulating together. Kind of like Westworld.
So you're saying that it was sound waves. What was it again? Light.
Basically, this guy, he said he figured out a way to time travel by projecting sound waves through water that he twirls around through light. It's been a long study about it, but he's pretty much the only fucking scientist that's really in real life who's discovered a scientific way so far of time travel.
And what was his name again? His
name was Ronald Milton. Let me double check that.
It sounds
I
fascinating.
went through a phase that I was trying to figure out time travel through meditation. Of course, it never worked.
Like when your adrenaline picks up, they say like time slows down, and I don't know. I was just thinking about if you could meditate and increase your heart rate, would that slow down time? I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Oh, Ronald Mallet. Got his name wrong.
Ronald Mallet. Okay.
Dr. Ronald Mallet.
Okay. That stuff fascinates me. All that.
All right, fellas. I thought I planned for the 4 hour. This is already going into 6 hours here.
Yeah.
I actually wrote down some ideas for the bounty hunters.
That's good. That's what we were supposed to be talking about. This last 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours went totally awry.
Hey, it was fun.
Yeah, but I want this. I told you I want this to be about. Even though we can have discussions like that, but that's for other streams. With story time, I wanted to stay on the story topics and stuff like that, and get the stories out.
We need a safe word.
Exactly. I tried to do that, but like I said, once I start getting into shit and talking about ideas and stuff like that, my brain goes full tilt. And
How about this?
Lock your ass down, and you wouldn't let me. Your ass is a squirming motherfucker.
Hey, here, we'll do it. We'll do it this way. You just go, "Shut up, gargoyle. Shut the fuck up." And I'm like, all right.
I like the debate. So.
We'll just do that. That's our safe word for now. Shut the fuck up, gargoyle.
Yeah, we'll get it together.
And that will still be funny. It'd still be funny.
We'll get it together. Like I said, we're gonna keep streaming, and we'll have these debates, and we'll work it into something where we can make it funny and part of the whole routine.
But yeah, that idea, the concept of the whole memory thing and a whole bank, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, the artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I heard him talking about. I heard Hoff Rebel talking about his new technologies and stuff like that, and made me think about that. It's another concept that I've been pondering over and seeing how I could work that same type of idea into my stories. So, like I said, have fun with it. It's not like if you come up with an idea, it shouldn't be exactly like mine. But so have fun with it. If it helps your story, I'm glad. If you can find a way to intertwine. So
one way that artificial intelligence could be useful is with space travel.
Yes.
I guess if it's on like autopilot.
Yeah.
For some reason.
While people are in what's suspended animation or whatever.
Yeah.
Taking the artificial intelligence could take care of everything without worrying about degradations and all of that stuff like that. Like I said, I heard a lot of the things that the people say that they can use it to cure diseases and all of that. But again, if you look at things from a perspective that mankind is basically creating a destructive situation for his own self, overpopulating the earth, and I don't know if I think I mentioned this before. Like if you look at a skin disease that creates scabbing and such like that on your arm, is basically what we're doing to the planet. I know it sounds like I'm this, that, and the next. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be no. I'm not an environmentalist. I just notice things, and I know that what's going on is due to what man is doing. You can't just like getting rid of cows and still deforesting the planet. It's still gonna make us suffocate because we need the trees to breathe.
It kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't get rid of one without still creating a problem for yourself. The problem is people. So
well, nature made hunting permits, I mean, man designed hunting permits and hunting seasons to control certain populations like beavers and deers, and of course feral hogs that were introduced to this country. They're not indigenous here, and they have destroyed and decimated crops and stuff like that. So a lot of the hunting and
destroyed crops, or they just was trying to find food.
Well, they eat everything. It's like those fish.
They're just
doing guppies.
Comes naturally, and I'm sure that we can say that that's what we're doing too. But we're supposed to be the intelligent species, right?
Yes and no. I mean, based on constructions, stuff like that, a lot of the what are they called? The preserved areas, the preserved parks have been reservations have been treated better and have been doing better than supposedly the protected areas by the government that they trash.
And they're still killing the animals off. They're still They're still making deals, allowing people to kill these animals.
Well, you gotta kill the animals off during the seasons. You gotta kill the older ones off to let the younger ones grow.
Not really.
Yeah, you do.
Animals didn't need our regulations beforehand. It only
they did.
No, they didn't. They only needed our regulation now because we've overpopulated the planet. But before, they got along perfectly by themselves with the animals killing each other off.
Trust me. Hunters make money. There's people who who get paid big bucks to get rid of hogs to protect their farmlands.
Protect their farmlands. Exactly.
Yeah, farmlands produce food for people to eat. It's not overpopulation.
It is
It's
over.
providing food, unless you want to grow it yourself.
So if we didn't have less cars, less people, there wouldn't be as much pollution and everything.
There still would be just about as much.
No, there wouldn't. Because with less people, you wouldn't need as many cars. You wouldn't need as many products. You wouldn't need as many.
Well, if you're going to,
All you have to do is look back into time.
okay, if you're going the Charles Manson route, like you're doing,
In the 50s, there wasn't as much what's going on today on any level, whether it be manufacturing headaches. There wasn't as much pollution. There wasn't as much
because we didn't report and keep it in data like we do now.
because there wasn't as many people and there wasn't as many cars.
Once again, it wasn't all registered too. Still,
There wasn't as many people
like as it is now.
cars. That was makes it different. It has nothing to do with somebody registering it or documenting it. You can assume that because there was less people, there were less cars and less.
They didn't have gun registrations either in the 1950s. So you're gonna say less people own guns then too? That's the same thing.
Of course, there's less people.
If that doesn't mean anything. One person can own 5 cars.
Okay. Whatever.
Maybe.
Shut the fuck up. No, what I'm saying, you're being too literal. I'm saying is, as you go back, and there's less people, there's more space.
I'm being too literal.
You're-
Jesus fucking Christ, are we going in fantasy land?
Okay, whatever. Okay.
Well, could an
go ahead.
AI, or could an AI predict like because Gargo was saying that the deer were not indigenous to the U.S.
The feral
could it-
hogs weren't indigenous.
feral hogs. So could an AI like predict like we could use an AI to say which to kind of balance the ecosystem. Like that's something that an AI might be good at is to dictate, you know, how many more bees we need or how many more fish we need in the ecosystem to rebalance it,
Can
or
I
to keep it balanced.
just a quick thought? It's not no other worldview or anything like that. Just a quick thought. Do you think that would be necessary if there was no people? Say that people blanked off the planet instantly. Do you that the animals or the animals that are endangered would need us or anybody, anything to help them repopulate, or would they be just do it on their own?
They would just eat everything till it's all gone.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
No, they wouldn't.
Like
Yeah,
the
they
tigers in Joe Exotic's or his old place would break loose and then eat all the. Well, they wouldn't eat. They probably wouldn't eat all the deer, but they'd eat quite a few of the deer. But they might eventually those tigers they might eventually die in just in the U.S. because they're not being hunted by. Those tigers aren't being hunted by the sort of predators that they'd face in India.
Tigers don't have predators per se.
Okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't have predators in India.
Tigers and lions. Now they have adversaries. They might have a lion or come across another tiger, or lions might have hyenas and stuff like that.
Tigers are India. Lions and hyenas are in Africa.
I understand. My point wasn't that lions and tigers lived in the same place. I'm just making an analogy that they have natural enemies. So, but as far as the point is that I was making is, do you think that animals would need somebody to guide them into repopulating the earth or repopulating their numbers if there were no humans to interfere with their growth?
They are repopulating.
Yeah, I think that they would come back
Naturally.
naturally back
Yeah.
to how they were
Okay.
before. And I think that all the rainforest, I mean, it'd take a long time, but the rainforest would do the same thing. You know, the
Everything
trees would
come right back. It would take time, maybe a few 10, 15, 20 years, something like that. But as far as the plant life, it wouldn't take that much long. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years for a tree to grow, because it takes about 20, 30 years for a tree to grow to a reasonable size.
Well, that's a whole. Somebody already did a study about that. Basically, a whole forest is, like you said, an ecosystem. It starts from a fungus. A tree can't grow as long as until the whole ground and ecosystem on the bottom of it is healthy.
It'll grow though.
It will, but everything else has to be great first. Fantastic.
Not necessarily. That's one thing about nature. It grows whenever and wherever. If we wasn't here, everything you see in front of you would disappear within a matter of years, because everything would be become overgrown, and then as it starts infiltrating the buildings, they will collapse, crumble, and then they would take it over.
Yeah, I think there was a Discovery Channel documentary about if
The end
humans
of the
disappeared.
world. Yeah.
Yeah,
Humans disappeared. Yeah, I saw that.
I never actually watched it, but it sounded very fascinating. And
I watch all
They
that.
also released Megalodon movies that are based on true stories.
Megalodon.
Yep.
And what's a megalodon?
A giant shark.
How could that be based on a true story?
Exactly my point. Why is that on the Discovery Channel?
did they have them back in the day in dinosaurs?
Just because it's on the Discovery Channel doesn't mean
To be honest, I don't know. But I thought Discovery Channel is supposed to have real stuff about real animals.
No, if they found some kind of fossilized remains of a shark of some kind, some huge shark that they determined because of the jawbone structure and the structure of the skeletal or whatever, that it was a shark that just existed 20 million years ago, let's say. All they can really say is that this creature existed.
Yeah.
The name is really false because they don't know what it was called. This is a made-up name that they gave it. This is another point to my whole money argument, because we put names on everything. We don't even know what a tree is truly called, right? We agree.
You mean the Latin name?
No, period. You go outside and you call that brown thing with the green things on it a tree. But
yeah, that's like me saying you don't know what your name is really.
Yes, I do, because
no, you don't. How do you know you gave yourself your name? How do you know when you were a soul you wanted that name?
Like I was saying, names we supposed.
There you go. Boom.
Supposed to be boom. Okay, I like the way you celebrate non-victories.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. I don't give a shit.
You should be a very happy individual, man. you really do enjoy the small pleasures in life.
You have to.
Yeah, of course.
Otherwise, you'll put a gun to your head.
Not me.
Yeah. I don't believe that.
Impossibility. That's an impossibility for me.
Nothing is impossible.
That is an impossibility for me. That would
Mhm.
never happen in a million years, under any circumstance. Any. I would have to have some horrible, sickly disease that's gonna rip me to shreds, and I know that there's nothing left. There's no point in going through all of that shit. That's the only way
Like the pandemic.
I can see. But to just say that life is rough and I've had a hard time, no, that would never happen. Never in a million years. So I know myself through and through. That could never happen. Impossible. I would never, if a dude held a gun to my head and said, "I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker, get on your knees," I say, "Shoot me. Shoot me, motherfucker." Just like that. Shoot me, kill me right here.
Well, why would he want to shoot you?
I'm just putting it out there. You said that you were saying that there was be a situation where I would kill myself, and I'm saying there's not a situation where I would even beg for my life.
Then that's suicide.
Huh?
Then that's suicide.
What's suicide?
Letting somebody else shoot you.
No.
A guy went to prison for assisted suicide.
Suicide? That's not suicide per se.
It
not,
is.
not for valuing my self-respect more than being ready to beg for life, especially if I don't know if this dude's gonna kill me anyway. I'd rather stand up like a fucking man and say, "Fuck you, shoot me, bitch." But that's just me. Not everybody's the same, and I don't expect everybody to be the same. So
it's still suicide.
If that's how you choose to think.
Nah, move on. I'm just fucking with you, man.
I forgot what we're talking about.
You were talking about artificial intelligence.
No, I was talking about something about Discovery Channel. And,
Oh yeah, the Discovery Channel.
and something about a tree. A tree is
I was talking about how the word tree is. Nobody truly knows what a tree's actual name is because nobody ever told us. We made it up.
Well, you don't know your true name.
I'm not a tree.
Well, you're just something that came out of something, like us all.
Right now, okay, I think the whole topic of your whole devil's advocate thing is wearing thin. Because
No, it's not.
Now you're referring to my mother. You're referring to my mother, and I'm not.
I'm not referring to your mother. I'm referring to an individual.
You said I just came out of something, and
yeah, you're something out of something. We're all something out of something.
I'm going to stop you because you're going too far, and it's becoming insulting, and I don't want to get into a situation where I'm upset with you. So I'm suggesting that you stop.
Would you feel better if I called her some? Did I say someone? You're someone out of someone instead of something?
Suggesting that you stop.
Well,
I'm suggesting.
Okay, stop. If you don't know what a tree is actually called, I don't know what your name actually is. That's fair.
That's fair. But don't refer to my mom's.
I'm not referring to your mom.
Okay, that's all.
I'm referring to an individual.
Right.
If you want someone, I'll use someone next time.
Listen. I'm trying not to get upset with you, man, but you're making it hard.
I'm not trying to fight with you. I didn't know I was going to hit you with such trigger words.
Well,
God.
I'm informing you. I'm letting you know. Don't refer to my mother.
I wasn't.
I'm telling you.
I wasn't.
I'm just making a suggestion.
Okay. I'm just asking you. Would you prefer, instead of using something, someone?
You think this is funny. You keep saying that you think it's funny. And I'm trying to tell you the way that you're taking things is not funny.
No, this is not being funny. This is just dealing with this, being serious wise. If that's a trigger word, fine. Tell me if it's a trigger word. In fact, if you're going to be like that, give me a whole list of trigger words that I don't use for you. Otherwise, give me a list of rules of what I shouldn't talk to you about, and we'll just avoid it from there.
I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it's a trigger word really.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm just using a simple gesture of what is universally used right now. I don't know what the best way to describe it.
You know something, Gargoyle? All you have to do is do one thing. If I'm not disrespecting you, if I'm not bringing topics like your mother into things, if I'm not suggesting things, I think you should treat me with the same respect that I show you. Period.
I did.
Well, I'm just trying to say, let's keep it in a frame. Let's stop with the. Let's just
Okay.
get it out from here. I'm getting really. It's fun for a while, but I don't want. I'm trying not to bring it.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to be intentional right now.
Well, I'm just saying, and instead of you say, okay, whatever I said, I'm sorry, my bad. Won't do that again. You're saying, okay, and getting all wise and slipping off at the mouth and getting slick. And okay.
How am I getting slick?
I can accept it. But
how am I getting slick? I'm just getting straight to the point. Okay.
I told you that you were referring to my mother.
Okay, I'm trying to understand your kind of person, your kind of behavior. Obviously, you're not a person who likes confrontation or conflicting arguments. So obviously, on your show and on your time, I need to avoid that
argument. You use referring to my mother as a conflicting argument.
Hang on. And obviously, you don't like individuals close to you and you being referred to as things. So instead, I'll use one. I understand that now, but obviously there's certain words that you don't like.
You referred to my mother as a thing, and not at any point in time did I refer to your mother as a thing, even though you was berating her.
Don't matter.
Down to you about your mother.
Hang on. But you came in this whole thing acting like your superiority high horse. You wanted to get to the whole story, and then you're like, okay, never mind.
Referred to your mother as a thing.
Hang on. No matter what, I wasn't using something as disrespectful.
Oh, so
that wasn't
usually have people refer to dropping out of something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm suggesting to you now.
Do you want me to use a more vulgar term? Do you want me to use a more vulgar term?
You know something, Gargoyle? Being that you refuse to comprehend what my points are and the basic little.
I can't refer to your points because all you're doing is rules for me, not for you. Walk around eggshells.
Yeah, I ain't have no walking around eggshells. I do not speak to you the way.
Because you're riding on top of a high horse right now. You're acting like you're galloping on that high horse.
I'm trying to treat you with respect. So treating someone with respect is being on my high horse.
No, acting like you've been treating me with respect.
I've treated you with respect. Disrespect? I've disrespected you.
You've been acting condescending. You've been talking.
It was asked you not to speak, use certain terms and words with me. That's all I've asked.
And I said okay. And eventually, I legitimately need a whole list.
Do that.
I can't go down and along and predict, because I'm not a fucking mind reader, what is going to be a trigger word for you.
Well, that's why I informed you. That's why I informed you. And all you had to do is say, my bad, and it won't happen again. That's it.
Okay. And I did say, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was going to be a wrong term. For the next time, for avoiding that, should I use someone? If that does in case happen, I'm doing that in consideration for you. That's not being a smartass.
You was 35?
Huh?
How old did you say you was? 35?
I'm 15.
So you're in your 30s and you don't know how to talk about people? You don't know how to refer to people?
Oh my God. Good Lord. Who cares? Really? Now I have to talk a certain way around you. Now I have to talk more white. Do I have to?
I'm just telling you.
Just because it's your stream, do I have to talk like a nerdy white person? Okay, here we go.
Okay, you already.
Okay, Mr. Xer. I'm sorry.
You've been already doing that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Xer.
You've been already doing that.
How can I accommodate you, sir? I'm sorry for these trigger words, sir. Man, what the fuck?
Yeah, I can tell you're an angry individual, man.
No, you're an angry individual. You're the one sitting here going, you're angry, you're angry. No, you're the one fucking shitting on me for no apparent reason. Why? I don't fucking know. And then you want to fucking be the head cheese in charge. You want to talk about, hang on. You want to talk about, elitism, superiority. Then you're like, these are fucking bad words to say to me. These words are horrible. Don't use them on me. That's horrible. Man, pick the fucking rules. You're doing this. Rules for you, not for me. Okay, fine. It's your stream. We'll play this way.
What was the rules that I put for you and not for me? Because I don't remember cursing. I never remember mentioning anything about your mother. I don't remember talking down about your mother. I never called your mother a thing. I never said any of the things.
Oh my God, really? And all I said is calm yourself down. And
really,
you're really upset because I said thing.
I'm not upset.
You're upset because of thing.
I'm not upset.
Thing.
That you refer to as my mother.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Oh my God.
You're right. You're 100% right. You're 100%. You're 100% right, Gargo. I understand from now on. I can't talk to you. I understand.
Yeah, I can't talk to you either. This is nuts.
This is
obviously you want some kind of hierarchy thing, and you fucking contradict it.
Hierarchy? What hierarchy? What hierarchy?
You want superiority. You want to talk over everybody. You want to be like Doug Maple. You want to out funny everybody because you don't want anybody to say anything.
And you think it's funny to refer to my mother as a thing?
I wasn't being funny. I was.
Yeah.
I was fucking. I don't even know where.
So then you was being. Serious. So then you was being serious.
What was I talking?
You was being serious, right?
Hang on.
You being serious?
No. I'm trying to go back. Why was I saying you were something that came out of something?
Because you think that you're trying to be slick with everything. You think everything that you say is slick.
No. Before that, I'm not trying to be slick, because if I was trying to be slick, I would actually have more money and I would not be responding to your ads on Comicsgate Talent Search. No, I'm not fucking slick. So get that out of your fucking mind. Nor will I ever be slick, because in fact, the two of you will probably be more successful than me with this comic book shit, to be honest. And you know what? I'm still sitting here and I'm still praising you guys. In fact, you want to be absolutely honest? You want a controversial statement? Guess what?
Nobody's taking it that way, but you want to keep going on and on about nonsense. Nobody said any of these things to you. Nobody said any of these things to you, man. Nobody said anything to you about you.
Your art is great. In fact, it's better than mine. Oh.
Don't have no idea, man. Nobody said
Can you
anything.
believe this motherfucker? I complimented him.
Nobody said anything to you about you not working and not. And this is your opinion.
Your art is great, and you'll have a successful future. You'll make tons of money.
Nobody said any of these things. This is what I'm talking about. It's like you're looking for an argument.
I'm not looking for an argument. I'm praising success for you now. And I'm making it sound intimidating now.
Like your people done told you that you wasn't shit for so long that that's all you expect. Well, I'm not telling you that. I've never said any of that stuff to you. And so you can go on and push buttons and try to do, but I didn't do any of those things to you.
I'm not pushing buttons. I'm wishing you success right now.
I never insulted you once. I never called you out your name once. I just was trying to make my point, and that's all you've been doing ever since this conversation started, was call me out my name, refer to my mom's derogatory way.
I didn't refer to her as a derogatory way. Come on now, that's not derogatory.
I informed you that I didn't appreciate it, and instead of just saying, I'm cool with me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, because that's all I would have done. If I'd have said something that you could have taken wrong against your moms, all I would have said, yo, my bad, that's not my intentions, and I would have kept it moving. Just kept on going with my argument.
I did keep on going. In fact, I did damage control for you, and
you start getting slick talking about how I'm triggered and all of this. Like I'm so.
That's not being slick. That's calling out the situation. I tried to accommodate to you.
Man, you ain't calling out nothing, man.
I tried to accommodate you. You did not like the word. I asked you what I could use for next time.
Hostile,
this is not hostile, dude. This is just getting frustrated over the drag of you going around in circles.
Not talking rules for me and rules for you.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly what you're being, dictator.
All I said is try to do what I would do with Hoff. If
oh my God,
was talking to me and we was having I've had conversations with Hoff and we've never gotten into any arguments or disagreements because why? Because he listened to me. I spoke my piece. And he speaks. I listen to him. And
because he doesn't talk half the time.
We can
no offense to Hoff.
Bullshit. Because after you wasn't here last week. It was just me and him. And
he's pleading the fifth right now. So he's standing the fuck out of this.
He didn't make derogatory statements. He didn't say things all out the left side of his mouth. He didn't.
The only thing derogatory I used was calling you a motherfucker.
He didn't make lying statements about things that
I didn't make lying statements.
And I said things about the caldera.
Hold on. I didn't make lying statements. You're the one making lying statements.
He now you making jokes?
Oh, no, you're the one making lying statements. You already have it on recording on your stream. Remember? Long time ago, we made a reconfirmation that I fucking misunderstood what you were saying about, and I will repeat it again, Mr. Lying Statements, is that diamonds, precious metals, and papers do not have any value to you. Right? That was it. That wasn't a lie. That was just a misunderstanding of what I misinterpret of what you said.
Yeah, and you just won't get it. You can't. It's impossible. Can't get it.
How is that not getting it? We went to that understanding and we moved on. Now you're going back to it.
I don't know if it's intentional.
And now you're claiming I'm lying because we already went back there, and now we're going back there again. Is that I misunderstood you?
It has nothing to do with that.
Now it has nothing to do with anything.
So
you called me a liar, and now that has nothing to do with what you're accusing me of lying about.
This has got nothing to do with what you told me that I said at the time I didn't say.
Now you're confusing me.
Yeah, well, that's how it's been all night.
Ever since this whole thing started.
Well, you're going back in circles, and then you're going forward, and then you're going here, and then you're going there.
All I said, bro, is just try to treat each other with respect. That's all I said.
I am.
Honor. And you keep
I am.
on these tangents and bringing up all kinds of crap.
No, that's you.
Nobody wants to talk about no rape, old women, and all of these other that you bring.
Once again, if you're not going to go to the argument of why somebody would do something because it's not of value to this, then I'm going to the argument of why somebody would do this to somebody.
You're thinking that is just really, what do they call that? Doomsayer? Everything is doom and gloom. That's you.
Whatever.
What
No. If you're going in the fantasy world that nobody's going to take your fucking house, is that your fantasy world? Do you think nobody's going to steal your house? No.
They do that now.
You think nobody's going to come into your house if you leave all the windows and doors unlocked right now?
Now, who said anything? This is what I'm talking about. Where are you living? What fantasy realm do you get all of this?
I live in an actual city, dude.
Well, you're living in the fantasy, bro, because every time somebody says something, you add like a whole paragraph. You should be a very good comic book artist and creator because you always fabricating shit.
How am I fabricating? This is real fucking life, motherfucker. Sorry.
Take a little mother.
God damn, that comes out so naturally. I am sorry about that.
Because that's what you used to doing, man.
No, it's because Samuel L. Jackson was trendy in the early 20s, and that's all he says is motherfucker.
I know there's people who can't handle people getting cursed at. You can curse at me, whatever. However, I don't care if you curse at me. I'm just saying don't fucking use that shit when you talking about my mother or referring to my mother. That's all I said. That's all I asked. I asked. I didn't say anything. I asked of you. I asked of you.
Fair request.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to treat you like a human being, and then you telling me
I want to hear a Hoth out.
Dog, man.
That's Hoth. That's me. Hoth.
That's a fair request to families off limits as far as I'm concerned. But your point was about the trees. The trees naming.
There we go. There we go. That's where it came from. There we go.
Because the black people have a thing called a dozens, and we crack on everything. Your mom's everything. Mom's jokes. That's not beside the point. But when you're being absolute disrespectful when we're not even in that mode of joking around, and you're talking down about my mom's and calling her.
No, I was not talking down. I wasn't talking down. I was referring to a person as a person coming out being named. It's just like a person naming a tree.
Drop out of a thing. But you know why? What it is, Gargoyle Man? Because you're not trying to understand what I'm saying. You're not a stupid individual, but you're trying to act like you're stupid. And you understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, stupid's an act in this fucking business. But thanks for flattering me.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat something. I'm not gonna sugarcoat something and play around with it. I'm trying to make a point. I'm not trying to coddle you and wipe your snot. I'm not trying to change your diapers.
Don't expect you to do that, man.
I'm trying to change no diapers. So if I talk to you, I expect you at least try to hear what I'm trying to say. You can't understand the comprehension, the concept that man made up all of these words that we call. You think I don't understand that as a society we agreed to accept that it's called a tree? I'm just trying to be philosophical.
Well, that's the same philosophical I'm going. The
reality of it is that a tree is not what it's called. We don't know.
Yeah, your name is not really your name. That's all I'm saying.
So my point with that is that a tree can't speak. So if a tree could speak, a tree might be able to tell you what
it was actually called in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
It might have an opinion, but we won't know because we can't converse with it.
Yeah. And where did this?
Excuse me.
Basic concept, man. This is just a basic concept of any type of storytelling. This is a basic concept of any type of storytelling. That's why I said if you can't even bit of imaginative thinking, how are you supposed to create anything? You won't even open your mind up to some little basic imaginative thinking, man.
What are you talking about? I sat there go, okay, tree's not really a tree, then how do you know you're supposed to be that name? I've always wondered that.
But is that embracing the thought, or is that being?
Yes, that's embracing the thought. You know, when I was a child.
Is that trying to be sarcastic?
Hang on. How many kids in your school had the same name as you?
What's that got to do?
Every fucking thing.
To do with
every fucking thing. You
tell me how that relates to why a tree is called a tree and why it's not a tree.
Why is your name your name? Exactly.
If you can explain how that correlates to that, I'll answer the question. Otherwise, I won't answer it.
Once again, you're given your name by another individual, a person.
Uh-huh.
They came up with that name. God knows how.
Yes.
My parents weren't that creative.
Yeah.
So given growing up, I didn't like my name too much.
And once I come of age, I have the right to change it however I want. Because black people do it all the time. I know plenty of dudes named D-Bone and Cool, Homie, D-Fat, all kinds of crazy names. And we chose to change it because we didn't want to be called by that name. So the tree can't do that. It has to accept what we place on it.
I have a brother-in-law that was born without a name and lived till he was 30 without a name.
Again, I don't understand the point of bringing that up. It's not like I'm trying to disregard what you're saying, but it seems like you're just deflecting. You're not trying to stay on topic. You're not trying to.
It's still the same topic. It's a name and without a name.
It's not.
So you're just
trying to be philosophical and say, you see, how come Hoff can get it? How come Hoff understands that
How do you know Hoff can get it? That's only a picture of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Just said it. He just said, I understand. A tree didn't give it its name. It didn't have a voice. It didn't speak for itself.
Oh.
He can grasp what I'm trying to do, and all you're trying to do is be devil's advocate. Throw up nonsense for nonsense sake. How can we create stories together if you're always going to be throwing a shoe wrench in the storyline because you think it's funny, or you think it's just something slick to say, or thinking something slick to do?
I'm not figuring out a shoe wrench. I'm trying to figure out how you're going to sell this story to the masses, or this idea to the masses. Okay, figure out a name to a tree.
Anybody with the thought process can grasp that a tree was given its name by human beings. It wasn't walking around with a picket sign saying, "Bitch, I'm a tree."
Yeah, human beings gave us names.
This is my point to everything. The money thing and everything. The whole thing. This is my point. It's all made up. Everything that we've put labels on. Animals refer to each other by what name? You don't know. You think
by how they shit them out.
Like in Wile E. Coyote. What's up, George? Oh, hi, Ralph. You think that's what animals do when they come up to each other? Two dogs come to each other, sniff each other's assholes, and say, "Yo, what's going on, homeboy?" Pop each other, throw some bowls, and do a quick handshake, a paw shake, and say, "What's going on, George? What's going on, Terrence?"
Well, nowadays we got furries for that.
Yeah, exactly. You see, this is my point. I'm trying to get you to understand something, and instead of you go, "Yo, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see your point," so that we can close this off and go on. Keep going. Yeah, this is why we got furries. What's that supposed to mean? What does that have to do?
Well, you're going in a scenario where animals talking to each other, and you're saying that never happens, and I'm saying yes, it does happen now. It's called furries.
Okay, please, Doggo, don't tell me that your intelligence, your intellectual brain power is that weak.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to say that you don't have anything more intellectually stimulating to add to that topic instead of this naysaying bullshit.
That's more than why do trees get their names? Sounds like some hippies on some mushrooms.
Instead of you trying to add to it, you're coming up with hippies on mushrooms and some shit that doesn't add to the storyline.
Well, you're making a conversation with sounds like a bunch of hippies in a drum circle on mushrooms staring at a tree under the shade going,
so isn't that
I wonder why.
Isn't that the same thing with every last storyline that we've been talking about?
What?
Every last storyline that we've been talking about since you've been coming on story time.
To figure out the name of a tree?
Isn't that the same thing? We are making up stuff, right? We're coming up with concepts. We're coming up with different ways of thinking so that we can create a new line of comics and a new line of thought and a new line of characters. And in order to do that, you have to come up with new concepts and new ways of thinking and new thought processes, don't you?
So reliving my mom's drum circle drug trips of wondering what the real name for trees is. That would be an interesting concept.
Yeah, smart.
Bunch of hippies on a bad mushroom trip.
It's called smart ass extraordinaire. I see how you are, bro. I see how you are. I didn't know you was like that. I saw all of the negativity against yourself that you was always doing, how everything was bad against you, and me, something, the people hate me, and this is about me, and this. But you really a negative individual, bro. Everything is negative with you. Everything. There's no creativity.
How's that negative?
Because that's all you spout. That's all you spout. Everything I'm trying to say is about some new way of thinking. And I know that it might be a little off the wall. I can understand if you was to say, yo, that's a crazy way of thinking, but I hear what you're saying. But you're not doing that. You're talking about hippie shit, you're trying to cast aspersions on me, and you I don't know if you think that I'm too stupid to hear what you're saying, or if you're too stupid to realize it and you just don't give a fuck. So I don't understand what it is.
I don't ever question anybody's intelligence. A lot of people have been more ahead of me in life. Even Hoth. Don't know him as an individual, but I'm pretty sure he had more ahead of me in life than I ever did.
Understanding that, and I didn't think that. I didn't think that, but I've always heard
you said it out.
I've said it out. All of these things about yourself, and I was like, "Nah, man.
You want an explanation? I'll give it to you."
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that when you were saying all of these foul things about yourself? I said, "Nah, man, you shouldn't say that. You should talk better about yourself. You shouldn't say all of these things. This is not how you should talk about yourself. You should have more confidence and more things about yourself. You okay?" Didn't I say these things to you?
Anyways, I was making a furry joke, and I went back to messing around with a tree because
you was being a sarcastic asshole.
Oh yeah, sarcastic asshole about the furries and the animated dogs talking to each other. I was making a joke about that, but
animated dog. I'm not talking about animated dogs. I'm talking about real dogs.
Hang on.
Real animals. They don't refer to each other by name. At least not any name that we know of.
Okay, I was only fucking around at that point. Anyways, back to your tree theory, and is a tree really called a tree?
Is it?
Hang on. Your point made me create a story at one point and think of an idea. So obviously you're getting somewhere about it, about even just thinking about the point. So go on.
It's pointless now. Because
it actually works somewhere.
It's going way over your head. And I didn't think it was doing that. I thought you were serious. I thought you was all of this is just one big joke. I thought that you was acting out on this joke thing that you were on. But
Hold on.
The more that I see that you're fucking dead up serious. You really, your opinion is straight up dead serious.
Hold on.
Negative minded. You're trying to be negative.
No, I'm not. Legitimately, I'm giving you a compliment at this point. I'm saying your tree point leading to somewhere.
Yeah, I don't need that. I really don't. I don't need that type of compliments. I don't need that kind of put yourself down and build me up type stuff. I'm confident in myself. I don't need that shit. I know who I am.
What are you talking about? I just said your tree statement went somewhere. I'm legitimately saying you were right.
I really do. But I don't know, man. It's something about how you get into your moods, man. I don't know what this shit is. I really don't. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't.
One thing I want to add is in high school I was in a drama club, and we did improv. We did improvisation, and there was a thing, a rule, the yes and rule, which is like when you set up a premise, I'll say yes and, like if you said, oh, we're in our car going to the supermarket, I wouldn't then say we're in a motorcycle or something like that. I would go along with the premise
and try to complete the story by moving the premise forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, oh, we're actually going to the shopping mall. I'd say, okay, we're going to the grocery store and we're going to pick up some milk or something like that. And that's I think that's also a useful tool for
creating stories, new concepts, having outrageous thoughts. This is what I'm telling you. If the stories that I've been telling y'all about this whole time comes from outrageous thinking. I don't just grab stories out of the blue and that's why I say you don't see me. Oh man, I want to create an analog of Green Lantern or analog of Superman. The way I create my stories and everything, I try to be fresh. I try to be new. I try to be as creative as I could possibly be. And I know that some of my ideas, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Gargoyle. I'm not saying that some of my ideas can't be far-fetched. It might be difficult for people to grasp it, but you're not just being the devil's advocate. You're being a fucking asshole about it. You're going out of your way. Just to be negative. You're not trying to contribute. You're not trying to contribute and help the situation and try to say, well, maybe, even if you was being negative about it, you're not saying, well, I see what you're saying, but I raise you this. You're just saying, fuck that. I don't hear that shit. What about this highfalutin nonsense that ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about? This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about trees, and then you bring up the moon. What the fuck is the moon got to do with the tree? I'm just trying to make a point about the tree, and you're fucking taking it way off to where there's no more conversation. There's no more discussion. It's all rambling nonsense, both on your part and mine, because you got me following you down this hole, and I wouldn't have gone this long with you. It's 7 o'clock. I wouldn't have gone this long with you if I wasn't trying to be understanding.
Hey.
I'm not. I would have told you go fuck yourself hours ago, but I'm trying not to be that dude. I'm trying to be understanding and respect. Keep going off on this thing, and that's how things are going to be from now on. If every time we have some kind of discussion and you're going left, I won't be having discussions with you. I won't, because I can't deal with that. I'm in my 50s. I'm not no fucking 30-year-old, and I'm not going to waste my time on ignorant shit. And if we can't have a discussion, I can understand if that's who you are. I'm not taking nobody. I'm not chasing nobody away. I'm not doing nothing like that. But that's going to limit my conversations with you. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a rational person, man. I love to talk rationally, even if I have far-fetched ideas. If you have an argument, come with it. I don't mind arguing my point, but if I can't argue a point, if there's no point to be argued and we just talking nonsense back and forth, or I'm chasing nonsense that has nothing to do with the topic at hand, there's nothing to discuss. There's no topics. And this questions, how can we create a story together when if I might come up with an idea and we might try to elaborate on it and you don't agree with it because you think I'm going to get triggered, or you think it's something that people won't understand or comprehend or don't want to go through because they think people are greedy and they're going to take and all of these things. I'm not saying that you don't have some kind of legitimate point. You might have it, but it's not engaging the story. It's not part of the storyline. It's not part of what we're talking about. And that takes 3 hours off of the story that we could have been telling. 3 hours off of a story that we could have told.
And you know what? That's my fault again. I didn't know you were beginning that with a story proposal. Not talking about the tree, just talking about the money idea. I thought that was just a hypothetical. I thought we were getting into hypothetical.
But this is story time.
Well, once again, that was my fault. I didn't know you were making that whole thing up in the beginning as for a story, building a story and world building. And then when I offered to make a comic for it, you're just like, no, you're gonna shit on it. I'm like,
specifically, bro. Listen, specifically, I had mentioned to you alone. You was the first one I talked to. I said, listen, I don't want to be going off and rambling about a whole lot of side stuff. I want to try and focus on telling stories and moving stories ahead and getting the stories out.
Yes, and you're right. That is true.
And now we're not here for 3 hours arguing about some petty, silly shit.
And you're right. That's why I said we need to design a safe word. That's why you just need to say, gargoyles, shut the fuck up.
No. We don't have to design a safe word. Not really. What we have to do is get you to thinking when we start talking about crazy things is that you get on board. And then we won't have to go through this. Why should I have to be smacking you on the hand, man? You're not a child. He's 30-something years old. Why should I have to slap you on the hand? You should be an adult enough to handle your conversations. We're here to fucking conduct business and try to get ourselves established.
Oh, so, no, I dropped a phone and stepped on it by accident.
I got you.
That sounds bad.
I didn't say anything about you leaving. I had nothing. I just said nothing about you leaving. I realized that it possibly could have been some kind of problem. I said nothing about that. I'm talking about us working together as far as these comic shit going. If we can't work together, and like I said, I don't mind cracking jokes. I've grown up with
straight up
jokes on each other.
Let's not talk about our politics.
Nobody's talking politics. We're talking about concepts.
Okay. Story concepts, strictly story concepts.
I didn't say anything about Democrats. I don't remember saying.
Okay. No. I know you didn't. I was referring to the
social justice shit.
No. That was my fault.
Yeah,
that was my fault. I'm going back to the beginning where I misinterpret the whole context of the debate as being a debate instead of a concept for a story. I'm sorry.
It didn't have to be with a story. Listen, it doesn't have to be with a specific story. when we start talking about stuff, this helps to open your minds to different things. If we're talking about all kinds of like he said, like Haas said about the technological stuff, and I brought up about the artificial intelligence and why we need artificial intelligence. This is just something to get in your mind thinking, just like the two titles that I put up there about hell, the hell that heaven brought, and the heaven that hell brought. These are just different concepts of what can get people's minds thinking. It's the same thing with the I know believe in time. It has nothing to do with my beliefs. It has everything to do with concepts of thought processes. How we can use these different concepts in creating shit. It doesn't matter if this is my opinions in true life or not. These things I say, I use.
Okay. I misunderstood the dialogue of the show today. I'm sorry. It went off the rails because I misunderstood.
I'm not saying it's the same thing with you. I'm saying you should expect the same thing every time. We are here to create stories for the public.
Yes, you're right, and I forgot, and I'm sorry.
And this is why I told you I wanted to lessen the time. I didn't want to run it into all of these hours. And here 7 hours already here. And
yes, you're right.
The time that I'm supposed to be saving for the next week. Luckily, I got that money. Otherwise, I won't be able to stream because of all this extra time. This is my fault because I should have cut it off. I can't blame nobody but myself. It's my responsibility. This is my stream. So this is what I'm saying. This is why I tried to cut you off when you was going off on this, and that's not the first time you've done that. You've gone off on other streams about these other topics about sexuality and other things, and I cut you off then.
I don't remember.
Don't bring that stuff here. This is not where we doing that. We don't want to hear about no lesbian crap unless it's some SJW shit. Yeah, we could do that. But I don't want to hear about transsexuals and all of that shit unless it's about some SJW shit and how it affects comics.
Oh, that was talking about being pro none of my business and keeping that shit away from schools and kids.
I'm just saying, you're going to have to regulate that shit, bro. That shit, the people don't want to hear that shit.
Well, I don't even remember why that shit came up. That's so far.
Hey, you just
far ago.
We be talking about one thing and you just slide right into that shit. We was talking about comic books and stories, and then all of a sudden you start bringing that shit up.
I didn't start bringing that shit up for a reason. I don't even remember where it went to that.
I'm just saying, bro, you're gonna have to check that. That all of that.
Well, like I said, then what is there to talk about in
stories? Let's create.
I am talking about stories. Those were all.
And
but once again,
if we're going to discuss, let's have a discussion to where it goes somewhere, so that if people are going to be all watching us debate about something, let it go somewhere. Let's not sit around here arguing about nonsense.
Well, that wasn't. Well, from what you're saying, that wasn't even supposed to be a debate in the first place. That was just supposed to be a proposal for a world.
It wasn't a proposal for a world. That's what I'm saying. It was just throwing stuff out there.
Well, yeah, that it was just stuff thrown out there. That's what I mean. It was a concept.
Concepts can inspire thought, and thought can inspire storylines. Right,
but that's once again, that's what I misunderstood. That's my fault. I'm sorry. If the debate was misinterpreted, it was supposed to be something else, but I misinterpreted it as a debate. Sorry.
Like I said, I don't even mind having a debate,
but it's not appropriate for story time. Like you said, you just want to tell stories and have a show about stories.
I said it's okay if we have debates. It's okay if we have a debate,
but that's not appropriate for this show.
Spent 3 hours going around the bend about some stupid shit that never got resolved.
Right.
Over just because, and the only thing it could have been handled in seconds. It could have been handled in seconds just by saying, yeah, you got a point, but. And then we keep moving along from there. You can have your disagreement, and then I can explain to you why I have my opinion, and then you can explain to me, but you take it so far left that nobody can track you. Nobody can track you and keep shit in a realm to where we can have a discussion. It falls apart because we're arguing, and then you start bringing in things that nobody can discuss, and it becomes a heated argument. And you're saying derogatory statements. You're saying things like motherfucker and all of these things. That's why I'm saying it doesn't have to go to that point. When all we have to do is think about that this is a topic. We're here to introduce people to our stories and try to bring. It's cool if we have debates. It's cool if we have topics, but let's get them over with and move on.
Well, I get it. It's not the time for that regardless, and that wasn't an appropriate debate for the subject of your show. And
No.
once again,
Debate, but we didn't take it nowhere.
well, there's no point in having a debate in story hour because all you're proposing is concepts for stories, right?
You don't want to understand, man. I just don't see how you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't want to understand.
What do I not want to understand? That story time's not the time for debating?
I'm saying that we can have any debate you want to have. I don't care about that.
I don't want to have debates. That's the thing. I don't want to have debates during story time.
Can you do me a favor? Let's handle this really. Let's handle it one step at a time. Okay.
Okay.
If we can have debates, okay? Can you agree with that?
Well, I just want to avoid them. I just want to avoid them regardless.
Just say yes. Please, can you just say yes?
Fine.
Okay, we can. It's okay for us to have a debate.
Yes.
But if we're going to have a debate, can we not let it disintegrate into name calling and let's stay on a topic so that we can conclude the debate? So
yes,
that
sir.
of culmination in what we're saying so that we're not just spewing vile shit back and forth at each other. We're coming to a resolution, and once it's resolved, we can move on. It doesn't
Yes, sir.
be 3 hours long. It could be like 5 minutes. We say what we got to say, get to a resolution, and then keep it moving like intellectual individuals.
Yes, sir.
That's all I'm saying, man. I'm not trying to say that it's your fault or it's my fault, because I should have fucking shut it down. It's my fault.
I simply just misunderstood. I really
apologize. It's not your fault. Like I said, it's my fault. I said, listen, I don't want to take it there, but if you were gonna talk about it, then I would be willing, and I shouldn't have took it there. I should have kept it on topic, and I should have let it die right then. But if we're willing to talk, but we can't be, well, if your opinion sucks, isn't it? And that's not debating.
Yep.
That's not debating. Your debating is, okay, I have a something that I want to say, and I say it. It doesn't land right on you, so you ask what I mean, and then you give your opinion on what I just said. Not going off on some tangent that has nothing to do with anything and creating an argumentative situation. And that's what you was doing, creating an argumentative situation out of a situation where we could have just talked it out and left it. And that's why I was saying, let's just move from the arguing part to, if we're going to debate, if you have something that you want to say, I'm always going to be willing to listen. And I'll let you say whatever you got to say. Just
make it known what the conversation is, if it's a concept idea. So
it don't have.
I don't put myself into this position again.
It doesn't matter whether it's a concept or not. This is why I'm saying you don't want to understand what I'm saying. You can say you're a man just like me, man.
It's not that I want to. It's that I didn't understand that the society was just a concept proposal. It wasn't.
You don't have to. You don't have to understand that it's a concept or discussion. I'm saying if it turns into a discussion, then let's debate it and get through it instead of throwing a bunch of silly terminologies back and forth that doesn't address the topic.
I get you. I get you. I'm sitting there agreeing with you. I just, it's not that I'm not wanting to understand it. It's just I don't sometimes. Okay, it went off the rails because of misunderstanding, and that's my fault.
Okay.
And I'm taking accountability for that. It's not that I don't. It's just I didn't,
Yeah.
and I apologize for that. If I had a little more of an understanding, yeah, I would have stayed on the rails with you a little more.
Yeah, it's like I said, I don't want to be in this position. I'm not your father. I'm not trying to
I got you. And
you in all of this. This is not what I'm saying. I'm trying to keep us cool. This is what I'm trying to do.
We are being cool.
Keep it cool between us because I don't want no headaches. I don't want it to be an argument between us. I don't want it to degrade
Exactly.
something that it's. I don't want it to be that. I just want to create some comics, man. And so
in that case, I am sorry. I'm an idiot.
That don't keep saying it, please. You're like I said, you're a man just like me. You don't have to keep saying you're sorry, man.
But you have to be accountable and handle some shame for yourself.
You said you was accountable. I heard you. I agree that you accepted the accountability. So it's not necessary to keep going. I'm sorry.
Right.
You said it, and it's cool. I don't need all of that. So relieve yourself of that. You said what you had to say. Please don't keep apologizing.
Yeah, you're right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mhm.
Can I have you guys' permission to send this audio to Preston Poulter?
You said anything to that fool.
he loves any kind of drama, even the slightest.
That fool. That dude's depraved.
He blocked me and sent me to Twitter jail.
He needs a mommy for real. Never seen nobody that he got everything and still not happy.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to send this to Preston Poulter. I'm joking.
I understand. I understand. You think that's why I said yeah? See, I can take
No, I think it's good in education purposes because
start his crap with.
Wait, what was that? Say that again.
No, I think this is a good video regardless of everything because it's good for education purposes because regardless of the misunderstanding and argument, we did come together and make up in the end. There was no really fuck yous and hanging ups on each other.
So that's
that's not real men.
I'm ride or die. You have to really I'm going to try and drill it into your head, and if you can't get it, that's when I give up. But I don't usually give up on people like that.
Hail, man. Hail. Anyways, once again, there was a lot of misunderstanding and it went to a lot of hostilities, and that was
that hostile. It wasn't really. It was
silly.
It was silly. I was aggravated. Yeah, it wasn't hostile. I don't know about on your part, but it wasn't hostile.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's just say silly.
Yeah,
it was silly.
Always gets a certain tone when I'm debating, so you might sound like hostility, but it's not. When I get hostile, it's like "fuck you, motherfucker." That's when I go. Everything drops. That's not me.
Right on.
You know when I'm angry, or upset, because then I don't hold anything back. I'll let you have it, all guns, and that's not literally. That's figuratively. I'll let you have all the barrels, every ammunition that I got, everything that I got. I'm gonna hit you with. I don't believe in being the bigger man. If you're an enemy of mine, I'm gonna come at you like you're an enemy. So that's not how I choose to be when you're my boy. If you're a boy, you my boy, my homeboy, my homie. I'm gonna stay with you until you prove that I shouldn't.
Hail.
I've been hurt in the past by other dudes or other homeboys or friends, I'm gonna give you your chance to prove who you are. That's how I am. I'll take that L, that loss or that pain, whatever. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. That's who I am.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Once again, out of all this silliness, I am glad and grateful that we can come together at the end.
Yep. And I'll be expecting your ass to be back here next week. Same back time,
Yep.
same back channel, but with some more with maybe some kind of
Give me something. Give me something. And I'll give you something next week.
this is the bounty hunters, and we need some natural enemies of a ferret, and we see how global or local the enemies, or how they have to track the brutes. If it's going to be a global thing, which is most likely going to be a global incident, where they have to track these animal brutes for over the planet in different situations. How many brutes that we have to track? The weaponry that they going to use in order to capture them or to restrain them. If they might have to kill them, and different types of we're gonna have to develop that type of thing. Medical. What kind of resistance do these creatures have to normal weaponry and all types of things like that? Terrorist activities. What kind of terrorist activities are they involved in? If they terrorists or just regular terrorists, and that's the guys who were terrorists. There's going to be a lot of regular innocent human types that are being changed into these brutes that they try to restrain without hurting them, because they're innocents. And then outer government involvement, like foreign governments trying to kidnap these creatures and try to do experiments to find out how they turned and create more creatures, more controlled creature soldier types. So there's all kinds of things like that you could put into the story. And then treatment centers and for the innocent and collateral brutes. Innocent collateral brutes, the innocent ones, the ones that just got caught up in there, want to live their regular lives. We got to have treatment centers and all kinds of doctors and stuff like that. So all of these are things that we're going to be needing. There's going to be more. If you come up with any other thoughts, write it down and save it so that we can write it down for next week. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm probably going to do a couple of videos expanding on a few of these ideas. And whatever I don't have, this is not just for me, it's for the whole goddamn. So everybody who joins in, bring some ideas with you. And you could also bring ideas about this. The hell that heaven wrought. What concept is this? Come up with some concept ideas. If you think that you have it could be demonic, it could be anything you want. It just has to relate to not hell and heaven, but bad, what you could say is good and evil. And good and evil can come in many forms. And the same thing here, the heaven that hell brought. This is a great idea for what possible, even if you want to make it a hell and heaven story, it can easily go that way. They used to have a lot of war movies that talk about going through hell and here to eternity and hell and back and all of that stuff like that. So it could be a war interpretation, whatever you want. Space, aliens, demonic, fantasy, wherever your precious little creative minds take you. Become a god, a demigod like us, or like we want to be, and use this as a topic to create with, and we'll see what we can do with it. So until next time, uh, Indigenous Monstrosity. I am Monstrosity X, and these are my boys, my day ones. And if y'all would like to say something,
Yeah, House Rebel 86 signing out. Praise the goddom.
praise the goddom.
Hail, praise
Hail.
God.
Hell,
This show went crazy.
didn't go crazy. The show is informative. The show is informative because we are getting to know each other.
Yep.
So
Hell.
we're learning about each other. This is how we become friends, man. This is
Yep.
how we become true friends.
Dysfunctional families always work the best.
Hey, you can't get function sometimes without the dysfunction.
Right.
In order to get the function. So
Right. Otherwise, you want to learn shit.
like I said, man, I'm gonna be here. I'm not going nowhere, and I hope y'all ain't going nowhere. That's up to you.
Right.
So I'm gonna look for y'all next week, and I'm gonna look for y'all during the week, because if I can get that unlimited streaming, I'm gonna be there. If y'all got any streams, y'all let me know. I'm gonna try and get on Twitter more often so that I can see when y'all streaming, if y'all put up any notifications. And one way or another, I'll try and get in there, and we can continue all of this one way or the other, getting to know each other, getting to know story ideas, getting to know whatever we need to do, getting to know Comicsgate, getting to know Indiegogo, getting to know campaigning, whatever we need to learn. This is what the Goddamn is all about. This is what Goddamn Comics is all about. The customer's always right. And I love you all. So have a good night. Thank you all. To all a good night. All right, fellas. Till the next time. Next week, same time. Come back to the Goddamn.
Come back to the pits.
We know who you are. You're a bestial form.
Damn dog.
Mike, thank you.
I think you can hit the button on the upper corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right now.
Awkward.